Hello, everyone. Welcome to another episode of Web Audio TV. If you enjoy my content, make sure to subscribe to my channel and hit the like button.
He turned his head and asked Yegorov, if we retreat now, how will military history record us? Those professors, those clueless donkeys who don't know what a battlefield is like, and those self-serving public intellectuals will say the 3rd Rear Amour Group and the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army were all cowards. They won't treat the dead separately from us. We're going to hold out here until 8 o'clock tomorrow night? Yes, our forces are insufficient, but we can come up with solutions, landmines, explosives, anything we can use. Yegorov, but we have none. We didn't find any defensive supplies at the enemy's logistic base. They don't think they need to defend. Wang Zhong pursed his lips, watching more and more bodies pile up in front of him. Residents were bringing all the fallen soldiers of the anti-army to the church. He sighed, we could try requesting reinforcements. Isn't there a telegraph office here? Actually, Wang Zhong did not have any memories of using telegraphs. By the time he was able to remember things, telegraphs were already out of use, which is why he only thought of them now, as telegraphs should be a common method of communication among civilians in this era. Yegorov, there is, but the telegraph at the telegraph office is wired, the same as the telephone. Now they're all cut. Maybe even the main telegraph and telephone offices in the big cities have been bombed by enemy aircraft. No one can send messages. Wang Zhong furrowed his brows, and at that moment, seeing Sufang's hesitant appearance, an idea struck him. We still have him, monk. Now that the battlefield has calmed down, and there are mass props in the church, could we have mass? Yes. Sufang nodded repeatedly, but I need someone who understands the mass process to help me. Wang Zhong, let Ludmila come. Is one enough? Sufang, the smallest mass requires 3 people. 1 me, 1 Ludmila, and 1 more clergy. Wang Zhong, then we only have monk Yuka Nyako. What's in the mass? Prayers, sermons, Holy Communion, shrugged Sufang. The mass is simple, it just takes a long time and there's no guarantee the other side will hear. I have to keep kneeling, reciting holy hymns and the message to convey until tomorrow morning. Don't expect me to fire a machine gun tomorrow. Wang Zhong, go ahead, do it. Sufang hopped away excitedly. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov, if there's no response by tomorrow morning, we'll retreat. Yegorov, can we really retreat tomorrow morning? It would be better to retreat overnight. Wang Zhong very firmly said, wait for a response first. After making a decision, Wang Zhong quickly ate some beef and pickles, then chose to sleep for a while. He was about to pass out when he remembered he still had a low fever. It seemed even adrenaline could temporarily combat illness. He didn't know how long he slept, but by the time he got up, it was completely dark outside and a bit chilly. After waking up, his first reaction was to feel for the letter on his person, addressed to Miss Alexeyevna at 43 Krugen Street for Archsukov. He had sworn that as long as he was alive, he would ensure this letter reached that lady's hands. Reassured the letter was still safe, Wang Zhong exhaled and stood up, putting on his jacket. He heard singing outside and thought it was part of the mass ceremony, so with the intention of seeing what was going on, he walked towards the door. N/O/vel/b/jn.c//om. As he went out, the guard snapped to attention with a salute that startled Wang Zhong with the sound of heels coming together. He scrutinized the guard carefully and saw that the private was holding his head high, his eyes burning with intensity. In that gaze, Wang Zhong felt the soldier's trust in him. That was when he suddenly remembered his initial moments after crossing into this world, when his only thought had been to survive the chaos, and that was it. Really, when had he become someone who could consider himself the last bullet? He didn't even know what this country looked like in its entirety. Although he felt a bit self-mocking, Wang Zhong had no intention of changing his current resolution. Because of this trust, and because he had shed blood together with them. Of course, there was also justice and a sense of pride. See, now I am fighting for the justice and righteousness of the world, just like the international brigades in Spain. Stepping out of the manager's office of the distillery, Wang Zhong stood on the steps at the factory door, looking at the soldiers gathered in the courtyard. They were a group of wounded, probably gathered here beside the fire and sharing roasted meat because the hospital ran out of beds. It was they who were singing. The melody of the song was surprisingly familiar to Wang Zhong. It was On the Opposite Bank of the River, once chosen as the theme song for the Chinese version of How Steel Was Tempered. A baritone hummed, lights have been kindled on the distant riverbank. The evening glow fades into the clear night sky, mounting the warhorse, shouldering the lance. The young soldiers ready themselves to set out. When the baritone sang solo, the others joined in with harmony, as if all had been trained for a choir. All is silent on the vast expanse of the field. The soldiers vigilantly searched for signs of the enemy. In the darkness, the cold glint of bayonets shone. They encountered an enemy ambush. The song swiftly moved into the rousing chorus, and someone even brought out an accordion for accompaniment, everyone singing aloud together. The warriors shouted as they charged into the enemy throngs. A desperate struggle unfolded on the plains. The chorus felt peculiarly fitting for today's situation. No wonder the soldiers chose to sing it at this time. Wang Zhong was thinking when the chorus ended, and the baritone began his solo. A soldier fell from his horse, struck by a bullet. He bravely sacrificed for the benefit of his motherland. As the baritone's voice faded, the crowd continued humming the harmony, as if to mourn the comrades who had died today in this manner. Wang Zhong stood on the steps, savoring the sadness that flowed uninhibited under the night sky. That's when Yegorov appeared. Wang Zhong asked, "Has the mass received a response?" Yegorov shook his head. "No. If we're going to retreat, now's the time, it will be dawn in 2 more hours." Wang Zhong glanced at the soldiers still humming the sorrowful song, his heart softening. Just then, he faintly heard the sound of engines in the night sky. The enemy. His first reaction was this. Yegorov, however, looked eastward. "No, the sound is coming from the east." Pavlov, who rushed over in a hurry, said, "It must be the enemy cunningly circling to our rear." Wang Zhong ignored him and directly changed his viewpoint, only to see darkness. He couldn't see anything at all, not because his own vision wouldn't highlight the enemy. So Wang Zhong made a beeline for the water tower. After taking a couple of steps, he thought better of it and decided to get a clearer view from the village entrance, so he called out Bucephalus. The white horse that he had inherited from Captain Lubokov ran out from the stables, already saddled up. How was it already saddled? Wang Zhong looked towards the stables, only to find the former crew chief of Tank 422 hiding behind the stable doors. It seemed this guy had secretly saddled Bucephalus, planning to escape on it. Wang Zhong pointed at the stables. "Catch that deserter for me. Execute him on the spot." Tank 422's crew had behaved valiantly. Wang Zhong wouldn't allow anyone to tarnish their courage. Having said this, he mounted the horse, riding as if the movement had been ingrained in his muscles, and he galloped away on the white horse, which became a flash of lightning in the night. At the village entrance, Wang Zhong raised his field of view. By now, the roar of the engines was very close. Firstly, there was no highlight, so it wasn't the enemy arriving. Wang Zhong peered closely at the dark objects coming down the road and suddenly laughed out loud. In World War II, there were many such fabricated myths, such as the Zero fighter myth. In reality, the Zero's achievements were mostly gained against outdated fighters like the F-2A, and newer American models like the P-38 and F-4F never let the Zero have the upper hand. Another was the German armored myth. In fact, at the beginning of Operation Barbarossa, the majority of Germany's victories were achieved against light tanks such as the BT-7 and other outdated tanks. They suffered setbacks as soon as they encountered the T-34, and Guderian even developed a T-34 phobia. Later research showed that Guderian had actually mistaken other tanks for T-34s. The tank that frightened Guderian had, in the early days of the war, repeatedly created miracles against multiple opponents, and even stalled an entire German division's advance. In its presence, the father of German armored troops exclaimed, "Our armored advantage no longer exists." Now, the very culprit that had terrified another war hero in a different time and space was approaching Pinyi. Though there was only one, Wang Zhong, well versed in military history, saw it as if it were a lifeline. For the first time, he found the stout shape of this tank to be so incredibly beautiful. He saw a KV-1 heavy tank. In the midst of Wang Zhong's manic laughter, the heavy tank gradually approached the white horse. Only at this distance did Wang Zhong clearly see the tank's tactical number, 67. Perhaps heavy tanks were rare, so the tactical numbers were also 1 digit less. The tank hatch opened, and the commander popped his head out. "Excuse me, Lieutenant Colonel, is this Upper Pinyi village?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, it is." The commander saluted and then asked, "Has someone here called for reinforcements? Was it you?" Wang Zhong, "Did you receive the hymn?" No, I'm not a monk, I can't hear it. But after we arrived at Bogdanovka, the 63rd Infantry Army, which was organizing a defensive line there, told me that someone in Upper Pinyi village was calling for reinforcements. It was 11 o'clock at night, and the only ones who could make it in such a short time were us. As he spoke, the commander patted the turret top. This guy, though slow and prone to breakdowns, is still much faster than the legs of the infantry. Wang Zhong asked in confusion, "What about the trucks?" The commander laughed heartily. "With the Prasen Air Force around, we'd be lucky to have a few jeeps left." At this time, the driver also poked his head out. "Syalyusha, if there are jeeps left, it's because they know our Lada would break down on its own." Everyone but Wang Zhong burst into laughter. Although Wang Zhong claimed to be very familiar with Soviet jokes, as an outsider, he was a second late in catching on and laughed along with the others. The laughable performance of Soviet-manufactured Lada cars had become a part of Soviet humor. After the laughter, Wang Zhong said in all seriousness, "You came from Bogdanovka? How is the defensive construction there?" The task of Wang Zhong's unit, in fact, the mission of the 31st Regiment, 2nd Battalion of the 4th Tank Army, was to hold this position for 38 hours, with the aim of buying time to establish defensive lines at Bogdanovka. So it was perfectly reasonable for Wang Zhong to ask about the status of the defensive line. Commander Syalyusha shook his head. "Don't mention it. When we left Bogdanovka, not many anti-tank stakes had been built, only one anti-tank ditch had been dug, and the machine gun bunkers and firing positions were all under construction. Rumor has it that aerial attacks were so fierce during the day that construction progress was severely hindered." At that moment, Yegorov arrived with the staff. Hearing Syalyusha's words, he cursed. "What is the Air Force doing? Didn't they say there are 3,000 planes in Khazarland territory? Why haven't we seen a single one of our military aircraft?" Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow. If the progression of this war was similar to that of Earth's, then it was likely that the entire anti-Empire Air Force had been destroyed on the airfields at the outset, with the commander of the Air Force having committed suicide afterward. Of course, this universe might differ, as after all, in this universe God still guided missiles, creating quite a significant divergence from Earth. Furthermore, he keenly caught on to a term, Kazarla, which sounded like an administrative division. A division capable of deploying 3,000 aircraft was probably quite large. These matters could be more slowly understood later. What needed to be considered now was how to make good use of the newly arrived heavy tank. The first order of business was to confirm whether its protection level was the same as in the original universe. This would determine how Wang Zhong would use it going forward. Wang Zhong, I'm not very familiar with your tank, Lieutenant. Tell me about it. Xiaoyisha is a nickname, which Wang Zhong, as someone meeting him for the first time, certainly couldn't use. Theoretically, he should call out Xiaoyisha's long paternal name, but Wang Zhong was unaware of it. So, Wang Zhong could only address him by his military rank. The lieutenant saluted. This thing is formidable. When we joined the Winter War, it was nearly over, and Monaheim was almost winning. We took part in the final offensive, and the anti-tank weapons at the Monaheim front couldn't penetrate it. Had it not been for a mechanical failure that left us immobilized, we could have steamrolled the enemy all the way. Wang Zhong, I didn't ask for your experience using it. I asked for specific details about the tank, like the thickness of its armor. Sorry, the specifications, right. The front. The lieutenant recited the detailed specifications of the tank. Wang Zhong actually couldn't quite remember the specific parameters of the KV-1, but he thought the turret's front defense of 120 mm should be impenetrable to the enemy's 50 mm flamethrowers, and the body's sloped 80 mm would probably give the enemy a hard time too. His only concern was if the enemy brought up the 88 mm anti-everything gun Prosen's equipment all had that Germanic feel to it. It made no sense for them to lack this most quintessentially German piece. Fortunately, Wang Zhong had an aerial view, which meant as long as he kept a direct visual on the enemy from the front line, they would spot an 88 gun before it even got off its transport. The remaining question was, how to get this tank commander to relinquish his position. Wang Zhong looked through his aerial view and saw that the tank had not been added to the troops roster, meaning it was not yet under his command. Lieutenant, began Wang Zhong, I am Count Rakasov, the highest commanding officer here. I've commanded the troops to fight against the enemy here for a day. You can see the remains of the enemy's tanks and vehicles in the village, and at the entrance of the village, that Jingguan. It was I who ordered him Monk Sufang Bato Wenjisu to call for reinforcements. I hope that you and your crew would accept my command. Of course. The lieutenant agreed readily. After all, we should look at the rank. Wang Zhong switched off the aerial view and noticed that the troop marker had not been added. Could it be that a verbal agreement wasn't enough? He had to gain the trust of his allies? Wang Zhong decided to try again. I now request direct command over you, which means I need you, the tank commander, to give up your command position. The lieutenant frowned. Have you undergone armored troops training? Do you know how to use the equipment on board? Wang Zhong, no, but I have commanded the 422nd Tank of the 2nd Battalion of the 31st Tank Regiment of the 4th Tank Army and destroyed 8 tanks. The lieutenant pondered for a second and then shook his head decisively. No, sir, I and my crew took part in the Winter War. We have been injured and bled together. Put yourself in my shoes. If a random officer whom you don't recognize suddenly emerged and wanted to take over the command of your comrades, would you agree? At this point, Yegorov angrily said, enough with the nonsense. The Count has shown his superb command skills, and we have all witnessed it. If you don't believe it, go take a look at the tanks in the village, and those on the fields. The lieutenant was stubborn. I am part of the armored troops. The Count is an infantry officer by the looks of it, correct? Initially, I have the right not to accept your command. It's just that given the current situation on the battlefield, we agree to comply. Look at the kill rings on the gun barrel. Even if you truly destroyed 8 tanks, we have destroyed many more. Are you doubting our capability, Count? Wang Zhong raised his hand to stop Yegorov, who was about to continue speaking. He wanted to take direct control as the tank commander because this cheat code would be incredibly useful in urban combat. Moreover, the T-28 tank was just rubbish, thin-skinned and vulnerable. Without Wang Zhong's cheat, it was impossible to eliminate so many enemies. But the KV-1 was different. Its performance crushed all enemy armor. Besides, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of a tactic to fully utilize the KV-1's capabilities without having to personally step into the role of tank commander. After a victorious battle and earning the respect of the crew of Tank 67, who would willingly accept his command, there would be no rush to take over a tank. Wang Zhong, I trust you, Lieutenant. Moreover, I have fought directly against enemy tanks and am intimately familiar with their tank guns' power and precision. I have a method to fully exploit your armor advantage. Wang Zhong dismounted and signaled to Yegorov, map of the village. Yegorov gestured, and Pavlov took out the map from his bag himself. Yegorov was shocked. Where's the staff who usually carries the map around with you? Sacrificed? Pavlov said calmly, unfolding the map and passing it to Wang Zhong. Speak, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong couldn't help but give Pavlov another look. At that moment, the commander of Tank 67 also jumped off and came to the side of the map. Wang Zhong adjusted the map so that the side facing him was south, and then pointed to the west side of the village, saying, this area is an open field. The enemy, in yesterday's battle had already calculated the firing data, and they will set up a smoke screen here when they attack. Wang Zhong tapped on that point on the map. He had seen it clearly from a bird's-eye view. The enemy's smoke was deployed at the same location twice, so now he pinpointed the enemy's expected position for the smoke deployment on the map with utmost precision. Yegorov used his large hand to measure on the map before exclaiming, "How did you pinpoint the smoke location just by pointing? I need to measure it with my hand as well." Wang Zhong, just a little trick. In any case, the enemy deployed smoke here twice today. I expect they will do it again tomorrow. My plan is simple, hide at the west entrance of the village, right here. He pointed on the map, emphasizing the spot twice more. Wang Zhong, the infantry will cover you with camouflage. As soon as the enemy starts deploying smoke, start your engine and charge towards it. By the time you break through, the enemy's offensive line should be here. Wang Zhong pointed several more times. Lieutenant Xiaolisha nodded. That's exactly our optimal range, too far and we might not hit them. Wang Zhong, with smoke behind you and the enemy about to flank you, simply reverse into the smoke, then wait for them to emerge while reversing. You only have one tank and can maneuver along the road, but the enemy needs to spread out to cover their infantry, meaning they have to move through muddy terrain. Lieutenant Xiaolisha asked, "How many tanks does the enemy have left? N/O/vel/B/Jn.C//OM." Wang Zhong recalled what he had seen from above and replied, 20. Why? Lieutenant Xiaolisha laughed, "Then we might just wipe them all out." Wang Zhong, the enemy infantry are well trained, and they have anti-tank grenades. Be extremely cautious. Xiaolisha, don't worry. We've dealt with Molotov cocktails during the Winter War. We will be careful. Wang Zhong reached out and patted Xiaolisha's shoulder. It's in your hands. When I asked to take over as your commander earlier, it wasn't out of distrust, but a wish to avenge the Tank 422 crew I fought with. In truth, he wanted to utilize the cheat. But his words weren't false either. Wang Zhong did indeed want revenge. Lieutenant Xiaolisha asked, "How many from your crew are left?" Wang Zhong, "Just me and the driver now." Lieutenant Xiaolisha asked again, "How did you become the commander? You're clearly infantry." Wang Zhong recounted the incident with the fearful sergeant. Lieutenant Xiaolisha was taken aback, "So that's what happened. I misunderstood you. I thought it was just some noble's whim to pilot a tank." Yegorov, "We thought the same initially, but let me tell you, the Earl is as skilled as Suvorov resurrected. When Tank 422 was around, they even called him the Star of Victory." Though Yegorov was flattering, Wang Zhong couldn't feel happy at the mention of Tank 422. Observing Wang Zhong's expression, Lieutenant Xiaolisha asked cautiously, "May I take a look at your seat in the tank? The armored troops will pay tribute to those brave comrades, and I would like to show my respect." Wang Zhong nodded, "Of course, but first move the tank into position so the infantry can camouflage you." Yegorov shouted, "Leave that to us, position the tank and take the time to rest." Xiaolisha leaped onto the tank and climbed into the turret, putting on his headset and ordering, "Ashka, advance." The tank engine roared, but after a few grumbles, the tank remained motionless. The driver complained, "Damn it, the gearbox is down again." Wang Zhong was astonished. He knew the KV-1 had a high rate of failure in the early days of the war, but he wasn't expecting it at this critical juncture. He hurriedly asked, "Can it be fixed?" The nimble driver climbed out of the cockpit, smiling, "Of course." As he spoke, he opened the large satchel on the side of the turret. "We brought a bunch of spare parts. It'll be fixed in an hour." Lieutenant Xiaolisha spread his hands. It always broke down during the Winter War. Later, the design bureau made some improvements, claiming the issue was resolved, but we still brought spares and a toolbox based on our experience then. Wang Zhong let out a sigh of relief. It seemed this crew really were seasoned veterans. The crew of Tank 67 began to repair their vehicle, and Xiaolisha, the tank commander, leapt down from the turret again and said to Wang Zhong, "My Lord Count, while we're repairing the tank, I'll go check on Tank 422. I'll survey the battlefield at the same time, especially the road conditions. If we're not careful, our cumbersome buddy here might just break down halfway again." Wang Zhong, "All right, I'll take you for a spin." After speaking, he pointed toward the west and took the lead in stepping forward. At that moment, Pavlov said, "Lieutenant, have you had your meal yet?" Lieutenant Xiaolisha, "No, we've been on the move all day. At first, we were ordered to move towards Ronid, but just after we set out, we received a radio message directing us to Bogdanovka. Later, the radio broke, and then we encountered defeated soldiers blocking the road. It was tough reaching Bogdanovka, and upon arrival, we were told that this place needed support. Had we not taken such an unnecessary detour, this old fellow wouldn't have broken down so frequently." As he spoke, he gestured toward the tank. "Pavlov, then you're in for a treat. We have some of Lord Boy's precious beef, along with potatoes and pickles." "That's fantastic," said Xiaolisha. "Let my crew eat first. I need to reconnoiter the battlefield." Wang Zhong, "This way." A few people started to move, and Wang Zhong, who had personally maneuvered a tank through the village, was already familiar with the terrain and began to explain it to the lieutenant as they went. Eventually, the group arrived at Tank 422, which was parked at the edge of the village. The bodies of the tank operators had been taken by the infantry to be buried at the church, leaving only the tank in the position it had occupied during the previous evening's combat. Upon seeing the tank, an emotion Wang Zhong had never experienced before surged within him. He stepped forward and gently caressed the tank's steel skin. Before his time travel, he'd seen a comic depicting an American soldier shedding tears while giving his broken jeep a fond farewell, implying that the jeep had become a close comrade in arms the soldier couldn't bear to see captured by the enemy. At the time, Wang Zhong thought the comic was somewhat exaggerated, but now, he understood that humans indeed could develop affection for the weapons that accompanied them on the battlefield. Touching the cold steel of Tank 422, and remembering his fallen comrades, he didn't want to let the Prasen Devils have this tank any longer. Fortunately, the vehicle was still operational and the driver, though wounded, could continue to pilot it. If they had a gunner, it could even go back into combat. Lieutenant Xiaolisha closely observed Wang Zhong's expression, seemingly understanding something. He didn't disturb Wang Zhong's bonding with the tank, but instead went to the front of the tank to inspect the area where it had been hit. Noticing his actions, Wang Zhong explained, "It appears to have been hit in the front, fired by a Prasen Mark III tank's 50mm gun." Xiaolisha, "Yes, it hit the left auxiliary turret directly, killing the mechanic operating the turret on the spot. With a hit like that, normally, only the driver has a chance of survival. You were really lucky." Wang Zhong, "At the time, most of my body was out of the tank to get a better view. That may have been what saved your life," asserted Lieutenant Xiaolisha. "I've driven a T-28 myself, and frankly, it's not a good tank. I'd rather drive a light tank, at least they have better maneuverability and lower failure rates." Wang Zhong, "Indeed, aside from its 45mm gun, it's a useless hunk of metal." Xiaolisha continued to examine the stone wall in front of the tank. "Strange, the bullet marks on the stone wall, the shell must have flown past, right?" Wang Zhong pointed not far away. "I was hit over there, at the time." He recounted the evening's engagement with 4 Mark III tanks. Lieutenant Xiaolisha praised, "Well fought." Under the starlight, one could dimly see the remnants of the wild Prasen tanks. Lieutenant Xiaolisha gazed at the 2 tanks in the distance and said, "To win a long-range engagement against the enemy's Mark III tanks is impressive." According to intelligence gathered from the Castilian Civil War, the enemy's sighting equipment is very suitable for long-range firing, while we have to calculate manually based on the enemy tank's size. Wang Zhong had also seen the anti-army's sighting equipment later, and wanted to try his hand at being a gunner, but found the sight consisted only of simple settings, requiring manual calculation of distance based on the actual size of the enemy tank measured against the scale on the sight. On the destroyed Prasen tanks in the town, their sighting equipment included mechanical calculators. By simply adjusting the sight with the known length of the enemy tank, the distance could be immediately calculated. Furthermore, by clever design, once the distance was calculated, the reticle in the sight was also set in place, allowing a direct shot by aligning the crosshairs. On the anti-army side, after calculating the distance, the reticle still had to be manually adjusted. Therefore, Wang Zhong could understand why the gunner's first shot flew wide during the engagement earlier in the day. Had it not been for Wang Zhong's cheat that directly provided the enemy's distance, they truly might not have been able to outshoot the enemy at long range. No, they definitely would not have been able to. No wonder Lieutenant Xiaolisha was so impressed. He said wistfully, "Your gunner is truly skilled, he must have undergone countless shooting drills." Wang Zhong intended to say it was he who informed them of the distance, but the words didn't leave his mouth. Let Lieutenant Xiaolisha give a few more words of praise, perhaps it could even lead to a medal for the gunner. Though medals meant nothing to the deceased, it could bring some solace to his family. "Lieutenant Xiaolisha, shall we continue? There are more enemy tanks destroyed in the village, right?" Wang Zhong, "Yes, and to prevent the enemy tanks from using their firepower to block the roads, we built some barriers along the way. You'll need to clear them to reach the village entrance. This way." Afterward, Wang Zhong spent half an hour with Lieutenant Xiaolisha touring the village, making him completely familiar with the terrain. After Lieutenant Xiaolisha returned to his own crew, Wang Zhong decided to visit the church to see the situation for himself. He was also a bit curious about what Mass was all about. The arrival of the number 67 heavy tank for support was most likely because the Mass had been effective, and the monks chanting hymns in the rear had heard the call for help. When he arrived at the church entrance, the guard on duty was dozing off. Upon seeing Wang Zhong, he immediately snapped to attention and saluted crisply, "Your Grace." Wang Zhong, "I am a count." "Count." Wang Zhong, "May I enter?" "Yes, but please do not make any noise," the guard said, gently pushing the door open. Wang Zhong tiptoed into the church. He saw Sufang kneeling in the very center of the altar, hands clasped together in a praying position, with Ludmila kneeling on the steps to the right of the altar also with hands joined together in prayer. Monk Yakaniako was holding something like a bell and was walking in circles around them, swinging it as he went. That bell-like object looked familiar to Wang Zhong. It seemed that many Western religions had such a magic artifact. The British tabletop game Warhammer 40K even incorporated it into its setting, where priests of the Mechanicum liked to wave it around while chanting incantations near all sorts of grand machinery. Wang Zhong tiptoed to the side of the altar. Monk Yakaniako opened his eyes, glanced at him, and made a shushing sound. Wang Zhong felt it wasn't good to just stand beside the altar, but he wasn't religious and had never prayed in his life. All he could do was imitate what Sufang or Ludmila did while they prayed, drawing an inverted triangle in front of his chest. At that moment, Sufang suddenly opened her eyes and cheered, "We've got a response. Someone says reinforcements set out 3 hours ago." Wang Zhong, "The reinforcements have already arrived." Sufang, startled, lost her balance, and fell forward onto the ground. Ouch, my front teeth. Just as Wang Zhong was about to help Sufang up, Ludmila opened her eyes. Elisha, are you alright? Do you still have a fever? Ludmila asked, trying to stand up, but perhaps because she had been kneeling too long, her legs were numb and she stumbled, about to fall. Wang Zhong, with quick reflexes, caught her. She ended up falling into Wang Zhong's arms. With no time to appreciate the girl's stormy seas, Wang Zhong directly helped Ludmila to a chair and then turned to pull up Sufang, with tears brimming in her eyes. What did they say over there? They said that reinforcements have been dispatched for 3 hours and that we must hold out until 8 o'clock tomorrow night. The defensive line at Bogdanovka isn't fixed yet. The information about the defensive line not being fixed had already been brought by the number 67 tank. Wang Zhong nodded. Well done. In fact, the reinforcements have already arrived. Sufang was overjoyed. How many people? 1 tank, but that's enough, Wang Zhong confidently said. After all, the enemy, apart from the 88mm anti-everything gun, simply couldn't penetrate the armor of the KV-1 tank. That tank, placed in the open fields, was an impassable bulwark. Sufang smiled. That's good to hear. I need to rest for a bit, get me water. Monkyuk and Nyako, obviously having officiated many masses, promptly handed over a full water flask. Ludmila was already drinking by the side. Wang Zhong, you two rest well, leave the rest to me to us and /o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Xiaoyusha returned to his crew. Driver Ashka asked, how is it? How much of what the count boasted true? I'm afraid none of it's an exaggeration. Xiaoyusha paused for a moment, then continued. The tank wrecks in the wilderness aren't very clear, but I made a round and didn't see any anti-tank guns. Ashka, so it must be the Divine Arrow's doing. I asked around, and they have clergy here, definitely a Divine Arrow team. The noble young lords serving in the army always have Divine Arrow teams by their sides. Xiaoyusha spoke earnestly. Don't say it like that. The count might be different from other nobles. I checked the tank wrecks in the village. 6 were destroyed by tank guns. I replayed the situation and estimated that 2 were destroyed upon entering the village, then after close combat between infantry and tanks, the enemy had pressed into the village, gaining the upper hand. And then someone suddenly got around behind them and destroyed at least 4 tanks in a surprise attack. Xiaoyusha was gesturing as he spoke. All 4 tanks were hit from the rear or the side, and their turrets weren't pointing in the direction of the attack. Someone with skillful flanking eliminated them. I must admit, I couldn't do it myself, destroy enemy tanks consecutively by circling around in a town, not even with infantry support. Ashka frowned. All done by that count. Xiaoyusha, I don't know. But listen, if I get injured or die, you follow the count's command. Then you'll see for yourselves what he's capable of. Don't talk so ominously, the gunner said as he picked up his plate. Come on, have some beef, drink some wine. This is good stuff, supposedly taken from the local nobility's cellar. It's so strong it catches fire quickly, they use it for making incendiary bombs. Xiaoyusha took the bottle first and took a big swig, his face immediately lighting up with a smile. Good wine? If I have to die at dawn, it's not a bad deal to have good wine. Wang Zhong stepped out of the church and just happened to see tank number 67 rumbling down the village road. He gave a thumbs up to the tank operators, watching as they passed by in front of him. Ludmila stood behind Wang Zhong, muttering, just 1 tank. Can it really hold off the enemy? Wang Zhong said, don't underestimate this 1 tank. It's a heavy tank, weighs a full 50 tons in battle, while the enemy's Panzer III is only around 10 tons. It'll give the enemy a tough time. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong's profile and hesitated for a moment before asking, are you very familiar with this tank? Wang Zhong replied, of course. Ludmila blinked and asked, when did you become familiar with it? Only then did Wang Zhong realize his slip of the tongue. In this timeline, Alexei was a debauchee with 0 military skills. He could only say with feigned confidence, I just got familiar with it. Tank Commander Xiaoyusha has briefed me on the tank's capabilities. Xiaoyusha, Ludmila repeated, are you already on nickname terms with each other? Shoot, he had forgotten the Russians' complicated naming conventions. In situations like this, where a superior addresses a subordinate, it's safer and more polite to use the person's patronymic, something like whichever Vish. Xiaoyusha was a name reserved for those who were very close. The problem was, Wang Zhong didn't know his patronymic, and the man had not introduced himself. He had addressed him as lieutenant the whole time, and it was only a slip of the tongue that made him blurt out Xiaoyusha, a name he had heard from the driver in Tank No. 67's crew. It was also because the situation on the battlefield was so urgent that he hadn't thought to ask for a name. Suddenly, Wang Zhong thought of the gunner from tank number 422. I really should ask for their names. If they sacrifice themselves, at least I'll know whose name I should write in the eulogy. Though he didn't believe the enemy had weapons capable of penetrating the KV's front and side armor, just in case, he should still ask. Wang Zhong whistled loudly. A muscle memory inherited from the original Alexei and Bucephalus came galloping toward him, halting abruptly in front of him. He swung himself onto the horse and raced down the road. Ludmila, left behind, got a mouthful of dust. Sufang carefully examined her profile. Are you all right? Ludmila murmured. In the past, he would definitely have taken advantage of a situation like that. Now, it seems like he cares more about tanks. Sufang replied, maybe he's tired of it. Wang Zhong galloped all the way to the village entrance, learned the names of Tank No. 67's crew, then oversaw the infantry camouflaging the tank. With everything in order, he saw there was still half an hour until dawn. He decided to take a quick nap. After all, he had been feverish the day before and hadn't fully recovered, and they might be engaging in intense battle all day today. As the commander, he couldn't afford to be the weak link. But he woke up less than an hour later, feeling exceptionally spirited, not at all like someone who had been gravely ill the day before. He stood up and noticed that Ludmila and Sufang were sleeping not far from him. Ludmila was sprawled across the table, her face resting on her hands, drooling all over the table. Sufang, meanwhile, was seated on a bench, leaning against the armrest, having fallen asleep there. He had managed to get a good amount of sleep the day before, but these two girls had been busy with the mess and hadn't shut their eyes at all. He took the towel blanket covering himself and draped it over Ludmila. Then he switched to an overhead perspective to check on the enemy situation, as if covering her with the blanket had drained all his tenderness. Damn, relying on the Allies' field of view isn't showing much of the enemy movement, I'd better climb the tower myself. Wang Zhong put on his shoes as quickly as possible and strode out of the room. The guard at the door, just like the previous day, snapped to attention the moment he saw him come out. The sound of the guard's heels clicking together woke Sufang. Rubbing her eyes, the girl asked, "My lord, the count." Ludmila also got up and asked, "Elisha." Then they both realized the room was empty and could only look at each other in confusion. "Ah," Ludmila suddenly said, "the towel blanket." She sniffed it and said, "This is Elisha's." Sufang got up and looked out the window. Why is he climbing the water tower as soon as he wakes up? With that, the girl snatched up a hat, straightened her clothes that had become disheveled from sleeping in them, and ran out the door. Ludmila quickly got up, but the edge of the table scraped harshly against her chest, causing her such pain that she sat back down again. Wang Zhong climbed the water tower, his gaze sweeping across the horizon. At this moment, the sun showed just a hint of its edge in the east, while the morning fog had not yet fully dispersed, enveloping the field of view. A flock of pigeons flew across the sky, leaving behind the buzzing of their cooing. If not for the war, Wang Zhong would have surely thought of the classic scene from Laputa, Castle in the Sky, where Pizza blows his trumpet to greet the sunrise. Alas, war ruins everything. In his field of vision, the wreckage of enemy armored vehicles was like pus-filled sores on the skin. Wang Zhong remembered a song, "One day, the smoke of cooking fires will return to the village that faint scent of late harvest rice. One day, angel sleeps peacefully, gently swaying in mother's embrace." There's no time for sentiment, ascertaining the enemy's situation is crucial. Wang Zhong switched to a bird's-eye view, looking over the hillside in front of him. The enemy had encamped in the open field, with over 100 tents pitched neatly and tanks lined up, as well as maintenance vehicles doing repairs. An armored command vehicle bearing the eagle flag was parked near the top of the hill, alongside a command tank marked with an eagle emblem. Next to the tank was a table where Cyclops and an officer Wang Zhong had not seen before were sitting across from each other, drinking coffee. Drinking coffee? Suddenly, Wang Zhong was overcome with anger. If he had a cannon in his hands, he would have loved to fire at the enemy, flipping their table and scattering their pastries. Cry elegance now? You're elegant my ass. What right do invaders have to be elegant? Invaders should lie in the mud like dogs eating shit? Though burning with rage, Wang Zhong still carefully checked for any new heavy weaponry in the enemy camp, like the 88mm anti-aircraft guns. Luckily, although a night had passed, it seemed the enemy hadn't been reinforced much. The artillery he saw was still the same 75mm infantry guns from yesterday, and he didn't even spot any 47mm anti-tank guns. Today looks like a good day to give Cyclops a little surprise. Thinking this, Wang Zhong couldn't help but reveal a fierce grin. N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. It would be even better if he could kill Cyclops with one shot. Unfortunately, the enemy would only observe from the hill, 2 kilometers away from the village. Even if tank number 67 moved forward out of the smoke, it would still be more than 1.5 kilometers away from the hilltop. According to Xiaolisha, at that distance their 76mm guns' accuracy was poor, almost impossible to hit the target. It was a pity that there were too many enemy infantry. Rashly charging forward might leave them vulnerable to anti-tank grenades from the infantry. Furthermore, because of the heavy tank's poor maneuverability and unreliable mechanics, Wang Zhong had to abandon the idea of letting Xiaolisha and his crew go for a thrill ride. If it were a T-34, it would certainly give Cyclops a run for his money. While Wang Zhong was observing, he heard footsteps behind him and switched back to normal vision. As he turned, he saw Sofang climbing the water tower. "You go rest, we won't need you during the day," he said. Sofang clenched her fist. "I can operate the machine gun." "Wang Zhong, there's no machine gun to operate today." Sofang, then, "I." Her eyes darted around as if looking for something she could do. At that moment, Ludmila came up clutching her chest. "Elisha, you." "Wang Zhong, I remember Monkyaka Nyako still has one divine arrow left, right?" Yes, the last one." "Wang Zhong, then you should return to your post and get some rest." Ludmila froze, her hand still on her chest. Wang Zhong then looked at Sofang. "Like this, if you really must find something to do, go to the hospital. There will probably be quite a few casualties today." In truth, if the KV-1 went berserk, there probably wouldn't be many casualties. But, just in case, and mostly, Wang Zhong wanted the two girls to get some rest. Go on, hurry. He urged, if anything goes wrong, we're still relying on you to contact the higher UPS. Oh, so Fang shrank her neck, turned to glance at Ludmila. Let's go, Captain Vasilievna. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong, on the verge of saying something, but in the end, she turned around. Just then, the roar of engines came from the sky. Someone below shouted, air raid. The two girls exchanged glances and rushed toward Wang Zhong, one on each side, tackling him to the ground. Wang Zhong hit the ground hard and was about to protest when he saw a camouflaged airplane flying in from the east. Recognizing the shape of the plane, Wang Zhong laughed out loud because he recognized it as an IL-2 Sturmovik attack aircraft, and a two-seater at that. The plane flew over Upper Pinyi village, then like a cheetah spotting its prey, charged towards the Prussian army to the west. The Prussian army, completely unprepared for an air raid, was caught off guard. The rockets fired from the plane hit a truck, and the Prussians stared at the rising fireball in shock, only scattering in a panic when the plane started strafing. The IL-2 dumped all its remaining rockets on the Prussians' heads, igniting a great fire in the enemy camp. Then the plane circled back and began strafing the ground with its 23mm cannons and machine guns. In just 3 minutes, the enemy camp was littered with dozens of bodies, 7 or 8 trucks were burning, and the injured were wailing everywhere. Through the bird's eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see even Cyclops on the ground, clutching his head. Ha ha ha, how elegant are you now? The IL-2, having completed its attack, flew over Upper Pinyi village again. Wang Zhong pushed the two girls off him and stood up, cheering at the plane, Yura. While the people on the ground didn't have bird's eye view, they could see the black smoke rising from the enemy's side and joined in the chant, Yura. The Ant Air Force was not destroyed. Just this fact alone was enough to boost morale. Along with the soldiers, Wang Zhong turned their joy into a continuous cheer, Yura. On the Prasen army side, Major Shrifen cursed as he stood up. Didn't the Air Force say the Ant Air Force was finished? Are we being attacked by our own Air Force then? Major Franz also got up, wiping the coffee off his uniform with a handkerchief while echoing the sentiment, you can't believe a word from the Air Force. It's said that Duke Meyer diverted all the Air Force's funds to renovate his castle. It seemed that both the old officers of Junker nobility and the emerging juniors had reached a consensus, not to trust the Air Force. Major Shrifen turned and shouted, Adjutant, report the damage. The adjutant came over and saluted, a total of 21 dead, 49 injured, and 7 trucks have been destroyed. Shrifen cursed, damn Air Force, just like that I've lost 2 platoons. 2 platoons. Major Franz said, shouldn't this grudge be counted on the enemy's head? Luckily, last night we received the support of an entire battalion of combat engineers. They were very effective yesterday, and deploying more engineers today should enable us to take it down. Hope so, said Major Shrifen, looking at the sky as if worried the plane that had just attacked might circle back to surprise him. But with such a start this morning, I have a bad feeling. Did last night's sentries spot anything unusual in the village? The adjutant immediately reported, last night's sentries heard engine sounds from the village. Shrifen frowned, our enemy is very cunning, that engine sound might be a deceptive tactic. Didn't the person who shot at tank number 422 yesterday say that they hit it? The chief of staff came over, replacing the adjutant, and replied, yes, the gunner believes they hit the enemy at least once. But since the enemy was still able to counterattack, it seems the hit wasn't critical. Shrifen pursed his lips and after standing and observing the distant village for a moment, he spoke softly, the engine sounds from last night might be a deception. Maybe their tanks have already lost combat capability, and they're using the engine sounds to intimidate us, prevent us from deploying tanks to engage the enemy in the village. At that moment, Captain Hoffman from Tank Crew 170 arrived at the peak, heels snapping together, and shouted, report. Shrifen said, at ease, speak. Hoffman said, I request to join today's assault. I want a one-on-one with that enemy tank No. 422. Idiot! War is not a knight's joust. Shrifen cursed, we are enemies, it's a fight to the death. You'll suffer if you don't grasp this. I assure you, tank number 422 will be destroyed. The anti-people's tanks are too outdated, they only won by tricks. I won't allow them to succeed again. Hoffman said, brimming with confidence. Shrifen stared at him for a few seconds before placing a hand on his shoulder and saying, good, then this morning your platoon will advance with the infantry. He turned to Major Fritz, Hoffman is our best tank operator, and his platoon is our most elite. I've been keeping them in reserve until now. Fritz extended his hand, pleased to work with you, Captain Hoffman. Hoffman quickly shook Fritz's hand. Even though the young emperor now deliberately promoted those who embraced new technology to counter the old officer corps, the rank and file soldiers didn't care much for this, they still respected these old-fashioned Junker nobility officers. Especially Fritz, who was the spitting image of everyone's perception of the old officer corps. Shrifen said, prepare for the assault. We have already been delayed a full 24 hours. If even the artillery battalion stuck in traffic behind us gets here, then our previous rush will have been for nothing. However, Fritz said, the artillery battalion should be arriving soon. We've been stuck here for 24 hours already. We might as well wait for the heavy artillery to arrive, it could reduce casualties. No. Shrifen raised his voice, in Carolingian, we relied on tanks and Stuka's relentless assault and it was only after that we drove the United Kingdom's forces into the sea. Heavy artillery isn't essential, this is modern warfare. Fritz closed his mouth. Wang Zhong, who had been watching the enemy finish their deployment, called out loudly to the people under the water tower, "Take cover! The enemy is about to start artillery preparation." No sooner had his words fallen than the first round of artillery barrage came crashing down. After once again making certain there were no anomalies in the enemy deployment, Wang Zhong, amid the roaring cannonade, strolled down from the water tower and entered the manager's office of the winery. The winery was the only concrete building in town, impervious to the high explosive rounds from the 75mm infantry guns. Of course, if rounds were shot through the windows, they could still injure those inside, but the enemy's covering fire was in high arcs, and the angle of descent meant the shells were not so easily fired through the windows. Inside the room, Wang Zhong looked over the map, seemingly oblivious to the explosions outside. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. He sought the Khazaria kingdom on the map, but only managed to find the name of the region they were currently in, the Duchy of Wostrom. The duchy's terrain was as flat as a pancake, with the small mound to the west of Pinyi probably being one of the few high points in the whole duchy. Furthermore, Wang Zhong also discovered that to the east of Pinyi, there was a large river called the Dibur, with Bogdanovka sitting right on its bank. While Wang Zhong was engrossed in his map study, the shelling outside stopped. He glanced at his watch. How strange, today's barrage was so much shorter than yesterday's. Why has it stopped? Shrifen asked, frowning. The artillery company commander had a bitter expression. The enemy air raid just destroyed our ammunition trucks. We don't have that many shells left. Shrifen's mouth twitched. Franz took the opportunity to suggest, then we should wait for the heavy artillery. Have the mortars smoke bomb, begin the assault. Shrifen interrupted Franz. Also, contact the Air Force and have them take their responsibilities seriously. Yes. Wang Zhong once again climbed up the water tower and indeed saw the enemy's mortars laying down smoke. The fall of smoke bombs was not a bit different from yesterday. Wang Zhong was unsure whether to call the enemy rigid or praise them for being well-trained and striving for perfection. As the smoke spread properly, the enemy's assault troops began to move out. And when the sound of engines reached this side, the hidden number 67 heavy tank at the edge of the village also fired up, rolled out of its hiding spot, and charged along the road toward the ambush position. But no, calling it an ambush isn't quite right. It should be a position for a head-on confrontation with the enemy. Within the enemy's attack column, Wang Zhong spotted a familiar face, the number 170 Mark III tank. It was this very tank that had previously, from a distance of 2 kilometers, precisely hit and detonated the church bell tower with a single shot, causing the large bell to fall from above. The cracked bell still lay on the street now. The enemy had sent their elite forces forward. Looking closely at tank number 170, there were 2 gold rings and 3 silver rings on its barrel. While Wang Zhong didn't know what the Prasen people's regulations were in this timeline, he was aware that the Sturmtiger's single-soldier tank destruction medal went from 5 silvers to 1 gold. If these kill rings followed the same principle, then tank number 170 had already destroyed 13 tanks. Elite indeed. If it were taken out here, how many tank operators' lives could be spared? At the thought, Wang Zhong couldn't help but feel pleased. Just then, at the edge of his vision, he saw a heavy truck enter his field of view and then stop. The hairs on the back of his neck bristled instantly. Such heavy trucks were usually used to tow heavy artillery, and heavy howitzers over 100 millimeters were not often brought so close to the front line. After all, such guns had ranges of a dozen kilometers or more, making it unnecessary to bring them to the front line. Only direct-fire guns would be brought to the front line. A heavy truck towing a direct-fire gun, Wang Zhong could think of only one kind. No, he had to confirm what this truck was towing. Wang Zhong darted down the water tower like a shot, untied Bucephalus that was tied to a stake at the door, mounted the horse, and galloped away. The guard at the entrance of the winery saw him and quickly shouted, "Count, where are you going? I'll be back soon, hold your position." As he spoke, Bucephalus dashed through the battered streets of Upper Pinyi. The soldiers hiding behind cover all popped their heads out to watch Wang Zhong. "Are we charging?" someone asked. In the current situation, Wang Zhong knew that if he really gave the order to charge, this bunch might actually leave their houses and follow him on horseback into the wild. So he yelled out, "Stay put, remember your mission? Don't move, stay where you are." As he shouted, he left the village and, at the village entrance, he pulled the reins and Bucephalus came to an abrupt halt. At the village entrance, he could clearly see that the heavy truck was actually towing a pontoon bridge. Then he remembered, he had indeed seen several rivers on the map. If the enemy wanted a swift advance, they had to consider the possibility of the anti-army blowing up bridges. Wang Zhong felt slightly relieved, but then thought since he had come to the village entrance, wouldn't it be better to advance another 500 meters and get a clear view of the enemy's arrangements? With smoke cover anyway, even if the enemy pursued him, their commander, they would be stopped by Tank 67. So Wang Zhong continued to spur his horse forward, all the while observing the enemy's movements from an overhead perspective. In addition to the bridge-building team, Wang Zhong also saw many heavy engineering vehicles. It seemed the enemy would have more combat engineers joining the attack. Just then, Wang Zhong suddenly heard someone call out to him, "Count, what are you doing?" He switched from his unrestricted line of sight and saw that Bucephalus had crossed in front of Tank 67, with Xiaolisha in the turret, eyes bulging as he stared at him. "Count." Wang Zhong, I'm going to scout the enemy, don't worry. After that, Wang Zhong continued forward. After switching his perspective, he even saw the armored recovery vehicle. They were repairing a damaged Panzer III. Good grief, was there an enemy combined arms battalion right in front of him? Had the concept of combined arms battalions emerged this early in this timeline? With the aid of the, Wang Zhong could see the color of the enemy's underwear as clear as day. He was enjoying the thrill of exploiting his advantage when he suddenly felt he might have gone too far forward. Snapping back to reality, he switched back to his own perspective, only to find that there was no smoke ahead. Bucephalus had run too fast. He immediately pulled hard on the reins. Bucephalus, a bit overexcited, almost failed to stop, even rearing up on its forehooves. Wang Zhong managed, with some difficulty, to bring the spirited mount to a halt. Flustered, his actions caused Bucephalus to end up sideways across the road. Then, he found himself face to face with the enemy's great army. This was awkward. Now, he truly felt sweat soaking his back. But from Major Schriffen's perspective, the situation was quite different. The Major, with his sharp hearing, had long heard the rumbling of engines from the anti-side and lifted his binoculars, eager to see what sort of fool wanted to use outmoded tanks in an open field against the invincible Prussian armored forces. However, anti-tank commanders seemed cowardly, preferring not to open their hatches and poke their heads out to observe. Just as Major Schriffen was thinking this, a white horse emerged from the smoke. Astride the white horse was a dashing general. The general pulled the reins and the white horse reared up grandly on its forelegs. Major Schriffen was no Junker noble and knew nothing of horsemanship, but the old Junker noble Major Franz next to him exclaimed in admiration, "Fine horsemanship, that move is a threat to the opponent in a horsemanship contest. He's expressing his contempt for us." The Major pursed his lips. At that moment, the general made his white horse turn sideways, blocking the road. "Franz, the meaning of this move is..." "I know." Schriffen squeezed the words through his teeth, "It says we can't advance a step further." "Franz, yes. By the way, that's a fine horse. It could sell for at least 300,000 marks in the capital, Germania." Suddenly, Schriffen snatched up the wireless phone. "Hoffmann. Kill that general? But don't hurt the horse." "What?" Franz exclaimed in shock, "That's not gentlemanly." Schriffen sneered, "No need for chivalry towards inferior races." Then, visible on the hillside, Tank 170 came to a halt. It was 1,000 meters away from the White Horse General and Schriffen had no doubt that Hoffmann could hit the target with precision. The turret of Tank 170 began to rotate. In a flash, another steel beast tore out from behind the White Horse General through the smoke. This beast was bigger than any tank in the Prussian Empire. Its tracks crushed the helmets left behind by fleeing soldiers, and the powerful roar of its engine echoed across the plain. Wang Zhong shouted to number 67, "Hit that 170. Fearing the tank couldn't see where number 170 was, he also stretched his hand toward the direction of 170. Tank number 170, with Commander Hoffmann, suddenly changed the order, "Target that big tank. Don't be afraid, anti-people's tanks are all show, and we're loaded with armor-piercing shells. Take it down." To execute the order not to harm the horses, Hoffmann had the loader load armor-piercing shells. Although armor-piercing shells do contain explosive charges, their fuse wouldn't activate when hitting a person. This design originated from the experience summarized by the Prussian Empire during the Castilian Civil War and the Carolingian campaign, where armor-piercing shells were to have the ability not to detonate when piercing some soft targets, allowing them to shoot through targets like wooden houses to strike enemy armor hidden behind. Therefore, a skilled gunner could naturally use armor-piercing shells to accurately kill a person mounted on horseback, and incidentally, not harm the horse. Now, this armor-piercing shell naturally undertook the task of sending the enemy's huge object sky-high. Hoffmann was full of confidence, and the moment he fired before the enemy did, he felt he had won. The projectile struck the giant tank like lightning, leaving a trail of sparks on the mantelet. The huge tank continued forward as if nothing had happened and aimed its gun at Hoffmann while moving. It fired directly. Because it was firing on the move, the shot hit the ground. But before Hoffmann could breathe a sigh of relief, the shell ricocheted and hit tank number 170. "Hoffmann, quick!" Watching tank number 170's turret flying into the sky, Wang Zhong burst into loud laughter. Such an ace crew, if replaced with a Tiger or Panther tank, who knows how many of our soldiers they would kill. At this point, 3 enemy tanks stopped, seemingly readying to shoot. Wang Zhong immediately turned his horse around and took off. As he passed by tank number 67, he also patted the top of the tank gun's turret and said a word of blessing. Then he plunged into the smoke. Inside tank number 67, the driver Ashka asked through the intercom, "What was the Marquis doing here?" Lieutenant Xiaolisha replied, "You don't understand? He assigned us this suicide mission, so he came to the front himself to show he shares life and death with us." After saying that, Xiaolisha laughed, "The Marquis probably doesn't know, we simply can't die." The gunner also laughed, "I actually wish there were more enemies to kill." The loader chimed in, "Armor-piercing shell, ready. Emergency stop." The tank braked hard, causing everyone's heads to hit the armor. Even with their cushioned tank helmets, anti-army tankers often suffered bruises after driving for a day. "Xiaolisha, find the nearest target. Take out that 171. Fire." The roar of the main gun shook everyone's ears, and the whole combat room filled with the smell of gunpowder. The brass shell casing fell onto the floor of the combat room, making a crisp sound. Through the narrow view of the commander's periscope, Xiaoyusha saw tank number 171 stop. At this point, the enemy's counterattack followed, and everyone in the tank could hear the thud of enemy armor-piercing shells hitting the armor. Ashka shouted, "They're really enthusiastic." With nothing else to do at the moment, the driver took up the hull machine gun and began to rattlingly sweep the enemy's skirmish line. Xiaoyusha, load high-explosive shells? I think these enemy tanks don't need armor-piercing shells. High-explosive shells can also kill surrounding infantry. The loader shoved a high-explosive shell into the breech and swung the breech block closed. High-explosive shell, ready. Xiaoyusha, turret turn left 6 degrees, no, make it 7. Fire. Although the commander's viewing port was very small, Xiaoyusha still saw the enemy tank engulfed in flames, Prasen tankers covered in fire escaping from their tank and scattering. High-explosive effective? Continue with high-explosive. Keep turning the turret left. High-explosive, ready. Fire. Shrifen put down his binoculars and eagerly asked his chief of staff, "What kind of tank is this?" The chief of staff and several staff officers were frantically flipping through the battlefield recognition manuals issued by the headquarters. Wait a moment, still searching. Useless? Hurry up. After scolding the staff, Shrifen picked up his binoculars again. The tank with tactical number 67 simply sat on the road, calling out the most elite tank crews under Shrifen's command one by one. The armor of Prasen tanks was like nothing in front of that big gun tube. One hit, one kill. On Prasen's side, the attacks on the enemy were like scratching an itch, producing nothing but sparks and no effect whatsoever. In an instant, half of the tank platoon had turned into scrap metal, and the situation for the infantry was even worse. There was no cover in the open field, and they were being mercilessly mowed down by enemy machine guns. Thankfully, the wheat in the field was tall, and the infantry could hide their figures by lying down. But Major Shrifen couldn't be happy at all. His armored forces couldn't just lie down in the grass. Prasen's armor advantage, had it all been wiped out just like that? Why would there be such a tank? At this moment, the chief of staff finally turned to a tank and shouted, "Found it? It's a T-34 model. Front armor 60 mm. In real history, the German army initially always mistook the KV-1 for the T-34. Shrifen, the hell is 60 mm? How could 60 mm possibly stop our armor-piercing shells? Chief of Staff, wait a second, there is a note here. This model of tank uses sloped armor, so the effective thickness from a perpendicular shot shouldn't be considered as 60 mm. Shrifen got anxious, then the hell should we do? There's no mention of that here. The General Staff Headquarters has no data either. Shrifen swore under his breath. At that time, Major Franz suggested, release smoke, cover the remaining tanks as they retreat, and have the infantry engage in close combat. Shrifen thought for a moment, then nodded, that's all we can do. Wang Zhong noticed that the other side had begun releasing smoke. There were only 2 attacking tanks left, they both started to retreat. And the enemy infantry, under the cover of smoke, began to approach Tank 67. I have a mask, so I'm not afraid of smoke, but Xiaoyusha doesn't. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly had an idea. He rode Bucephalus to the front of Boy Mansion, the defensive focus of Yegorov. Yegorov? Are any of the enemy's half-tracks intact? Yegorov poked his head out. There is one, what's up? Wang Zhong, get someone to take the flamethrower we captured yesterday, where the enemy's cuirass, get on the half-track and follow me. 7 minutes later, a half-track was armed. Sitting on it was a sergeant with a flamethrower, 2 corporals in armor wielding submachine guns, a private manning the front machine gun, and a second lieutenant from the supply company driving. Wang Zhong was still riding the white horse, but now he had brought a submachine gun and suspended the ammo belt on the saddle, then glanced at this small force. Follow me. Where my submachine gun fires, aim the flamethrower there. After giving brief instructions, Wang Zhong galloped off once more. Bucephalus was indeed a fine horse. After running back and forth over a couple of kilometers, it had only broken a slight sweat, its stamina was plenty. It carried Wang Zhong, leading the charge out of the village, and the half-track made a great effort to catch up from behind. While galloping, Wang Zhong surveyed the terrain. First, he passed through the smoke to reach Tank 67, where he patted the hatch. Xiaoyusha popped out of the hatch, the enemy released smoke, they're cunning. Wang Zhong, you pull back. I'll lead the infantry upwind to set the fire, let's burn them all. Xiaoyusha laughed, that's a good idea. In the meantime, the half-track passed through the smoke, and Wang Zhong immediately ordered, turn upwind. Follow me. He turned his horse around, kicked the horse's belly, and Bucephalus started to run nimbly and briskly. Tank 67 was started up and began to back into the still dispersing smoke, while the half-track followed Wang Zhong towards the upwind direction. Wang Zhong sped against the wind until he almost reached the advancing enemy skirmishers. Then he raised his submachine gun and began to spray bullets in a chosen direction. It didn't matter if he hit anything, the most important thing was to signal the direction. Nov, L, B // JNN. The half-track caught up, with the machine gunner firing green tracer rounds in the same direction. The flamethrower operator stood up and began to shoot flames in the direction of the tracer rounds. Wang Zhong, start up, keep it moving. Burn as you go, no need to see the enemy. He could already hear enemy screams in the smoke. Wang Zhong, burn them to death. Major Franz put down his binoculars, unable to bear watching any longer. Grassland fires spread quickly in the summer, and a wildfire starting from the upwind direction would soon sweep across the entire grassland. Troops lying in the grass were at risk of being burned to death. Without waiting for Schriffen's orders, he commanded his aide-de-camp directly, fire signal flares, retreat, and have someone immediately establish fire breaks in the grass, or we'll be burned too. Schriffen, I am the commander of the combat group. Major Franz turned to him, then please give the order. If we don't retreat now, the troops will just become fertilizer for the grassfield in the fire. Major Schriffen's face was stern, and it took a second before he ordered, retreat, and create isolation strips in the grass at the same time. Damned enemy, why didn't they set fire to the grassland yesterday? Perhaps they didn't have a flamethrower, said Major Franz. Such a brilliantly cunning general would not have failed to think of this. Wang Zhong returned to the entrance of the village, looking at the large fire sweeping across the grassland, and slapped his thigh. Damn, I should have set a fire in a night raid last night. With so many instances of fire warfare and night raids in the Romance of the Three Kingdoms, even combined night raids and fire attacks, how could I forget? I failed as a Chinese. Oh Marquis, I have let you down. The others didn't know what he was thinking and cheered, Yura. Burn them to death. This is so satisfying. Yura. The fluctuating cries of Yura made it seem like the soldiers' morale was even higher than the flames sweeping across the grassland. Wang Zhong had hoped the wildfire would blaze through and blow away the Prasen people. But he soon discovered the enemy had used bulldozers to clear a fire break, and any scattered flames were quickly extinguished with hand grenades. As a child, Wang Zhong watched the little soldier Zhang Jie, where the guerrillas set the enemy's watchtower on fire, only to have the enemy put out the fire with hand grenades. Initially, he thought it was an over-the-top anti-Japanese drama, but later he heard from old veterans that it was actually true. It turned out that even children's films back then could have veterans who had real combat experience as military consultants, unlike the later anti-Japanese dramas. It seemed that this wildfire strategy wasn't so easy to use after all. The fire kept burning until 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Mounted on his white horse, Wang Zhong looked out over the grassland, which had become a stretch of ashes, and couldn't help but think about the scenery he had seen that morning. The stark contrast between the two landscapes made him acutely aware of the presence of war. The sight brought to his mind the song "One Day, the Smoke Will Return to the Village," that faint smell of late rice, fragrant in the evening. Now was not the time for sentimentality. After the big fire had consumed all the wild grass, it gradually died out, and the enemy could launch an attack at any moment. Xiaolisha, peeking out from atop the turret of the same pulled-back 67th heavy tank gun at the village entrance, asked, "My Lord Earl, how shall we fight this time?" Wang Zhong said, "I suspect the enemy will use smoke to gradually close in on you, so we can't leave you out in the open like before. The good news is that the fire has scorched all the grass, so the enemy can no longer hide in it. I suggest you park next to that house." He pointed towards the southwest, at a small building on the edge of the village. As a house on the village edge, the small building had been fought over repeatedly, its roof torn off, and several big holes in its walls, the whole structure vulnerable to collapse at any time. Wang Zhong said, "There, your cannon can cover 2 main village entrances, and we can set up crossfire on both sides of the village to protect you, gunning down any enemy trying to rush over and throw grenades. We can also lay an ambush with submachine gunners behind the low walls on both sides of you, making sure the enemy's advance is met with fierce resistance." Xiaolisha nodded, "Very good. But I have a question, why didn't we hold the outer defenses of the village before? I noticed that few buildings on the perimeter bear the marks of direct hits from tank guns." Wang Zhong replied, "Because defending the outskirts of the village makes it easy to be targeted directly by enemy tanks, and our most effective anti-tank weapon is the Molotov cocktail, which is why we let the enemy come into fight at close quarters, giving us a chance to destroy their tanks in the melee." He paused, then added, "We had a few T-28s at the time, and it's clearly unrealistic for this kind of tank to engage in open firefights with the enemy, isn't it?" "Indeed," Xiaolisha said with a grin, "now we're here, we can engage the enemy in the open, and we'll make sure to take out the enemy before they destroy our machine gun positions." Wang Zhong cautioned, "Don't be so sure, Lieutenant, the enemy might use smoke to obstruct your vision, and those Prasen people are quite skilled at using it. Then we can be mobile and bypass their cover." "Leave it to me," Xiaolisha said, patting his chest with a proud smile. Wang Zhong patted his shoulder and then rode his horse straight to Lord Boy's manor, planning to tell Yegorov to adjust the deployment. But after only a few steps, he saw Yegorov approaching with a group of men. From a distance, the regiment commander shouted, "I guess we should take advantage of our firepower on the outskirts of the village, so I've already ordered everyone to adjust their positions. Don't worry about the machine gun position I chose." Wang Zhong nodded. Although he had cheats, he was still a novice with no military experience, still growing and learning. Leaving the placement of the machine guns to the old soldier Yegorov was the best course of action. Still, Wang Zhong felt he needed to offer a few words of advice to highlight his role as the commander. He said, "Ensure a clear field of fire, fully cover the 67th vehicle, and organize a squad of veterans skilled in hand-to-hand and close-range combat to stand by around the tanks, ready to take down any approaching enemy troops. Let Sergeant Grigory take care of this task, Yegorov replied. With him there, the enemy's infantry won't get close. Wang Zhong nodded and decided to return to his VIP spot, atop the water tower. This position allowed him to clearly see everything around him, and he could quickly enter the concrete distillery for cover once the enemy's artillery preparation began. No sooner had he climbed up the water tower than the enemy started firing smoke. This time there was no artillery preparation. Wang Zhong was extremely surprised and hurriedly checked the enemy's artillery position, afraid that the enemy was up to some fierce trick, such as dismantling their guns and carrying them to the front line to assemble and fire at ground level. Then he realized he had been overthinking it. The enemy's infantry guns simply seemed to be out of shells. Could it be that this morning's solo raid by the IL-2 had blown up the enemy's ammo storage? Could it be such a coincidence? No, the IL-2 pilot must have deliberately targeted what looked like a stack of supplies to shoot their rockets at, hitting either canned food or ammunition. Well done. Wang Zhong silently gave a thumbs up to the Ant Air Force. Although they only showed up for the first time since the war began, and it was just a single aircraft, they did a good job. Throughout the fierce battles of the day, casualties caused by enemy artillery preparation accounted for at least 60%, with the remainder being losses from close-range combat. It was a pity there was only one IL-2. Had there been a squadron of 4, the enemy wouldn't have been able to organize an attack. At this time, in Bogdanovka, 63rd Army's headquarters. Officially it was the 63rd Army's headquarters, but in fact, the Duke of Vostrom himself was also there. As the Duke held the rank of Lieutenant General, the 63rd Army's headquarters was now also the 41st Army Group's headquarters. The Duke was studying a map when his most trusted intelligence staff entered the map room. My lord, the planes that volunteered to support Pini have returned today. The pilot reported no sight of our tanks. It was a group of infantry defending the village of Pini, and there's also a field hospital in the village, visible from the air with a red cross to deter enemy bombing. The Duke cursed. What's going on? Hasn't anyone told them that the Prasen bastards would bomb the Red Cross? These pieces of shit, afraid that the veterans will recover and return to the front as experienced soldiers, are deliberately targeting the hospitals. The staff officer noticed the Duke's slip of the tongue but hesitated and did not point it out. The Duke cursed, took a breath, and then asked, why is there a field hospital? From where did this field hospital retreat? That's not something we know, the intelligence staff answered. There are far too many field hospitals that we've lost contact with now. At this moment, the commander of the 63rd Army spoke up. Yesterday, locals were continuously arriving with horse-drawn carts carrying wounded soldiers. They said they were from the Ronid City Field Hospital. The Duke immediately rushed to the map table to check the map. Ronid? Weren't all of our forces there wiped out? It seems not. The wounded also said that they belong to the 3rd Rear Amur Group and are now under the command of Count Rokosov. Why didn't you tell me yesterday? The Duke demanded. The commander spread his hands. I only found out myself just now. The wounded soldiers were brought in by the local carts last night, and it was all chaos then. At this point, the Chief of Staff of the 41st Army Group concluded, so, the situation is clear. Yesterday the village of Pini sent out a distress signal, indicating that they have a him monk there, very likely a scattered monk retreating from Ronid who joined the fleeing soldiers en route. Then the fleeing soldiers encountered the remnants of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, which had been prepared to defend Pini, and they organized a defense on the spot. The military bishop of the 41st Army Group spoke. I mostly agree with this assessment. Although the enemy would deliberately slaughter clergy, there should still be some that managed to escape. The Duke leaned on the map table with both hands. This Count Rokosov can't be that playboy brother of the Crown Prince, the good-for-nothing and ignorant Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, can it? Everyone exchanged glances. After the Civil War, civilians could become officers too, so at this moment all the civilian officers present shut their mouths, as they were not very familiar with the notorious Count. However, the nobly born Chief of Staff of the Army Group added, which other Rokosov could it be? If we had known this earlier, we wouldn't have sent reinforcements. Surely this prodigal was just frightened out of his wits? It's highly probable the enemy isn't much of a problem. After all, even infantry could hold them back. The intelligence staff interjected. According to the pilot's report, the forces attacking Pini are the enemy's armored grenadiers and tank units. Additionally, combining intelligence from other directions, I personally believe that the force confronting Pini is a mixed combat group led by Major Shrifen, a recipient of the Iron Cross. The headquarters fell silent. The Chief of Staff of the Army Group scoffed. You're telling me that a bunch of rooted soldiers stopped Prasen's elite combat group? Those are veterans who have participated in the Bohemian and Carolingian campaigns, and their commander is a tough one. Since Count Rokosov proved to be so capable, I suggest that when he returns, we should send him to Ltov to reorganize the fleeing soldiers. After pondering, the Duke replied, that also gives him and his troops a chance to rest and regroup. Wang Zhong, of course, was unaware of what was happening back at the headquarters. His focus was entirely on the enemy. Thanks to a cheat, Wang Zhong could see the enemy's formation clearly through the smoke. Besides the infantry skirmish line at the front, the Prasen had also sent tanks on a wide flank, seemingly preparing to attack the side of tank number 67. Unfortunately for them, the KV-1 had good all-around defense, except for the engine at its rear, which was the only weak point. And now, tank number 67 was back against the remains of a house, with its rear shielded. The Prasen devils were about to be disappointed yet again, and the thought filled Wang Zhong with delight. The first Prasen soldier showed up from the smoke. The machine gun mounted on the second floor immediately opened fire. Freed from worrying about direct fire from enemy tanks, the Amur group's machine gunner fought like a man possessed, landing precise shots that dropped several enemies in succession. The remaining enemies all went prone. Their uniforms were black, and the grassland that had just been scorched was also black, providing surprisingly effective camouflage once they hit the ground. Wang Zhong had never imagined the Prasen's dark uniforms could have this effect. He was still in shock when the enemy threw smoke bombs. One has to admit, the Prasen troops really were battle-hardened veterans. They reacted quickly, and the placement of the smoke bombs was accurate. But experience was on this side too. They continued to fire through the smoke, reasoning that since they still had a lot of ammunition left from looting the third group's depot, they might as well use it up, lightening their load for the evening's retreat. More enemies emerged from the thick smoke, and the machine gun fire Yegorov had carefully set up continued to erupt. Without the cover of direct fire, infantry are helpless against machine gun fire. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Not to mention the KV's high explosive shells. The fierce battle raged on. The enemy tanks reached the side and opened fire on tank number 67. Wang Zhong clearly saw the armor-piercing shell hit the side of tank number 67's turret, scraping off the paint. After 2 days of intense fighting, Wang Zhong had never felt this relaxed. He even began to feel like he was playing a game of Storm the Beaches, joyfully shooting at live targets. Just then, Wang Zhong heard an engine noise coming from the sky. This time it was not from the east, where their allies were positioned. He immediately raised his view and then realized that his cheat allowed him to see planes from even greater distances than he could see on the ground. It was rather logical for a cheat, despite being one. He saw a whole squadron of Stukas heading towards Pinyi. Trouble. Wang Zhong knew at a glance that these Stukas were the B2 model because he had flown them in games. He knew that in maximum load, they could carry 1 500 kilograms big potato and 450 kilograms little potatoes. The little potatoes couldn't threaten the KV-1 unless they were dropped with pinpoint accuracy, but the 500 kilograms big potato was no joke. Tank number 67 had to get moving. A stationary target was too easy to hit. Wang Zhong rushed down the water tower, expertly untied Bucephalus's reins, mounted, and galloped away in a cloud of dust. Wang Zhong spurred his horse into a gallop, dashing out of the village. Most of the machine gun fire was on the second floor, so Wang Zhong wasn't shot down by friendly fire. As he charged towards Xiaoyush's tank crew, a tank shell fired by the enemy was deflected by tank number 67, which blew off Wang Zhong's hat. Wang Zhong had no time to care about that. As he sped along he shouted loudly, "Enemy planes are coming, get moving." At this moment, the engine's roar was already overhead, and lifting his head, Wang Zhong saw the dark shadows of enemy planes against the setting sun. Wang Zhong shouted, "Move! Dive towards the belly of the enemy planes." This type of Stuka has serious locking issues during a dive, it's not good at hitting moving targets. However, Xiaoyush's crew showed no response, N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Faithful to protocol, Xiaoyusha was hunkering down inside the tank turret during combat, and with the tank's own mechanical roaring, he probably couldn't hear Wang Zhong's shouts at all. Wang Zhong had never cursed the anti-Empire's terrible radio level so much. He glanced at the enemy planes above, feeling that any second now he would hear the infamous death scream of a Stuka dive. At this point, he saw a nearby infantryman carrying a captured smoke bomb and he called out, "Give me a smoke bomb." The infantryman turned out to be Sergeant Grigori, who, upon hearing Wang Zhong's shout, directly unhooked the belt carrying smoke bombs and flung it precisely onto Bucephalus's saddle. Wang Zhong pulled out a smoke bomb and, after pulling the pin, held it in his hand, but in his haste handled it upside down, causing smoke to spray out and smother his face. He quickly tossed away the smoke bomb and pulled a new one. Then, he tugged the reins to make Bucephalus run upwind, trying to use the smoke to cover tank number 67. As an experienced War Thunder player, Wang Zhong was aware of how difficult it was to search for the enemy in the sky. Moreover, real-world smoke would drift with the wind, and if the battlefield was filled with smoke, the enemy aircraft could only drop bombs blindly. In the midst of the chaos, a Prussian soldier suddenly emerged in front of Wang Zhong. The enemy was startled by the sight of the white horse, and it took him a moment to think to shoot, but Bucephalus kicked him back into the smoke. Wang Zhong hadn't even had time to react. He hadn't switched to the overhead view and so had no idea the enemy had gotten so close. Wasn't pulling this smoke actually helping the enemy get closer to the tanks? He quickly switched to an aerial view to confirm the position of the nearby enemies. Looking down, he saw the enemy planes circling overhead. Could it be that the enemy's radio technology had improved to the point of coordinating between the air and ground, and the enemy planes knew that their biggest threat below was one heavy tank? They wouldn't drop bombs without being sure where the heavy tank was? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, Wang Zhong saw an infantry officer on the ground pull out a flare gun and fire it towards where tank number 67 was parked. A red flare traced an arc through the sky, heading towards tank number 67. There was guidance from the ground. Was this really an army from the time of Operation Barbarossa? Wang Zhong could see it all too clearly from the overhead view, and naturally, so could the enemy aircraft. The enemy plane rolled into a diving posture. The famous shriek of the Stuka tore at Wang Zhong's eardrums. Just then, tank number 67 began to move, whether it was because the smoke had obscured their line of sight, making it impossible to shoot, or because they heard the death scream. Anyway, it started moving. Seeing this, Wang Zhong pulled the reins and turned to flee. He had done everything he could, now it was up to the crew's fate. At the first loud bang, Wang Zhong distinctly felt the wind blow from behind him. This was followed by a series of massive explosions. From the sound alone, Wang Zhong felt Tank No. 67's crew was done for. Looking down from the aerial view, indeed he saw tank number 67 had stopped, settling in the plain, with several large craters visible from the air nearby. The enemy plane, having completed its bombing run, was pulling up, seemingly planning to find an angle to drop the 50 kilograms little sweet potatoes hanging beneath its wings. Although 50 kilograms was small among aerial bombs, for ground troops, one of these was akin to a gas cylinder. Even if you were lying down, the blast wave could still cause serious injury. At this moment, Wang Zhong saw Sergeant Grigori leading a squad of submachine gunners charge forward, using the craters from the aerial bombs as cover to protect tank number 67. Wang Zhong remembered his previous order to this group: protect the heavy tank at all costs and take down any approaching enemy. Even without knowing whether the tank had been destroyed, the order was being faithfully executed. The only good news was that the 500 kilograms heavy aerial bombs blast had dispersed the smoke, giving Grigori's group a clear line of sight and the chance to maximize the firepower of their submachine guns. The enemy infantry rushing up only had submachine guns for the officers, so it was natural that they were outgunned in the firefight. Suddenly, a stick grenade was thrown towards the crater. Sergeant Grigori threw his submachine gun to the side and caught the grenade, tossing it back. The explosion sent the Prussian who threw it tumbling. But taking advantage of the submachine gun's pause in fire, more grenades were thrown. Sergeant Grigori drew his entrenching tool and, like playing badminton, hit the grenades back one by one. There he was, the Slavic Superman, the originalist art? Just then, the completely silent tank No. 67's engine spewed out a cloud of thick smoke. The enemy troops, who had been swarming forward, stopped in their tracks, terrified by the awakening steel beast. The coaxial machine gun in the turret rang out, and tracers demolished the enemy's remaining morale. But the Stuka came back around. Wang Zhong just happened to run near a machine gun position at the edge of the village and he shouted, "Fire at the sky." There's no visibility on the ground anyway. With smoke covering the ground, machine guns really couldn't be fully utilized. The shooter immediately swung the muzzle of his gun around, then realized he didn't have enough elevation. At that moment, a private hefted the tripod of the machine gun, raising the muzzle higher. The machine gunner immediately opened fire. The tracer rounds futilely tried to stop the fleet of aircraft. Just then, a rocket rose from the ground, its head blooming with a Venus-like glow in the sunset. Divine Arrow? The enemy's lead plane scrambled to evade but was overtaken by the Divine Arrow as it curved in pursuit, plummeting to the ground with thick smoke and flames trailing behind. The remaining enemy planes, unsure of how many more Divine Arrows there were, immediately turned to disengage, swiftly descending to treetop level and sped off. At that moment, a flare shot up from the mountaintop. A yellow flare. Yesterday, when the enemy had ceased their attack, Wang Zhong had seen such a flare too. It must be the signal to stop the attack. Sure enough, the Prasen infantry began to retreat. Shrifen actually couldn't see what was happening in front of him, his view was blocked by smoke. But he clearly heard the tank engines, which had briefly stopped, roar back to life. The enemy tanks are still there. He shouted over the radio, Flying Eagle, I request a second strike. Use your 50 kilograms bombs. All right, this time we see the enemy tanks. Let the infantry pull back a bit," the lead pilot confidently replied over the comm. "It's time to show some real skill." As the words were spoken, a rocket ascended. Shrifen, enemy Divine Arrow launched. "I see it, may Valhalla protect us." Then the communication cut off. Shrifen watched as the lead plane, trailed by billowing smoke and flames, crashed into the ground without any sign of the pilot ejecting. The other aircraft scattered like birds, retreating to low altitude and heading west. Major Franz, damn it, the Air Force really can't be relied on. After saying this, he turned around, and before he could speak, Major Shrifen said, "We should retreat." Major Shrifen turned to look at the sky and continued, "It's getting dark. We have no way to deal with the enemy's heavy tanks. In Carolingian, we used 88mm flak guns against the enemy's B-1 heavy tanks. The anti-aircraft battalion should be up by tomorrow." Wang Zhong, mounted on his white horse, stood at the entrance of the village. The setting sun dipped westward, casting a crimson hue over the entire field. After a relentless gallop and even knocking an enemy airborne, Bucephalus had only broken a small sweat, not even breathing heavily. With the enemy retreating, did it mean the mission was accomplished? There were still 2 hours until 8 o'clock. The enemy likely wouldn't attack in this condition, right? Wang Zhong decided to use this opportunity when the enemy lacked the will to fight to move forward and verify their situation. As long as the enemy had suffered significant losses, it was highly probable they wouldn't attack again today. He gently kicked the horse's belly, and Bucephalus, as if understanding his intent, immediately set off towards the sunset. The wind swept across the battlefield, lifting Wang Zhong's hair. Through his binoculars, Shrifen saw the officer who had come to provoke them in the morning appear again on a white horse. He faced the setting sun with the posture of a victor. Shrifen's teeth clenched with a gritting noise. That bastard! Aim the infantry gun at him? Blast him to bits. Major, the infantry gun is out of ammo. Then use the mortar. The mortar can't hit that accurately. Then use a machine gun? Find a sharpshooter. Our best machine gunners are all dead, Major. Nov, L, B // JNN. Bring my command vehicle? I'll run him over myself. Major, calm down. Wang Zhong looked puzzled at the disorganized enemy. He didn't bother to investigate further, as his objective was already achieved. Confirming that the enemy had suffered heavy losses and lacked the capability to continue the attack, he could leave. If it hadn't been for Bucephalus's bravery today, kicking the enemy soldier into the air, he might have died. Wang Zhong reflected seriously, realizing he still needed to be cautious about preserving his life in the future. Speaking of which, when he had charged out earlier using the smoke to cover the tanks, he hadn't felt a trace of fear. Wang Zhong couldn't help but remember an old lady who had once come to give a talk at his school. The old lady was a sanitary officer who had been recognized with 3 significant merits. Before the reorganization, there were no different levels of merit, only major and minor. She had joked, looking back now, I find it unbelievable. I never knew what fear was back then. Now, when I'm on the street, seeing a pickpocket makes me worry whether he has a knife or accomplices. It seems that the courage I had back then has forever left me. Maybe it's because the dreams I had back then have come true. With that, the old lady beamed with a radiant smile. That kind of courage, now Wang Zhong knew exactly what that kind of courage was. He had somehow resonated with the predecessors of his original timeline, despite having crossed over to this world, and the feeling was remarkable. With such sentiments, Wang Zhong returned to tank number 67, looking at Xiaoyusha, who was bandaging his wounds. How's it going? Xiaoyusha smiled. Still alive. We're all alive. But this buddy has broken down. He patted the turret's top armor. Wang Zhong, can it be fixed? We're retreating at 8 tonight. However, Xiaoyusha shook his head. It can't be fixed. The spare parts we brought have been blown up. The engine can still turn, but who knows when it will break down to, then we can only operate the turret manually. Wang Zhong's chest suddenly tightened. He had a vague premonition that something was about to happen. Xiaoyusha spoke up, we'll keep holding back the enemy here, fighting until the last bullet is fired. You can retreat in peace. Wang Zhong's lips trembled. After a moment, he said, no, I order you to try and fix the tank in the night. If it's not repaired by midnight, abandon the tank and retreat. We'll rendezvous at Bogdanovka. In order to keep Xiaoyusha from disobeying orders, Wang Zhong added, this is an order. Xiaoyusha slowly shook his head, a blood-like hue from the sunset on his face. Sir, we cannot leave the tank to the enemy. If they repair it, they will use it against us. The armor that the enemy can't penetrate, we will also have trouble penetrating. Think about how many of our own people would die if this old comrade falls into enemy hands. If we abandon the tank, we must destroy it. Right now, the enemy fears it, and as soon as it is destroyed, they will immediately begin pursuit. Trust me? Wang Zhong couldn't find the words to reply. Xiaoyusha continued, give us a satchel charge. Then we'll resist until the last moment, and we can even take a few bastards with us using the satchel charge. Wang Zhong watched Xiaoyusha, noticing a gleam in his eyes. Thinking back now, it's incredible how the former me never knew what fear was. Wang Zhong, I've taken your suggestion. Do you have any letters you'd like me to pass on? Yes. Xiaoyusha pulled out a letter from his left breast pocket and handed it to Wang Zhong. The address is written on it. Just mail it for us. I have one too. And mine. Soon, all the letters from Tank No. 67's crew were in Wang Zhong's hands. Clutching the stack of thin sheets, Wang Zhong felt as though they weighed 1,000 pounds. He saw Xiaoyusha and the entire tank crew smiling fearlessly. It took all of his strength to keep from crying in front of these brave young men. He pocketed the letters. His pocket already contained a blood-stained letter. Wang Zhong, mounted on his horse, saluted the soon-to-be dead. Then, he resolutely turned his horse around and headed east. Evening, 8 o'clock sharp. Wang Zhong lowered his hand and looked at the troops already lined up in the street. Compared to 38 hours before, the size of the force had drastically reduced, and nearly everyone was wounded. But everyone, including those with minor injuries in the hospital, was full of vigor. Wang Zhong dismounted, helped a wounded man onto the horse, and then ordered to the entire army, all units, march. The troops set off in silence. Wang Zhong also took steps. He saw the locals who had decided to stay, standing on the roadside, watching them with complex expressions. Wang Zhong, liven up. Let the locals see our spirit. Let them know that one day we will come back to fight. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. Then, the orderly footsteps grew even louder. Wang Zhong felt it wasn't enough, so he shouted, Sifang, start us off with a lively song. We are the army of victory, we must have the bearing of victors. Sifang's voice came from the back of the column. I remember a small town in another province. Peaceful, quiet, and melancholic. With a church, a station, and a tree-lined pathway. In the crowd, I sometimes glimpse that familiar, dear silhouette. More people joined in the chorus. She wore a blue sun hat, a blue short coat, a dark skirt, the silhouette of a young girl. Ah, my brief, passing love. The chorus arrived, everyone singing in unison. The beat of the song mingled with the orderly steps, the forest of bayonets swaying to the song, like an impassable great wall. Tanya? Tanusha? Maitaki-yan? Do you still remember that fiery summer? I can't forget those moments. That time of yearning love. The summer wind blew through the column, bringing the warmth of summer days. Someone unknown whistled playfully, as if scoffing at war and invaders. Tanya? Tanusha? Maitaki-yan? Do you still remember that fiery summer? I can't forget those moments. That time of yearning love. Ludmila walked in the middle of the column, accompanied by the nurses from the field hospital. She kept staring at the white horse carrying wounded soldiers not far away. Sufeng asked curiously, "Why are you looking at the white horse?" Ludmila whispered, "He would have never let the wounded use his white horse before, definitely not." Who? Sufeng didn't catch on at first, then realized, oh, he's grown up, that word is, yes, transformation. I read a book about insects. Many insects start as larvae and end up inside a cocoon, and when they emerge, they turn into butterflies. Ludmila looked at Sufeng. The book of insects? The one written by that Carolingian biologist. Seems like it. Ludmila shook her head and continued watching the white horse. Can people really change that completely? Isn't there a saying that it's easier to change rivers and mountains than one's nature? I grew up with him. He was a jerk since childhood, just grew up to be a lecherous jerk. But now, I feel like he's a completely different person. Just then, a senior nurse walking in front of them turned around and said, "Miss, you may not realize this, but men change when they go to war." This is what my mother said. My father was also a jerk in his youth, then he went to war in Anatolia, and he changed. My mother has long forgotten the events of the war, but my father remembers everything, who commanded which unit, which general was a hero and which a coward. He remembers it all. If other old men come to visit at our house, they could sit in the living room and babble about these things all day long. War is like magic for men. In war, they either die or turn into men who can stand on their own 2 feet. This auntie-nurse was evidently a chatterbox. Once she started talking, there seemed to be no end, just rattling on and on. Finally, she concluded with a verdict: the count must be the same. The wounded in the hospital talk about how the count rides his white horse through the artillery fire. If they were young ladies, they'd probably be smitten by now. Sufeng looked awkwardly to the side. Ludmila still frowned, but at the beginning of the war, he still, never mind, forget I said anything. It must be some mistake if Elisha is actually charming enough to bewitch girls. The auntie-nurse burst into laughter. Elisha Wang Zhong didn't care at all what the girls were talking about. He took a few steps and then looked back, always feeling like he heard the sound of an explosion. Walking beside Wang Zhong, Yegorov comforted him. The enemy suffered more losses than we did. They won't attack tonight. Maybe by tomorrow the vehicle will be fixed, and they could even reach Bogdanovka and join up with us. Wang Zhong nodded. Let's hope so. If the enemy doesn't attack tonight, we should allow them to retreat. They want to blow up the vehicle. As soon as the vehicle explodes, the enemy will be alerted. Yegorov paused before adding, moreover, maybe they can hold out in Piniyi for another day, giving the 63rd Army at Bogdanovka more time to prepare their defenses. Pavlov chimed in. They came from Bogdanovka, so they know what the defense line looks like. Maybe they deliberately stayed behind. Wang Zhong nodded. If that's the case, we must carry on their will and continue the fight. Of course. Wang Zhong then asked, what's the process for applying for a medal? Although it was strange for an officer to ask such a question, Wang Zhong's original identity was that of a dissolute scholar, so it somehow seemed not that surprising coming from him. Pavlov clicked his tongue. The application for a medal has to be signed by the military bishop, and you blew up the bishop. Wang Zhong corrected. I blew up the spy posing as the bishop. Yegorov then turned and asked, hey, do we still have a military chaplain in the troops? In the darkness, someone replied, all dead, Commander. The chaplains are usually the first to die. Yegorov spread his hands to Wang Zhong in resignation. Pavlov went on, our situation is a bit tricky. The entire higher command structure is wiped out, left in Ronid. From the clerical orders, only a divine arrow squad is left. We don't even know after reaching Bogdanovka who we will be taking orders from. Wang Zhong, it doesn't matter who commands. As long as we can fight the Prussian devils, that's good enough. At that moment, he suddenly remembered something important he had been fighting all along and had no idea what the date was today. So he feigned nonchalance and said, with these ceaseless battles, I've almost forgotten what date it is today. Pavlov, June 29th, the first Sunday after the war started. Damn, it's actually Sunday today. Yegorov also had a sudden realization, a week into the war already? I remember the night before it started, I was planning to try out some high-class art, so I bought a ticket for the Ronid Grand Theatre, and ended up falling asleep straight through, not even waking up for the applause. Wang Zhong scratched his head. It's only been a week since the war started. Yeah, just a week. And yet we've lost Ronid. The Prussians are advancing much faster than us during the winter campaign and the Civil War. Pavlov clicked his tongue. Although they are the enemy, you have to admit they are formidable. Wang Zhong, fortunately, the enemy advanced quickly, so we were not hit by heavy artillery. If the enemy's heavy artillery came up, we'd all have to fill the gap with our bodies. As he spoke, he recalled the feeling of being bombarded by the enemy Navy's 381mm guns and sincerely hoped it wouldn't happen again. At this moment, the first light of dawn began to appear in the east. Wang Zhong glanced at his watch and realized it was almost daylight. Without realizing it, he had walked through the night. But Wang Zhong didn't feel tired at all. Before he realized he had walked all night, he hadn't felt any discomfort in his legs, but now they began to swell and exhibit the fatigue of a long march. Wang Zhong, when can we get to Bogdanovka? Just then, the scout riding a grey horse returned and saluted Wang Zhong. Count, there's a farmhouse ahead. Yegorov, is there a well? Yes, comrade commander. Yegorov immediately turned to Wang Zhong. I suggest we rest at the farmhouse for 15 minutes, and fill our water bottles. It was at that moment that Wang Zhong realized he was sweating profusely and his mouth was very dry. So he nodded, rest at the farmhouse. Arrange the sentries, be on guard for pursuers. Yegorov immediately turned to give the order. Calling it a farmhouse was actually a bit of a stretch. It was just a small complex of a single-story house, stables, and a granary, surrounded by a waist-high wall. The granary was a tall silo, and upon seeing it, Wang Zhong reflexively wanted to climb up to survey the surroundings. To him now, tall buildings were like the watchtowers in the Assassin's Creed game series, naturally alluring and begging to be climbed. A three-generational family lived in the farmhouse, and under the lead of the old man Alexandrovich, they welcomed Wang Zhong and his group. My lord, the old man said, glancing at the troops entering the yard, have you suffered a defeat? Are the Prussians coming soon? Wang Zhong, we won, held off an attack from an enemy several times our size, and completed our mission to delay their advance, sir. The old man, so, the Prussians are coming soon, right? Right, you should run with us. We have our defenses at Bogdanovka. After Wang Zhong finished, Pavlov added, the trains there should still be operational. Take the train back east. But the old man shook his head, my wife and I can't walk anymore. Can you take my daughter-in-law and grandchildren? My son left the day the war started, to join the army. He said we would quickly defeat the enemy and if he didn't enlist right away, he'd miss his chance for glory. He even talked about coming back a noble. As the old man spoke, a look of sorrow appeared in his eyes. We won't be able to defeat the enemy quickly, will we? Wang Zhong, indeed. Pavlov, the hospital could still use nurses, couldn't it? Let this lady join. Pavlov, looking troubled, the lady is fine, but the children? Nov, L, B /JNN. Wang Zhong, let them come along. There will definitely be nurseries in the rear. We can leave them at a nursery when the time comes. Yes. Pavlov gestured for the daughter-in-law to come. Just then, the sound of an engine came from the sky. Sergeant Major Grigory, who had been on guard next to Wang Zhong and the others, shouted, take cover. Wang Zhong, don't worry, it's our plane. He had already seen the plane approaching from the east through a bird's-eye view. The soldiers who had just hit the ground were climbing up when an IL-2 appeared against the morning light in the east. Yegorov muttered, the number is the same as the plane from yesterday, it's the same one. Wang Zhong, it's the same one that helped us yesterday. Sergeant Major Grigory led the shout, hurrah. Amidst the shouts of hurrah, the plane flew low over their heads, and they could clearly see the rockets mounted under its wings. The plane seemed to hear the sounds from the ground and rolled 60 degrees, allowing the pilot to look at the ground and salute the people below. Wang Zhong felt a sense of significance, feeling that this salute gave meaning to all the struggles they had endured. No, the struggles were definitely meaningful, but it was this salute that now gave those meanings a sense of reality. He too returned the salute from the ground to thank the pilot for his help the day before. After flying past the farmhouse, the plane rolled back to its normal position. Just then, the sun finally showed its face in the east, and the bright morning light shone on Wang Zhong. Jules 914, June 29th Sunday, the 7th day of the war. At 0730 in the morning, Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky led the last organized remnants of the Ronid soldiers to Bogdanovka. Wang Zhong actually spotted the defense line of the 63rd Army even earlier than the scouts did. In order not to attract the attention of the people around him, he specifically waited for the cavalry scouts to return and report before issuing the order, go immediately and inform our allies that we are the 3rd Rear Amur Group of the Vanguard of Upper Pini. Along with us are the Ronid Support Battalion, and the Field Hospital. Do not fire. The scout saluted, turned his little grey horse around, and galloped away at full speed. Wang Zhong left the formation and put on the air of an officer, shouting to the soldiers, soldiers, I know you have fought bravely for a day and marched all night, and you are very tired. But now a new mission falls upon our shoulders. We must exhibit the demeanor of a victorious army and inspire the morale of our comrades. Let them know the Prussians can be defeated. All troops, attention. The troops in front of Wang Zhong immediately came to a halt, and the command to stand at attention was passed down. Soon, the whole unit stopped moving. Wang Zhong, dress right, eyes front, raise your heads and puff out your chests, and walk in step. March in unison. The previously disordered steps now became uniform, and everyone's feet spoke with one voice. Wang Zhong stood on a mound, watching the forest of bayonets passing in front of him, and nodded in satisfaction. Although he felt that it was time to sing a song, considering that the soldiers were indeed very tired, he decided against it. The soldiers of the 510th Regiment of the 75th Division of the 63rd Army watched with amazement at this ragged but high-spirited unit. The regimental commander, Burokino, stepped out of his command bunker and stood on the hill watching this small unit. The military chaplain stood by his side, marveling, they look wretched, but every one of them is full of energy. It feels like they are not the remnants of a defeated force, but a troop that has won a victory. Burokino, don't you know? They broke through from Ronid, and then, without any reinforcements, held up against a Prussian assault group of elite forces at Upper Pini. They destroyed dozens of tanks alone. Oh, the chaplain let out an admiring sound. That's impressive. Who commanded them? Count Rakasov. The chaplain was stunned, turned his head with an incredulous look at the commander, who? Nov. L. B /JNN. Rakasov. Burokino repeated. Which Rakasov? The chaplain asked again, as the Rakasov surname was quite common in Livonia and Moravia, and parts of these regions were under the rule of the anti-empire, which, to consolidate its rule, once had the local nobles exchange lands with the native nobility. Burokino, the one who graduated 5 classes after me, at the bottom of his class. That Rakasov. The chaplain was shocked. Burokino pointed at the troop. Look, that one, walking next to the formation. Don't be fooled by his robust appearance, he worked out just to pick up girls. The chaplain scrutinized that Rakasov from a distance and said, he doesn't seem like the Rakasov from the rumors. At least by appearance, he looks now like a seasoned warrior of many battles. Burokino pursed his lips, not answering. Suddenly, he stepped forward 2 paces and shouted, Alexei Konstantinovich. Wang Zhong now no longer reacted slowly when hearing his own name. Looking up in confusion, he saw a colonel he did not recognize at all. Shit, he thought, who the hell are you? But he quickly realized that looking at an ally from an overview perspective would display a name, so he decisively switched to remember the name and then switched back. Burokino Alexandrovich, hello. I heard you did a good job this time. The other side said. Wang Zhong's expression darkened. If this were the past, Wang Zhong would definitely have started to strut and show off by now, but now, he could not feel happy at all when he heard the praise. He thought of the soldiers who had sacrificed themselves in battle. He said, it's not good enough. I didn't do well enough. You see, Alexandrovich, take a look at my troops, so few have returned, and they are all wounded. I did not do well enough. The man across from him was taken aback. You are Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosovsky, right? Wang Zhong just nodded. The man was completely baffled. It's already enough? After all, you've broken through and held your ground all alone, it's enough. Wang Zhong just nodded his head and passed by the acquaintance with his troops. Burokino looked at Rakasov and then at the military chaplain. The chaplain said, he really seems to be blaming himself, thinking he didn't fight well enough. So this is the kind of person Count Rakasov is. Burokino stroked his cheek. Something's not right, definitely not right. At that moment, the regimental staff officer emerged from the command bunker, reminding, we should report to the rear the passage of Count Rakasov's unit through our defense area. Oh yes, report it quickly. I need to make a phone call. Wang Zhong's troops had just arrived on the outskirts of Bogdanovka when a jeep pulled up in front of the unit and brought the entire contingent to a halt. A major with a staff badge jumped off the vehicle and asked loudly, are you the 3rd Rear Amur group? Yegorov stepped forward. Yes, what's the matter? The major nodded. Duke Vistrom has ordered that we arrange lodging and provide meals and medical supplies for you. The houses have been cleared out, and the food is ready. Follow me. The soldiers, who had just been holding themselves up with forced pride, immediately let out cheers of genuine relief. 20 minutes later, Wang Zhong's soldiers and the wounded were settled in a school, and the hospital reopened its doors. Long tables and chairs were set up outside in the schoolyard, suggesting a makeshift dining area. The exhausted soldiers rushed to the tables and sat down as soon as they heard the command to disperse. Right next to the dining area was the mess, with rudimentary stoves made of stones and large campaign pots perched on top. A field cooking team, composed of young women from Bogdanovka, bustled about. The girls, with their floral scarves and rolled-up sleeves, were busy beside the large pots. Seeing the girls, the spirits of the weary soldiers lifted noticeably, and whistling and bowl tapping became quite a scene. But the girls were too busy cooking to pay much attention to them, aside from the occasional smile. Wang Zhong watched the group and thought to himself how quickly they were able to switch gears. Just last night, they were still immersed in the grief for their fallen comrades, and now, they were already flirting with the girls. But perhaps it was the sight of the brutal battlefield that made them realize they might not make it back the next time, so they seized the chance to approach the girls while they could. Who knows? Wang Zhong didn't intend to reprimand the surviving soldiers. Instead, he stood by with a benevolent gaze. Wait a moment, speaking of which, Ludmila seemed to have a nickname for me, indicating a relationship where we could address each other in such familiar terms. Could she be my fiancée? After so many days since his transmigration, Wang Zhong began to consider this possibility for the first time. He needed to ask about it as soon as possible. Just as Wang Zhong turned to look for Ludmila, another jeep drove into the school and stopped next to the major's jeep that had directed them. 2 burly men in church military uniforms disembarked from the vehicle, their large caps adorned with blue stripes. In the open-air dining area, a corporal was the first to spot the blue big caps and nudged his buddy, who was whistling at the girls, giving him a forceful shush. The whistler looked around, annoyed, but upon seeing the blue caps, he immediately sat up straight, as if he'd seen a ghost. The others curiously turned their heads, and then swiftly shut up, with some signaling to their comrades who were still focused on the girls. The dining area became deathly quiet in an instant. Everyone watched the 2 tribunal judges approach. They came straight to Wang Zhong, saluted him, and asked, "Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky." Wang Zhong returned the salute. "That's me. What can I do for you? We've received reports that you were killed in action. Then allow me to enlighten you about the road back from hell," Wang Zhong replied calmly. The battles Wang Zhong had been through could indeed be likened to hell, and he really had returned from it. Of course, he had also truly died. The Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky standing before them was, in the truest sense, a changed man, body and soul. For a moment, Wang Zhong wondered if the tribunal had sensed something amiss, to consider him some champion of the devil or the like. After all, in a world where God could guide the divine arrow, the existence of demons wouldn't be surprising, would it? The judge, who bore one more star on his shoulder than his companion, began to speak. "We received information from Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov that you were alive, and we've learned about your command up until reaching Upper Pini. Wang Zhong's first reaction was, "Who?" Then he remembered that Sergei Nikolaevich Romanov was the Duke's lady's sweetheart with whom he had exchanged trousers. At the mountain front west of Upper Pini, Captain Lubokov, overwhelmed by tension, mistook Wang Zhong for a Prussian and took a shot at him. Sergei's head was injured, and he decided to stay put in the hospital, leaving Wang Zhong no choice but to send him back with the wounded in carts from his fellows. "Wang Zhong, is Captain Sergei all right?" The judge made a face of disgust. "He's doing very well, ranting all day about us sending him to Ekaterinburg fortress. Apparently, some lady is waiting there for him." Wang Zhong frowned. The Duke's lady's sweetheart. Could that actually be true? Now the Duchess was a widow, and he shook his head, casting aside these thoughts. Why bother about others? Wang Zhong, just need to figure out how to give the Prussians another thrashing. Wang Zhong, I have no connection with him. I hope to replenish my troops quickly. We're still ready to fight. Apart from personnel, he also needed to restock on tanks and artillery. T-34s preferred? Hearing Wang Zhong's words, the men of the 3rd Rear Amour Group all looked his way, their eyes sharp and expressions resolute, eager for another round of arm wrestling with the Prussians. The judge scanned the crowd, took a breath to compose himself, and said, "Before that, we need to understand the battle near Upper Pini. Would you be willing to join us for a while?" That was when Yegorov stepped in. "Understanding the battle process isn't the mission of the tribunal, is it? You don't handle military matters." "You are mistaken, Colonel Ivan Panzelaevich Yegorov. The army group's bishop wishes to understand the battle process. It's just us he sent to fetch someone. After all, the staff officers are swamped right now, as are the military chaplains and monks, only we are somewhat idle." The judge cracked a smile that carried a hint of apology. Wang Zhong stood up, but because he had walked for too long, his legs were still numb, and he nearly stumbled to his knees. The judge with one more star reacted quickly to support him. "Be careful, if you had an accident in front of us, we would gain even more infamy. So you're aware of your bad reputation, huh?" Wang Zhong thought just that, while Yegorov outright said, "So you're aware of your bad reputation, huh?" Wang Zhong widened his eyes at Yegorov, wondering if he was always this bold. Pavlov's expression was as if he were complaining. "What is this peasant talking about?" The judge laughed. "Our job is to instill fear. If everyone saw us and wasn't scared, then the lurking enemies wouldn't be scared either. They'd become reckless, right? So it's better for us to be feared." Wang Zhong and his officer squad, which really consisted only of Yegorov and Pavlov, exchanged glances. He decided to skip over this matter and straightened his body, saying to the judge, "Lead the way. By your car, Alyosha." Before the judge could respond, a call came from behind. General Wang turned around to see Ludmila jogging over, holding a plate in her right hand with bread, grilled sausages, and pickles, and carrying a cup in her left hand. "Have something to eat," Ludmila said. "The last time you ate was at dawn, and you've walked so much since then, you must be hungry." Wang Zhong nodded. He indeed was hungry. He first bit into the bread, then silently put it back. It was said to be a fragrant large loaf, but this piece of wood obviously wasn't one. With apprehension, Wang Zhong picked up the grilled sausage and after one bite, stuffed the rest in his mouth without another word. He made a note to remember in the future, to trust sausages. Likely all meats were trustworthy. Finally, Wang Zhong picked up a pickle. It tasted like a pickle. After eating, Wang Zhong wiped his mouth and took the cup from Ludmila. After a sip, he noticed it wasn't water in the cup, but milk. "Wang Zhong, where did the milk come from?" "There's a whole bucket over there," Ludmila said, pointing to a large bucket with a faucet in the distance near the kitchen. Wang Zhong, cow's milk." "Yes, what else would it be?" Ludmila asked, confused. Wang Zhong tried not to let his eyes wander and answered, "I thought it was mare's milk." Ludmila was even more perplexed. "You want to drink mare's milk? Isn't that difficult to get now?" Wang Zhong drank the rest of the liquid in the cup in one go and handed it back to the girl. "Cow's milk is fine. I'm off." "Right," Ludmila added. "Monk Yakaniako has gone to the army group church. We might be deployed somewhere else." Alyosha, Upon hearing that his Divine Arrow squad might be taken away, Wang Zhong became furious. He hadn't even secured a tank yet, and now they wanted to take his Divine Arrow? He raised his voice. "Without my permission, none of you can leave. I'm going to see the army group hierarch now. I'll speak to him." Ludmila breathed a sigh of relief, and her expression softened. She seemed pleased. Wang Zhong, still fuming with anger, got into the tribunal's car and sat in the back, muttering, "Taking my divine arrows, what a joke. Without the tank and my short-range anti-tank missile group," referring to the Divine Arrow Squad, which Wang Zhong saw as an anti-tank missile group, being moved, "this war can't be fought. I need to have a serious complaint to the brigade commander, no, to the army group here arch, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. The two judges also got in the car. Yegorov intended to get in the car as well, but the judge said, "You don't need to come. Write a report on the combat process, staff will come to get it." Yegorov clicked his tongue and looked back at Sergeant Grigory. The sergeant immediately understood, picked up the captured MP40, and sat in the back seat of the jeep, next to Wang Zhong. "I'm a guard," the sergeant said. "It's normal to bring a guard, right?" The judge nodded and started the vehicle. The car thus left the school. After the judge had left, all the soldiers from the 3rd Rear Amur group breathed a sigh of relief, and the scene quickly livened up again. The young girls from the field cooking team began to discuss the count who had just left. They were all girls conscripted from the local area of Bogdanovka, some were even born after the Civil War ended, and many were too young to remember anything during the Civil War. Even though Bogdanovka had been bombed by the Prussians, the Prussian attacks were focused mainly on the train station and the locomotive repair factory next to it, so most of the people from Bogdanovka had not really seen someone wounded or killed by Prussian planes. Therefore, these girls had little concept of the cruelty of war, and their imaginations of war were mainly influenced by movies, music, and poetry. They passionately discussed the words the Count had just said. "Natasha, did you hear? The Count said then I can introduce you to the road back from hell, so cool." Yes, when he said those words, his expression made my heart almost jump out. Right, who was that girl who just brought food to the Count? She seemed just a bit older than us. As the girls chattered excitedly while working, the auntie in charge of stirring the pot knocked the edge of the pot hard with her large spoon. "Stop chattering and focus on work, girls. Natasha, look at the potatoes you peeled, I can see spots where you didn't peel off the skin." No sooner had she spoken than someone from the soldiers yelled out, "I'll eat that potato." This caused a round of laughter. But the old lady didn't even look at the soldiers, instead she continued to berate the girls. "During the Civil War, I was part of a field cooking team just like you. I'm telling you, whether noble or commoner, handsome or mischievous, anyone can vanish without a trace. The lucky ones are gone instantly, the less fortunate end up in the hospital, missing limbs, facing a lifetime of hardship. Don't fall in love with soldiers, girls, don't. After the war is over, find a lucky fellow with nimble legs to marry, that's the right way, the only right way." The aunt's words silenced the soldiers. After a moment of silence, Pavlov said, "Auntie, this time it's different from the Civil War. We've seen with our own eyes that the Prasen devils are like demons, they slaughter civilians at will. We've witnessed them dump entire families spanning 3 generations into manure pits. Nov. L. B/JNN. If we don't fight, if we don't annihilate them, everyone will be killed, they will take our land and use our corpses to fertilize their fields." The old lady stirred the potato and carrot soup in the big pot while replying, "Yes, I know. That's why I'm cooking for you." While she spoke, the aunt suddenly couldn't hold back her tears and began to sob quietly, reminded perhaps of some sorrowful memory. The girls gathered around to comfort her, but the aunt shouted, "Peel your potatoes? The soldiers are waiting to eat. They are still waiting to eat." Meanwhile, at the command headquarters, the chief of staff of the 41st Army Group placed a map on the table. This is a map drawn by the staff officers. If it were the ignorant Rokosov, he definitely wouldn't be able to clearly explain how they made it to Upper Pini, boasted the chief of staff. He would be exposed instantly, and all his lies would collapse without a fight. The archbishop of the army group came over to look at the map and asked, "Is this map accurate?" "Accurate, drawn strictly to scale. The biggest difference from a real map is that this one includes landmarks based on aerial photos, all specifically picked according to the route described by Captain Sergei. If it was indeed Rokosov who directed their retreat to Upper Pini, he would definitely remember." The archbishop nodded and turned to the Duke, the commander of the 41st Army Group. The Duke said, "Very well, let's use this to test Count Rokosov's mettle. If his previous display of ignorance was all an act to charm the crown prince, then we shall recommend him for a medal. If he truly is ignorant, then we must find the real person who commanded this battle and put them to good use." The tribunal's vehicle stopped in front of an unimpressive little building. Wang Zhong looked at the building with confusion. "The headquarters is here? It looks just like an ordinary house." It was even less impressive than the mechanical mill in Upper Pini. The driving judge pointed toward the city hall building not far away. "Look over there, we've put up a military and national flag on the roof, and it gets bombed every day. Fortunately, the building itself is made of reinforced concrete, which is quite sturdy." Wang Zhong replied, "I see, it's to avoid air raids." The judge said, "A traitor tried to guide the Prasen Air Force to the headquarters with a smoke bomb, but we caught and executed him by firing squad. Now, military vehicles are not allowed to stop nearby, nor hang colors that are easily identifiable from the air. After you get out, I'll have to drive the car away. Hurry on, my Lord Count." Only after Wang Zhong opened the door and got out of the vehicle did the jeep drive away, and once everyone else had gotten out as well. At the entrance of the headquarters stood a young officer with a golden aiguillette on his uniform. Looking at that cord, Wang Zhong felt it resembled the adjutant cord of a stern tiger, with a golden one indicating the adjutant to a general. The adjutant made a welcoming gesture. Wang Zhong, however, was not in a hurry. He observed the plane headquarters, adjusted his clothes, and then strode confidently towards the entrance. Upon entering the headquarters, he heard the familiar beep-beep of telegraph machines, and by looking down the hallway, he could see a room full of telegraphs with a crowd of operators busily working. The judge led Wang Zhong into the room opposite the telegraph room. Inside was a table with a map, around which stood a crowd of high-ranking officers in lavish uniforms, their medals nearly dazzling Wang Zhong's eyes. Wang Zhong shifted his perspective to survey the room and got a rough idea of who was present, then saluted the highest ranking among them, the Duke of Vajram, Your Excellency the Duke, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, at your command. The Duke returned the salute. Konstantinovich, I'm glad you could make it. Come, tell us how you managed to escape from the encirclement in Ronid. As he spoke, the Duke pointed to the map in front of him. Wang Zhong immediately went forward and began to explain, using the map. He was already well acquainted with maps, having spent years playing various war games before he was transported to this world, some of which were purely about map exercises and aiming for realism. And on his way out of Ronid, he had constantly shifted to an overhead view, becoming thoroughly familiar with the terrain. About 15 minutes later, Wang Zhong stopped talking. The adjutant with the golden cord immediately passed him some water. The Duke and the other senior officers looked at each other, perplexed. Eventually, the Archbishop of the 41st Army Group spoke up. Alexei Konstantinovich, weren't you last in your class at the military academy? Our understanding is that you could barely read a map. Wang Zhong thought to himself, what the hell, is the original host such a waste as to come to this? What to do? Would it be too obvious if I claim to be guided by God and get branded a heretic by the clergy and beaten? He spoke up, I might indeed be the last in my class, but I can still read a map. The so-called inability to read maps must be a rumor spread by my classmates. Yes, a rumor. The army group's priest looked toward Duke Vistrom. The Duke said, how can you be sure that the front is a defensive gap in the enemy's line? Wang Zhong, I wasn't sure. Initially, I only ordered a smoke screen to block the enemy's superior firepower. As a result, the third wave from the Amur group charged and went straight to the enemy's frontline headquarters. At that time, my judgment was that the enemy must have deployed heavy troops to the east to block the breakout forces, so why not reverse the thinking? A few senior officers looked at each other once again. The Duke asked again, why did you decide to defend at Piniyi? That was not an order given to you. Wang Zhong, at that time, we were riding in a captured Prussian truck, and as soon as we saw Lubokov's troops, we got shelled. Continuing to ride in Prussian trucks would undoubtedly result in more shelling. We had no choice but to dismount and proceed on foot. And there were only a few T-28s responsible for guarding Piniyi. Thin-skinned and filled with fillings, the enemy could take the village in no time and then continue to advance. We would be caught up with, the enemy is mechanized troops. Those beside the map table exchanged glances, and finally, the Duke said, then tell us about the defense at Piniyi. As soon as he finished speaking, the staff brought out a new map, which surprisingly detailed the layout of Piniyi village, with the position of every house marked on it. Upon seeing the map, Wang Zhong immediately said, this map is wrong here, this house should be directly south of the machinery mill. He was all too familiar with Piniyi, having overlooked it for 2 days, with many of his soldiers having valiantly sacrificed their lives there. Perhaps even when Wang Zhong grows old, he will still remember this little village, remembering every brick and tile, every blade of grass and tree. The army group's chief of staff said, just make do with it and talk. This is drawn by the staff based on aerial photographs. It's not precise, but it's usable. Wang Zhong nodded and began to recall the battle that lasted for 38 hours. 30 minutes later, the Alliance hierarch spoke first. Well done, Alexei Konstantinovich, well done. After you have rested, go and repeat this to the priest of the propaganda department. Make sure they promote it well. We can defeat the Prussian army with courage and wisdom. The army group's chief of staff chimed in, with close quarters city fighting, you destroyed so many of the enemy's tanks. You have destroyed more tanks than many tank armies. Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow, so, I've passed. He could tell that these senior officers didn't believe he could command and win a battle, they were testing him on purpose. The Duke walked around the map table and patted Wang Zhong's shoulder. Alexei Konstantinovich, I admit we were a bit incredulous initially about you fighting a splendid battle, but now we are completely convinced. Perhaps you're just not good at taking tests at the military academy. Wang Zhong responded seriously, Your Grace, it wasn't I who fought the amazing battle, it was my soldiers who fought the amazing battle. I only cheated. But Wang Zhong couldn't say that, so he stopped there. Yet the Duke seemed to understand everything with an I get all of it expression, turned to the priest and said, Nikita, apply for the honorific of guards for the third wave of Amur group. And that tank regiment too, the 31st Tank Regiment, right? Apply for them too. The priest looked troubled. The Amur group is easy to say, but the 31st Regiment is completely wiped out. There's no precedent for granting the title of guards to a unit that has been destroyed without leaving a number. Wang Zhong was deeply distressed when he heard these words, remembering the letter from Gunner 422 in his pocket and Lubokov's smiling face. Just then, a staff officer came in. Report, aerial reconnaissance results are in. The enemy has not yet occupied Upper Pinyi. The pilot saw a number 67 heavy tank still in battle. Nov. L. B /JNN. Wang Zhong was shocked. They're still fighting. Yes, they're still fighting. The staff officer nodded. Wang Zhong stepped forward, grabbing the Duke's hand. Quickly send armored troops to their aid. The Duke looked troubled. Alexei Konstantinovich, the 4th Tank Army is the last armored unit we have. Wang Zhong's shoulders slumped, but then he remembered something and asked, what is the situation of the defenses, I mean, here at this location? The commander of the 63rd Army said, we have constructed a basic trench system, but there wasn't enough time, and due to a lack of cement, there are not many anti-tank piles and strong defensive positions built. The situation is very bad. If only we had one more day. Having received the answer, Wang Zhong became more certain that Tank 67 must have known this. A mechanical failure was just an opportunity. Because of the mechanical failure, these brave people decided to simply stay and delay the enemy for another day, to buy time for the defensive line. Wang Zhong once again tightened his grip on the Duke's hand. Please apply for the highest honor for Tank 67's crew. He was initially going to say hero of the Soviet Union, but halfway through he remembered there was no Soviet Union here and he didn't know what the highest honor of the anti-empire was. The Alliance hierarch nodded. We will apply for the Gold Star Medal, the highest honor for them. The Army Group Chief of Staff chimed in. As for you, Alexei Konstantinovich, we are preparing to send you and your troops to Ltov for rest and reorganization. You'd be in charge of reorganizing the disarrayed soldiers from the front. How about that? Wang Zhong, no. I can still fight. Give me troops. I can kill more Prussian devils. The Duke shook his head. No, I have a premonition that this war is going to be long and nasty. There's no need for you to hurry to kill Prussians. You look very pale and extremely exhausted, without a trace of color. You and your troops need to rest. We will hold the enemy at Bogdanovka for at least 3 weeks. By then, after you have rested, I assure you, you will be sent to the most dangerous place. Wang Zhong thought about it and felt that with the Duke's confidence, there must be ample troops at his disposal, so taking a rest might be good. With personnel and equipment replenished, they could better deal with the Prussian devils. So he changed his request. Then, I want to replenish personnel and equipment. I want tanks, artillery. At this moment, he looked at the Alliance hierarch and, remembering something, said, and, don't transfer my Divine Arrow Squad. The hierarch, the Divine Arrow Squad currently assigned to your division, the prayer hand is your childhood friend, right, Alexei Konstantinovich? I won't transfer this Divine Arrow Squad. Although we are short of Divine Arrows at the front, I think Yakiniako Monk's squad also needs to rest. Wang Zhong felt relieved. What about the tanks? He continued, I want T-34 tanks, the more the better. The Duke interrupted Wang Zhong, you will definitely get personnel reinforcements, but as for equipment, we are all short on equipment now. Ltov is our supply center, go there and ask the logistics department for what you need. You'll rest in the city today and leave tomorrow morning, taking the empty cars heading back. The Duke turned to the Chief of Staff, tell the logistics department to send good wine and good cigarettes to the 3rd Rear Amour Group. And of course, beef, as much as they can eat, give them all they want. Following the meeting, Wang Zhong felt like he had joined a praise group, showered with compliments by everyone. But he didn't care about that at all. He strove to find a time to hunt for the overall map. From his bird's eye view, he could only see about 2 kilometers around the troops under his command and those he could communicate with directly. Climbing heights allowed him a slightly farther view. This distance might correspond to just 1 centimeter on the map. He needed to find a map, preferably one of the entire battlefield or even the whole country, to understand the current situation. Knowing that only a week had passed since the beginning of the war, he compared it to the Barbarossa he knew of. In the first week, the furthest German units had only advanced 170 kilometers. If both worlds progressed similarly, then the next week should see the Minsk encirclement. Wang Zhong scanned around and spotted the overall battlefield map on the most conspicuous wall with a staff officer attaching markers to it, using a small ladder. So, he left the still praising officers behind and headed straight for the map. When he got there, he suddenly remembered a scene from a movie and, to emphasize his professionalism, he asked, what times reports have the map been updated with? The staff officer on the ladder replied, the north is updated with the latest reports, the situation in the south was updated at 5 in the morning. Wang Zhong nodded and began to scrutinize the map carefully from north to south. After Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky raced to the map, Duke Vostrom collected his smile and looked towards his command team. They'd praised Rokossovsky not only because he had indeed fought well, but also because Rokossovsky had a good relationship with the crown prince. This was common knowledge among the nobility. Otherwise, a count like Rokossovsky wouldn't be so well known that even the 55-year-old Duke Vostrom had heard of him. Of course, the Duke had only heard rumors about Count Rokossovsky and hadn't interacted with him directly. Even if they were at the same social event, the Duke wouldn't engage much with a dissipated young aristocrat. The Duke watched Rokossovsky for a while, then turned to his adjutant and asked, have you interacted with Count Rokossovsky? Is he always like this? The adjutant glanced at Rokossovsky and lowered his voice, I don't know. The crown prince only befriends those who share his interests, and those people are usually the bottom of the class in any school. I graduated top of my class from the Suvorov Military Academy. The Duke looked at Rokossovsky, then questioned. Now he's in Pini, holding off several times his number in enemy forces. Do you have the confidence to do the same? No, the adjutant answered without hesitation, especially not the part where he personally took a T-28 to flank and take out Prasen tanks. I couldn't accomplish that. At that moment, the army group's main chaplain joined the conversation. He also rushed to the map with great urgency, obviously very concerned about the war, but I've heard he's only in the military to make money and chase women. The adjutant spread his hands. Maybe he's just pretending, in order to get close to the crown prince. Who knows? Wang Zhong was troubled in front of the map. As a player of the Hearts of Iron game series, he was very familiar with the eastern front of Earth, having fought on it countless times and on both sides. He found that although many details were different, like the shape of coastlines, specific flow of rivers, and distribution of mountains, the map's major components were similar to the eastern front he knew. For instance, the northern line was mainly forest and swamp, while the southern line was primarily large plains. While the countries were organized differently, Wang Zhong's first stop, Ronid, was on the southern coast, with its location seemingly analogous to Odessa on Earth. Traveling southwest along the coastline, nations like Romania would be bordering, but here the map directly showed borders with Prasen. No wonder Prasen's battleships could dock and shell Ronid from the coast. What had happened in this alternate timeline's history? But at the moment, Wang Zhong had no leisure to ponder history. Through the map, it was clear that 3 massive Prasen enemy clusters were advancing triumphantly. Even though the specifics of cities and river courses were different from the Eastern Front, Wang Zhong knew, he could still tell that the anti-army in the central line was about to be encircled. Nov. L. B//JNN. The situation on the southern line where he was located was also dire. They were in Bogdanovka, the capital of the Vostrom Principality and a major city on the southern front. Behind it ran the Dnieper River. This was a large river running roughly north to south, which would bend in an L shape westward after passing the Vostrom Principality. Looking at the marks on the map, it seemed as if the upper Dnieper was connected to the Bog River, which leads to the northern sea, via a canal. It was obvious that this river defense line was extremely important, and Bogdanovka was the most critical barrier before the southern segment of the Dnieper River, with a tributary running through here all the way to the coast. Initially, Wang Zhong had thought his current location was this planet's version of Kiev, but then it didn't seem right. It was too far south. The anti-army's huge southern group was deployed near the border, which was already doomed. Now the main southern forces were concentrated in Artsukov, northeast of Bogdanovka, right at the bend of the Dnieper. The Ode Safang received earlier seemed to come from Artsukov, saying that it was the headquarters of the Southwestern Front Army. Looking at the administrative divisions, Artsukov also appeared to be the capital of the Khazarla Kingdom, which was the overarching division above the Vostrom Principality. Could that be this timeline's Kiev? The more Wang Zhong looked, the more it seemed so. If the Central Army Group continued advancing, breaking through the canal and then turning south, they could encircle Artsukov. But where is the other half of the southern pincer that was blocked by me yesterday? Why does it feel off? Wang Zhong desperately pondered over the map, as if he were the player strategizing in Hearts of Iron once again. At that moment, Duke Vostrom approached him and asked, Alexei Konstantinovich, what is your opinion on the overall situation? Wang Zhong replied offhand, I think the Prasen Central Army Group will encircle Artsukov to the south after breaking through the canal, destroying our heavy troop concentration here. The Duke looked at the map without giving his opinion, but the Corps Chief of Staff said, there is the entire reserve force of the Southwestern Front Army there, just the reserves amount to 300,000 men. No, that won't be the case. If the Prussians could complete this encirclement, it would be a large-scale encirclement of over 700,000 men. It would make their splendid victory in the Carolingian campaign seem insignificant. I think even the Prasen generals wouldn't believe such a thing is achievable. Wang Zhong looked at the map with a heavy heart, beginning to consider what he, a mere lieutenant colonel, could do in such a situation. Just then, the Duke patted his shoulder. You should go back to rest. When was the last time you slept? Wang Zhong, 20 hours ago. Go and rest, you are too tired to think straight, the army group chaplain also said. Wang Zhong looked at them, feeling that not only himself but even these generals probably couldn't influence the overall direction of the war. This was only a corps command, and looking at the map, only the 63rd Army of this army group was in position, the other armies were still on the trains. Based on what the Duke had just said, the 4th Tank Army was also part of the 41st Group, but the 4th Tank Army had already been nearly wiped out in a counterattack. A general in command of such an army group could only do so much in a conflict of this scale, simply hold his own line and complete his mission. Although worried, Wang Zhong, realizing his helplessness, accepted the army group chaplain's suggestion. All right, I'll go rest now. The Corps Chief of Staff said, we will arrange for a vehicle to pick you up from your station tomorrow and take you to the train station. The empty cars will also be organized to depart early in the morning, evading the Prasen bombardment. Wang Zhong nodded. Duke Vostrom gave a subaltern a meaningful look, and the young aide stepped forward to gesture Wang Zhong out. Sergeant Major Grigory was outside the map room, smoking and waiting. Maybe because he exuded an aura of severity, the staff officers kept their distance as they passed by. Seeing Wang Zhong, the sergeant major put out his cigarette. Earl, how are things looking? Not bad, we can enjoy some good wine, meat, and cigarettes tonight. We're setting off early tomorrow. I see. The two followed the guide out of the headquarters and then saw a large group of people gathered across the street. JNN. On closer inspection, they were all young kids, probably only 16 or 17 years old, about half boys and half girls. The youngsters had blocked the road all the way to the intersection. The young people leading the group were shouting, "Why won't you let us enlist?" Wang Zhong stopped and watched them from across the street. A middle-aged man's voice could be heard responding, "Kids, we're only mobilizing adult men right now. Look at yourselves, you've just graduated from 10th grade. Boys and girls, we really can't draft you. We can hold guns too. I can drive a tractor, so I can drive a tank. I've also been in a flying club. I can be a pilot and beat the crap out of the Prasen bastards' planes." Wang Zhong looked at them and suddenly remembered a memoir he had read, which recounted how, just 2 days after the war began, all the children of the commune had made up their minds and ran together to the enlistment office to join the army. When they got to the enlistment office, it seemed as if all the young people of the Soviet Union had come. Looking at these young people, Wang Zhong suddenly thought that if he hadn't traveled through time and then the Americans had come over, he probably would also rush to the local military department. Thinking this way, these foreign faces suddenly became familiar to him. So, under the call of an inexplicable sense of mission, Wang Zhong climbed onto a truck that was blocked in the middle of the road, stood on the footboard, and shouted, "Young friends." He did not use children. The kids turned their heads curiously, looking at Wang Zhong. At this moment, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky Wang Zhong with the unique aura of a warrior returning from the battlefield. His military uniform was dirty, the bandage on his shoulder was dirty, his face was also dirty, but this did not stop him from emitting a dignified, solemn temperament. So the young people quieted down, all looking at Wang Zhong in unison. Wang Zhong said, "I understand your feelings. But even if you enlist now, you won't be sent to the front line immediately, because that would be sending you to your deaths. We're not afraid of dying." Some young person shouted. "Right, I know." Wang Zhong glanced at the one who had shouted, "But if you die without taking down a single Prasen bastard, that kind of death is worthless." The person who had just shouted shut his mouth. "Wang Zhong, the battlefield is hell. Even those who have completed comprehensive new recruit training and passed numerous tests, most won't survive the first hour. No, not even half an hour. So even if you enlist now, you will be sent to the rear, to train for at least 3 months. However, I have a way that can get you involved in the action against the Prasen bastards right away. Look over there. That's where the city defense engineering team is recruiting laborers. You can join now and build fortifications around the outskirts of the city. Each trench dug will ensure a platoon survives the enemy's artillery. That platoon could then inflict heavy casualties on the Prasen bastards. Each anti-tank stake you set up could stop a Prasen tank." The young people turned their heads towards the engineering station. "Wang Zhong, that is the right way to contribute to the country. First dig trenches, then when the enemy comes, retreat and enroll in the military in the rear, join the training. I'm looking forward to seeing you as new recruits in my unit in half a year." The kids looked at each other. Then someone, not knowing who, yelled out, "If digging trenches is so important, we'll go dig trenches. To dig trenches. Let's go." The crowd surged towards the labor recruitment point of the engineering station. When most of the crowd had left, a colonel from the enlistment office came over. The colonel was missing an arm and could only salute Wang Zhong with his left hand. "You've been a great help, Major," he said. Wang Zhong saluted back, "Don't mention it, that's what I should do." The colonel looked at the kids again blocking the entrance of the engineering station and said, "Looking at these kids, I suddenly feel confident. We won't surrender like the Carolingians." Wang Zhong stated firmly, "Of course not. Don't worry, of course not." Wang Zhong actually couldn't remember very clearly what happened after June 29th. Mainly, he had returned to the garrison, had a hearty meal, and then fell asleep in the bathtub while bathing. By the time he opened his eyes, it was already daylight on the 30th. Wang Zhong scratched his head in confusion as he looked at the clean shirt on his body and the newly changed bandage on his shoulder. What happened? Who changed my clothes? Who changed my dressing? Where am I? As he sat up, he found himself more energetic than ever before, and besides the pain in his legs, he could hardly find anything uncomfortable. The high fever from a few days ago seemed as if it had never happened. Getting out of bed, he found that a new military uniform had already been neatly placed in a cabinet beside the bed. Wang Zhong touched his head, remembering that he hadn't brought any military uniform with him. In fact, he hadn't brought any luggage at all, as the situation had been rather urgent when he left Ronid, hadn't it? He picked up the military uniform with a sense of puzzlement, quickly put it on, and then found that it fit perfectly, as if tailor-made. The only person Wang Zhong could think of who could prepare such a perfectly fitting military uniform was one person. Just then, someone knocked on the door. "Wang Zhong, come in." The door opened, and Ludmila entered the room with breakfast, and upon seeing him in the new uniform, she said joyfully, "How is it? It fits well, doesn't it? I had it prepared by the supply department." "It really was you. Wang Zhong, was it you who pulled me out of the bathtub last night?" "No, it was Sergeant Major Grigori who did that. He also changed your clothes, I mean, your shirt and boxer shorts." Wang Zhong nodded, but then realized something was off and looked at the girl. "How do you know I'm wearing a shirt and boxer shorts?" Because I prepared them, Ludmila said proudly, then placed the tray on the table. Have breakfast. On the tray were oatmeal, bread, fried eggs, bacon and milk. Wang Zhong skipped the bread and directly forked a fried egg into his mouth, then was pleased to discover it was a soft-boiled egg, cooked just right with the yolk perfectly in between liquid and solid states. After finishing the egg, Wang Zhong picked up the bacon. Ludmila, you need to eat some carbs? You didn't have any carbs yesterday. As she spoke, she picked up the bread, added bacon to it, and handed it to Wang Zhong. I personally picked out this bread, it absolutely suits your taste. You even know my preferences. Could it really be a fiancé? Wang Zhong sized up Ludmila up and down, thinking back to the first time he met her when he had planned on adding her on WeChat, and now, it seemed he had moved forward in one big step, resolving the great difficulty. Before Wang Zhong could indulge in the happiness brought by the girl's tenderness for much longer, the air raid siren sounded. Then came the sound of anti-aircraft gunfire. Ludmila was very nervous. Quick, to the air raid shelter. Wang Zhong, it's fine, the Prasen's target is the headquarters ammunition depot and the train station, not us. Yesterday the Corps Command even said if we left earlier, we wouldn't get bumped by the Prasens. Look at this now. As he spoke, he activated his tactical view, only to find that, possibly because the entire troop was resting, he had lost quite a bit of vision, only the sentry at the school gate had some visibility. Wang Zhong thought that he needed to remind Yegorov, as the enemy could be very cunning, capable of infiltrating troops similar to the Brandenburg commandos. You could never slack on sentry duty. As he was thinking, the Prasen airplanes appeared. Then Wang Zhong was shocked, for he saw a bomber with 6 engines. Switching back to his normal view, Wang Zhong rubbed his eyes hard. Not sure, take another look. Ludmila's face was full of question marks. After returning to the tactical view, Wang Zhong indeed saw a heavy bomber with 6 engines. He counted the gun turrets and was surprised to find that this thing had 4 quadruple machine gun turrets at the nose, tail, and trailing edges of the wings. Additionally, there were 2 twin-mounted machine gun turrets, one on top and one on the belly. An Air Force version of the BV-238? The BV-238 was a seaplane made by Sturmtiger, which had plans to be converted to a land-based version, but those plans were never implemented. After all, even on Earth, Sturmtiger discarded heavy bomber projects like the Mi-264 to focus on manufacturing fighters for homeland air defense. But in this alternate timeline, the Prasens actually managed to develop this thing? Combining this with the Prasen Empire's territorial map he saw at the Army Group Command the day before, Wang Zhong began to wonder whether this timeline's Prasen was actually what's known as Greater Germany, or even Jude. When playing Europa Universalis or Victoria, Wang Zhong would always strive toward this goal when selecting Prussia. And now, this actually came naturally in this timeline? Then, the 6-engined heavy bomber didn't seem so strange, did it? So the question was, had the United Kingdom been pushed back to India? Because he hadn't seen the world map, Wang Zhong wasn't too clear on this matter. At that moment, the enemy planes began to drop bombs, and their target indeed was still the train station, along with the adjacent marshalling yard and locomotive factory. Amidst the rolling sounds of explosions, Wang Zhong switched back and saw Ludmila tilting her head, looking at him intently. Wang Zhong, what's up? What were you daydreaming about? You even rubbed your eyes just now, what's wrong with you? The girl asked, puzzled. Wang Zhong, don't mind it, just woke up from some extra sleep. Nov, L, B //JNN. Asleep while sitting. Pretty much, during a bombardment. I've grown used to that rumbling sound, haven't you? Wang Zhong countered. That's true, Ludmila sighed. After you fell asleep yesterday, I went to the telegraph office in town to send a telegram home, but the place had been requisitioned. Being a maiden of honor didn't help at all, they just wouldn't let me send a telegram. Wang Zhong frowned involuntarily. Maiden of honor was a rank in the Russian court hierarchy. Unmarried noble girls were generally maidens of honor, and those of lower nobility might not have the maid of addition, being simply honor. It seemed that Ludmila's family must also be of count rank. A match of equal social standing, The probability of her being my fiancée just went up. Wang Zhong shook his head to rid himself of the thought. Now was not the time for romantic distractions, the day would likely be spent on the journey. Once they reached Luchthof, they needed to promptly reinforce their ranks and acquire equipment. Just then, someone outside shouted, report. Wang Zhong recognized the voice as Sergeant Major Grigory. Ludmila whispered, the Sergeant Major really seems to think of himself as your bodyguard. He didn't leave your side all day yesterday. Wang Zhong nodded. Come in. The Sergeant Major opened the door. My Lord Count, a clerk from the headquarters has arrived. Wang Zhong, a clerk? What for? If it were about delivering orders, it should have been a courier or a staff officer. The arrival of a clerk indicated that it was related to personnel matters. Ludmila, when I went to the telegraph office yesterday, I saw people distributing extras on the streets, with headlines about the great victory at Upper Pinyi. Wang Zhong was astonished. That's considered a great victory? I haven't even spoken to the propaganda bureau about the battle process yet. The girl shrugged. By last evening, some rumor had spread, and citizens started bringing gifts to our encampment. Everyone wanted to meet the heroic Rokossovsky's troops. Wang Zhong, Rokossovsky's troops. I've never heard of this formation before. That's what they're calling us in the extras. At this point, the clerk outside seemed to have run out of patience and coughed at the doorway. Grigory turned and glared at the clerk, who immediately stepped back and hid his figure behind the doorframe. Wang Zhong, let him in. Only then did Grigory step aside from the doorway. The clerk came into the room, glancing at Ludmila. Is this a convenient time? Wang Zhong, it's fine, go ahead. The clerk nodded. All right. He took out a small box, opened it, and placed it on the table. Inside were a pair of Major General's shoulder straps, including versions for dress uniform and combat uniform. Then he took out an order, from the Personnel Department of the Southwestern Front Army, based on the outstanding performance of Colonel Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky at Ronid and Upper Pini. With immediate effect, he is promoted to the rank of Major General. Wang Zhong, promoted 2 ranks at once. Clerk, it seems the report submitted was for Colonel, but the approval came back for Major General. Are you dissatisfied? No, not at all. Wang Zhong shook his head. What troops will I be commanding as a Major General? Surely I won't be a general without an army. Though the 3rd Amur Group had been under Wang Zhong's command, it was actually a result of a change in the order of command on the battlefield. He didn't really have the authority to command the 3rd Group. He was even on par with Yegorov. The clerk looked somewhat troubled, fiddling with the order in his hand. Ludmila stood up and took the order. The order has indeed been received. So there was this step as well. The clerk seemed relieved and then unfolded another new order. By the current order, Major General Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky is to organize Rokossovsky's battle group in Luchtov. The remnants of the 3rd Rear Amur Group, the remnants of the 31st Regiment of the 4th Tank Army, and all remnants of Ronid's troops are transferred to Rokossovsky's battle group. Wang Zhong was flabbergasted. Assigning me a group of remnants? What about my reinforcements? The clerk shrank his neck. Only then did Wang Zhong realize he had raised his voice, so he calmed his emotions and asked again, what about my reinforcements? Where are the tanks and artillery I requested? I don't know, the clerk said, clutching the order. I just brought 2 orders. This order, you. Wang Zhong stood up and personally took the order to establish Rokossovsky's battle group, scanning it briefly. At that moment, Yegorov and Pavlov came in. Yegorov casually grabbed a piece of bread from the table, and while eating, said, it seems you've received your order, Count. We've just received ours too. It looks like the higher UPS want to follow the Prussians' example and form battle groups. Prussian devils, Wang Zhong corrected. The clerk tentatively asked, so, may I leave now? Wang Zhong waved him off, and the clerk ran off as if he had wings. These clerks. Yegorov said disdainfully. Pavlov frowned. Technically, I'm a clerk too. Yegorov, right, which is why I'm not very fond of you either. After saying this, he looked towards Wang Zhong. So, what's the plan, General? Wang Zhong, first, let's head to Luchtov and see the situation. It's a supply center. If the top brass don't give us good equipment, we'll have to find our own way, just like we did in Upper Pini. In Upper Pini, Wang Zhong and his men had essentially robbed the local Boy Lord's distillery. Jules year 914, July 2nd. The Rokossov combat group arrived at Luchtov on the 3rd day. Wang Zhong, with his lean command team, was waiting on the platform at Luchtov train station for the guests scheduled to arrive today. The guards and logistical personnel on the station platform were all tense. After all, a brigadier general was here. The brigadier general, formerly known as a brigade general, was renamed after the Civil War to align with international standards, adopting the United Kingdom's usage of the term. There were only 5 people beside Brigadier General Wang Zhong. The first was Colonel Ivan Panzelyevich Yegorov, the commander of the 31st Imperial Guard Infantry Regiment. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Although the designation of his troops had changed, they were actually the remnants of the 3rd Ranked Amur Group. They were granted the Imperial Guard designation but had neither the Guard standard nor the characteristic rain capes, and the special weapons supplied to the Imperial Guard hadn't been issued at all. The second was Lieutenant Colonel Alexei Sergeyevich Pavlov, the former staff officer of the 3rd Ranked Amur Group, now the chief of staff of the Rokossov Combat Group. After being promoted to the Combat Group staff officer, Pavlov's staff team consisted only of an accountant temporarily conscripted from the locale, without even a communications officer. Logistics were still managed by the old quartermaster who had been brushed in from the locale's defense forces. In short, it was but an empty shell. The third person was the monk Sofang Badawenjiso, who had just been promoted to the main priest monk, responsible for leading the combat group's chorus, which currently had just one person. The fourth was monk Yaka Niako, currently serving as the vice knight and commander of the Divine Arrow Company of the combat group. The company currently had just one firing frame, 10 divine arrows, a single truck, and one prayer attendant. However, at least the Divine Arrow Company had been replenished with 10 divine arrows. The lone firing team was also fully staffed, and they had acquired an extra truck and a driver, making it the best supplied unit in the entire combat group. This was all the senior military officers of the Rokossov combat group at present. The others had either been sacrificed or were lying in hospitals. The last person was Sergeant Major Grigory, temporarily serving as the Brigadier General's bodyguard. He was watching the surroundings with vigilant eyes. Luchtov was not only a railway transfer station and a logistics center but also the location of the largest hospital in the nearby combat zone. Most of the casualties were sent here, and the Ronid battlefield hospital that moved with the 3rd Ranked Amur group was also merged into the local hospital system. Wang Zhong paced back and forth on the platform, making small talk. The third-ranked Amur group became an Imperial Guard regiment, so why is it numbered 31? Have we made 30 Imperial Guard regiments in less than 2 weeks since the war began? The senior officers of the combat group, as well as the guards nearby who heard this, looked at Wang Zhong with surprised eyes. Wang Zhong frowned. What's wrong? Yegorov, there were already 30 Imperial Guard infantry regiments before the war began. Oh, is that so? Wang Zhong had become accustomed to playing the part of a man lacking common sense. Since the original owner was terrible, nobody would find it strange. I see. So we're the first to obtain the Imperial Guard title since the war started. Yegorov nodded. Yes. Wang Zhong, that's wonderful. No matter what the future holds, we have made history. If it had been 2 days earlier, Wang Zhong would definitely not have said such a thing because the honor of becoming an Imperial Guard was earned through great sacrifices, and he wouldn't mock the new designation in such a jesting manner. But Wang Zhong was probably the kind of person who adapted easily to the environment. No matter what happened or how sad it was, he would mostly forget about it after a few sleeps. This morning, Ludmila even teased, saying, the old Alyosha is back, though only halfway. That is to say, the original Rakasov and Wang Zhong shared some common characteristics in personality. Of course, it has now been proven that Wang Zhong certainly wouldn't wet his pants on the battlefield. On this point, there was a significant difference between them. Just then, the distant sound of a train whistle was heard. Wang Zhong had already confirmed through an overhead view that the train wasn't the one they were waiting for, but at this moment he still had to play along, so he asked Pavlov, is this the one? Pavlov looked towards the switchman's hut at the northeast end of the station and shook his head. No, the switchman hasn't gone to adjust the tracks yet. This train is just passing through. No sooner had he spoken than the train whistled again, showing no sign of slowing down, and it barreled past the platform on a track far from the station. The engine was pushing a railway repair car at the front, and pulling a coal wagon behind, with an anti-aircraft car, atop which were mounted quadruple Maxim machine guns on each of its 3 gun positions. The railway repair car was fitted with tracks on both sides, clearly prepared to immediately repair any section of the railway that might have been bumped by the Prasen Air Force on the spot. The soldiers in the anti-aircraft car were all tense, for now that it was daylight, Prasen planes could arrive at any time. Further back were the sealed cars, each with its doors open, and new recruits peered curiously at the outside world from the edge of the cars. A recruit shouted, Your Excellency the General, how's the front line? Wang Zhong, it's terrifying? You guys might as well get ready to wet your pants. The young recruits, utterly unaware of what awaited them, laughed heartily in brave ignorance. After saying this, Wang Zhong realized. He glanced at Yegorov and Pavlov. No one spoke any more about wetting pants, but those who came from Ronid had heard more or less about it. 2 officers started pretending to look at the scenery. Shit, this won't become a famous meme in the future, will it? I don't want anything like that. To hide his embarrassment, he asked Yegorov, can the Imperial Guard get specialized equipment? Yes, rainproof cloaks, very useful in the muddy season and when it snows heavily. Then there's the Tokarev Model 8 rifle. In this time and space, the Tokarev semi-automatic rifle was standardized in Joules 908, hence the Model 8 designation. Submachine guns were only suitable for close combat. Theoretically, the Tokarev semi-automatics had an advantage over submachine guns in open terrain. Prasen's regular infantry was still pulling bolts, so the firepower advantage brought by the Tokarev would allow the Imperial Guard to have a better middle distance advantage over the Prasen army. Nov. L. B /JNN. Theoretically, that's the case, but since Prasen army infantry squads generally organized around a machine gun, a squad with 1 machine gun, the advantage of the Tokarev over bolt-action rifles would be negligible. Still, having an advantage was always good. Wang Zhong now dreamed of getting more good equipment for his troops. Although the outcome of a war does not depend on the superiority of equipment, having good equipment is certainly better than using poor equipment, as it can reduce a lot of losses. Wang Zhong then asked, so when can we receive these Tokarevs? Pavlov jokingly said, the bullets have already been transported here, we're just missing the guns and the people to use them. Wang Zhong rubbed his forehead. These past few days, he had experienced the chaos brought by the front collapsing. The good news was that everything was recovering, the bad news was that it wasn't recovering fast enough. Wang Zhong continued pacing on the platform. Monkyuk Niako then said to Pavlov, I'd rather have the men replenished quickly than the guns. The barracks are so empty and quiet, it's so silent at night that you might even have nightmares. The orders given to Wang Zhong did not specify the scale of the Rakasov combat group but, because the leader of the troops was a brigadier general, the local logistics department allocated barracks based on the standard for a brigade. The large base could simultaneously accommodate 3,000 people, as well as their assigned vehicles, ammunition, and fuel. However, Wang Zhong's group had fewer than 200 people in total, with only 55 infantrymen completely uninjured. Of all the troops that had retreated from Ronid, only their group had arrived. It was unclear whether the other scattered soldiers were fighting guerrilla warfare, had been captured, or had been shot by the tribunal, but in any case, they had not come here. After all the servicemen with minor injuries had been admitted to the recovery center of the battlefield hospital, the vast camp housed only 55 fully intact people, plus plus various other logistical personnel, such as the field cooking team and field laundry team, totaling just over 300 people, which made the place incredibly empty. The barracks housed more sparrows than people. All 55 of these fully intact men were promoted to non-commissioned officers. In theory, each person would command at least one squad in the future, but there were currently no soldiers to lead. Wang Zhong paced the platform, talking to himself. I thought the future would be nothing but fight after fight, after fight. I didn't expect to have such a break. Yegorov laughed and said, this is your first time on the battlefield. Actually, this is the norm. A war generally lasts for a month, even just 1 or 2 weeks if it's fierce, and then there's a long period of rest. It was the same rhythm during the civil wars. Only the Air Force battles passionately with the enemy every day. Wang Zhong actually knew about this because he liked playing war games, and he had read a lot of military history. For example, he knew that before the Battle of Kursk, to wait for the muddy season to end, both armies on the southern front had rested for more than 3 months, with some units resting since February. But that's how it is, shallow knowledge is gained without experience. Even though he had read so much military history and memoirs, Wang Zhong had not expected to have such downtime before he arrived in Luchthof. Fortunately, Yegorov and Pavlov had experience. They had brought in musicians with the baton and balalaika to play music during meals, and they had found a propaganda hall movie projection team to screen films every night. Wang Zhong only now learned that what he had always thought was an accordion was actually a national musical instrument called baton, which sounds quite different from the accordion. And the balalaika is a type of triangular guitar, also a national musical instrument. Yegorov continued, during the Civil War, I took a liking to fishing. It was an excellent way to pass the time. Just sitting by the lake, an entire day would fly by. Plus, at night, you could eat salmon. Wang Zhong thought to himself, you better not, agreeing to go fishing for salmon at Lake Baikal is not a good omen. Just as he was about to say this, many trucks drove into the station, stopping on the side of the platform without rails. Numerous stretcher bearers and nurses jumped down from the trucks. Wang Zhong and the others silently made way on the platform. Soon after, a whistle sounded from the west. The track worker came out from the cabin, performed a series of operations, and then raised a green lantern. The sound of the train braking came from the distance. At the same time, a few jeeps drove into the train station, each one carrying 3 doctors. Wang Zhong greeted the medical director Losanov. Doctor, good morning. Losanov nodded, his expression exceedingly haggard. By then, the decelerating train glided into the platform and slowly came to a stop. The people on the train immediately sprung into action, lifting one wounded soldier after another off the train. There were no lightly wounded soldiers, probably because all the light casualties had remained at the fronts to continue fighting. The doctors fanned out, examining each wounded soldier lined up on the platform, and placed classification tags on their chests. Each doctor was followed by a nurse whose sole duty was to administer anesthetics to those tagged abandoned. The stretcher teams continually carried the wounded tagged for priority treatment onto the trucks. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, as precise as machinery, all faces expressionless. Wang Zhong also watched all this expressionlessly. All his recent idle thoughts about the battlefield had been washed away. It was just an illusion, the cruel war was still ongoing. At that moment, a wounded soldier tagged abandoned reached out towards the direction of Wang Zhong and the others. Father. Yakiniako walked toward him, taking out his old, faded holy book as he did so. Kneeling down, he took the severely wounded soldier's hand and placed it on the cover of the book, whispering, Speak, child. I am listening, and so is he. Perhaps the anesthetic was taking effect. Wang Zhong couldn't hear the soldier's voice. He could only see the monk bend down and bring his ear close to the soldier's mouth. Looking at all this, Sophia suddenly said, You know, the wounded in the sanatorium all like female nurses, but these dying men trust monks like Yakiniako more. Even though as a hymn monk, I am more favored. Wang Zhong did not respond. By now, Yegorov had already made a round by the wounded and came over, whispering to Wang Zhong, lots of bayonet wounds. Yesterday was all shrapnel and blast injuries. Today there's been an increase in gunshot and bayonet wounds. Wang Zhong replied, close combat has begun. It's unclear whether Bogdanovka could truly hold out for 15 days. We must hurry. The problem is, even if we hurry, we can't get more people. The reinforcements are all headed to Bogdanovka, said Yegorov, frowning. It's as if we've been forgotten. At that moment, the train station master came out of the dispatch room and shouted to Wang Zhong and the others, Your Excellency the Brigadier General, the train you've been waiting for will arrive soon, but under these circumstances, it can only stop at the more distant dispatch platform. Please take the trouble to walk there, the pedestrian bridge is that way. Wang Zhong and the others had just crossed the overpass to the other side of the platform when they saw the track workers emerge from the hut again, beginning to adjust the rails. He switched to an overhead view and indeed saw a train coming from the northeast. There were no emergency repair cars on the train's head, and the anti-aircraft cannon mounted on the anti-aircraft car had been replaced with a 25mm gun. Following the anti-aircraft car, as was customary, was a line of black tank cars, though the first car had the church's sun emblem painted on its top. The car marked with the sun emblem had noticeably fewer people inside, and Wang Zhong, adjusting his angle, saw through the doors of the tank car, now open, an office desk within. It seemed that the distinguished guest they were to receive was in this car, while the people in the following tank cars were likely reinforcements being sent to Bogdanovka. As a brigade-level unit, the Rokosov combat group was about to be assigned a military bishop, primarily responsible for managing a large number of priests and for presiding over more significant masses. Of course, what Wang Zhong valued most was the bishop's role in communication with the church, and he had already decided that once the bishop arrived, he would cry poverty to him every day until the Divine Arrow Company was at full strength. When Wang Zhong switched back to his original perspective, he could already hear the train's whistle. The train slid slowly onto the platform. A solidly built officer in the church's military uniform, draped in an Imperial Guard rain cloak, stood in the wide-open doorway of the church car, hands on hips, watching Wang Zhong and his group. Seeing this man, Wang Zhong did not know why, but he felt like marching up to him and saying, "You son of a bitch, you're my bishop." The train had not yet come to a complete stop when the bishop jumped down and strode towards Wang Zhong and his party. Wang Zhong had intended to meet the man, but the unloading of other cars had started, and a large group of young men in khaki uniforms and boat-shaped caps began to disembark, immediately drawing his attention. By this time, the bishop had already approached Wang Zhong. "It's been a long time, Alexei Konstantinovich." Wang Zhong, originally turning his head to watch the new soldiers disembark, immediately focused back upon hearing this form of address, a chill running down his spine. What did it mean? Have we met before? The other party had not introduced himself, so he was definitely someone Wang Zhong knew. However, Wang Zhong had only seen the other's name in command orders and could not even have remembered it without switching to an overhead view. It was Nikolai Nikanorovich Popov. Thankfully, it seemed their relationship was not close, and Wang Zhong had never been so grateful for the complex Slavic naming conventions. So he also referred to Popov by his name and patronymic. "It's been a long time, Nikolai Nikanorovich." Popov examined Wang Zhong carefully. "You seem like a different person, Alexei Konstantinovich, quite unlike how you seemed when you graduated." Wang Zhong laughed. "You jest, I am still the same, maybe just with a bit more of the battlefield's aura about me." "I thought you might say the aura of hell," Popov said. It appeared that the tribunal had already reported that line. "Then I can introduce you to the road back from hell." Popov went on, "Before I came here, His Royal Highness the Crown Prince sought me out to ask me to take good care of his dear brother. I promised His Highness, so I will use these eyes to see if your command skills truly are as reported in the telegrams." Damn it, Wang Zhong thought, what kind of embellished tales has the Duke of Vostok been telling upstairs? Lucky for me I had cheats and a wealth of war game experience, or you would have seriously screwed me over. Wang Zhong, you won't be disappointed. Oh, I noticed you're already wearing the Imperial Guard cloak, so does that mean the 3rd the 31st Imperial Guard Infantry Regiment's equipment is also on this train? He almost gave the wrong number. Popov released Wang Zhong's hand and shook his head. "No, this is a memento from my time in the Guards Infantry Regiment. Your supplies are on the next train. This train, I've brought the 31st Regiment's Guard flag and reinforcements." As Popov said this, several judges with blue caps came down from the train, followed by 3 priests, one carrying a rolled-up flag, another holding the double-headed eagle emblem, and a third carrying a box. Just as Wang Zhong was about to receive the flag, Popov held him back. "The flag must be presented in a ceremony before I can give it to you. These 3 are special clergy from the Grand Patriarch of St. Yekaterina Fortress." Wang Zhong frowned. "Do we really need to go through this kind of formalism? N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//om. Trust me, it's very helpful for the troops' morale," Popov said. Yegorov then said, "But what we're absolutely not short of is morale. We lack everything but morale." The judges behind Popov immediately gave Yegorov a sharp look. Sergeant Grigori returned the look with an equally piercing gaze. Just then, a young man dressed in khaki military uniform ran up to Wang Zhong, snapped to attention, and saluted. "Major General, the 535th Cadet Battalion has assembled." Wang Zhong frowned. "Cadet Battalion? Which cadet battalion?" "From the Pakeki Infantry School and Artillery School, Major General," the young man reported, holding his head high. Wang Zhong then noticed that his shoulder straps bore no insignia, only a border, which is the mark of a military school student. What a mess. He immediately turned to Popov. "These men will all be officers after some time of training. How can you assign them to frontline units as reinforcements just like that?" Yegorov also agreed. "According to regulations, the Imperial Guard is supposed to be replenished with veterans returning from recovery. What's going on with assigning us new recruits?" Pavlov interjected. "You're the one causing trouble. The war hasn't even been going on for half a month yet. Where are the veterans returning from recovery? Look, the Major General is just slightly wounded. He just finished dealing with the pus." These words made Wang Zhong's shoulder start to feel phantom pain. He was reminded of the day before, when he cleansed the wound with alcohol during dressing changes. At this moment, a young man stepped forward from the ranks of the academy, loudly saying, "Report. We have received comprehensive training. Our military skills are much better than average recruits." Wang Zhong pushed aside the student in front of him and walked over to the reporting student. "It's not that we doubt your military skills, it's that you should be playing a greater role. How much longer until you complete your studies?" "1 year, Major General." "But, Mother Auntie is calling." All of Wang Zhong's words were choked back by this statement. "Mother Auntie is calling." He turned to Popov. Are there really no other units left? What about the people called up by the total mobilization? They're in training, Popov answered, and those who are already reserves have their own units which are now heading to the front line in formation. I think it's more efficient than disbanding them to reinforce units that have taken casualties on the front. The reserve army believes that the first batch of inexperienced adults conscripted in October will complete their basic training by the end of the year. Wang Zhong, the penal battalion. Popov, how could we possibly assign a penal battalion to reinforce the Imperial Guard? Alexei Konstantinovich, you'd better consider how to use your miraculous command skills to help them survive the war as much as possible. Wang Zhong frowned, always feeling that Popov was being sarcastic. However, Popov did have a point. If he commanded with more finesse, perhaps a majority of these young men could survive their first battle. He turned to ask the cadet unit commander, how many of you are there? 1,200, General Sir, the commander replied. Yegorov muttered under his breath, not even enough for a full regiment. Pavlov glared at him. Yegorov immediately raised his hand in a gesture of surrender. All right, I'll shut up. You're the regimental staff officer, you're the boss. In fact, as the Guards regiment commander and a colonel, Yegorov held a slightly higher rank. Wang Zhong ignored these two old foes. He walked to the far right of the cadet ranks and ordered, everyone, take out paper and pen and write down your full name. Although everyone was puzzled, they obeyed the order. Starting from the first row on the right, Wang Zhong collected the slips of paper and read the names aloud. Alexei Nikolaevich Malekhov. After Wang Zhong had read a few names, the young man who previously shouted about his mother calling out asked, General, are you really going to read all 1,200 names at once? Wang Zhong, yes, that's the only way I can remember all your names and match them with your faces. His statement instantly caused whispers to spread among the young men. The same mother-calling cadet shouted again, that's impossible to do. Why waste the time? Wang Zhong, I can do it. Even if he couldn't, he could rely on a temporary trick to help, but Wang Zhong swore that he would gradually associate all their faces with their names. As for the reason, Wang Zhong, most of you will die within the first hour, maybe even the first half hour of combat. I can't guarantee to bring all of you back alive, but I can at least remember your names and faces. He approached the mother-calling cadet, took the slip from his hand, and read out loud, Vasily Alexandrovich Leonov. Here. Vasily responded loudly. Wang Zhong, I've remembered you, I promise. Vasily held his head high, as if it were something to be proud of. Just as Wang Zhong was about to move on, Vasily spoke again. General, they say you destroyed 20 enemy tanks at Pinyi. Is that true? Wang Zhong corrected him indifferently. It was 8. And nearly my entire crew died, with the only surviving driver suffering a leg injury, now lying in the hospital. This statement excited all the cadets. 1 against 8. Didn't they say the Prussians had superior armor? Looks like they're not so tough after all. Wang Zhong's eyebrows knitted together as he raised his voice. The Prussians are very strong. Underestimating them will cost you dearly. Many of them are veterans who have fought in numerous wars. The young man fell silent, looking at Wang Zhong with seriousness. Let's continue. With that, he started collecting the slips of paper from the young man again. Sergeant Grigory appeared with a wooden box from somewhere, following Wang Zhong, allowing him to place the slips inside. Moments later, Wang Zhong read the last slip and put it into the box, saying to the sergeant, seal this well and keep it in my quarters where I can see it at any time. The sergeant nodded. Just then, the train transporting the young students started moving, slowly leaving the platform, while on the opposite platform the train carrying the wounded had already left earlier. Only the grievously wounded who had been given up for treatment remained on the platform, while the station staff were washing away the bloodstains with water. The bloody water flowed down the cement platform, staining the concrete and the roadbed stones below a deep red. Seeing the scene, Wang Zhong was struck with an idea. Attention, everyone. About face. The 1,200 reinforcements turned to face the opposite platform, which was drenched in blood. The sight of blood quieted even the rowdiest cadet. All but one. Vasily asked in confusion, why are those wounded soldiers left there? Wang Zhong, their injuries are too severe, and it's not worth using medicine to try to save them. In a while, they will be carried to the local church and handed over to the priest. Silence hung over all the young faces. Wang Zhong, this is your first lesson from war, students. The crowd was silent, fixated on the platform across from them when Vasily suddenly shouted, Filipov, beat the drum. Wang Zhong was startled. How could this troublemaker still be alive and kicking? Beat the drum? He looked at Vasily, who was exceptionally tall, standing out even among the cadets who were already quite tall, easily distinguishable over the rows of people. And that Filipov, obedient as ever, actually took down the marching drum strapped to his back and began to beat it. From the drum beat alone, it was impossible to tell what song it was, but Vasily immediately began to sing. Our march is long and hard. Soldiers, look ahead. Wang Zhong instantly recognized the song. It was Departure, but wasn't it a work from the 50s or 60s? The other cadets immediately joined in the singing. The team's banner flutters in the wind, the commanders lead the way. Then they entered the song's signature section. The departure in anti-language sounded like a bang made with the mouth, the beauty of this song being its use of the word departure repeatedly, like the pounding of the drum or artillery firing. Soldiers, advance, advance, advance. With the sound of departure, the cadets began to move in unison, as if marching in step. The chorus suddenly leaped from natural minor to major, opening up into a bright and clear sound. My dear girl, on my way, I will write to you as I return, n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Hear the bugle calling, soldiers, depart. The railway workers cleaning blood on the opposite platform stopped and looked over across the tracks. Even though severely wounded, barely hanging on to life, struggled to turn their gaze this way. Yegorov also joined in the singing. Each soldier, brave and young, their gaze sharp as an eagle. We all have the highest glory for having achieved great deeds in battle. It was only then that Wang Zhong snapped out of his shock. He was infected by the vibrant energy and fearless courage of the youth and began to sing loudly, soldiers, advance, advance, advance. My dear, I will write to you, on my way as I return. Hear the bugle calling, soldiers, depart. After one round, Vasily began to whistle, his shrill whistle much like the screech of a seagull, mocking the storm with abandon. As the song entered the second verse, a transport train coincidentally arrived at the station, its driver looking on in amazement at the soldiers swaying in unison on the platform. After the anti-aircraft carriage passed, the countless young faces in the sealed freight cars looked at the platform and also began to sing loudly. Soldiers, advance, advance, advance. My dear, I will write to you, on my way as I return. Hear the bugle calling, soldiers, depart. In the grand chorus, it seemed as if the train itself was hastened by their singing. At that moment, Wang Zhong could only think of one thing. There is only one kind of true heroism in the world, and that is to still love life after recognizing its true nature. And on the battlefield, there is only one kind of true heroism, which is to gear up and set out again after recognizing the horrors of war. He paced on the platform, each step landing on the beat. At the end of the song, Wang Zhong said, Vasily, for not following parade discipline, you will clean the latrines today. The drummer, you will do it with him. Vasily protested loudly, didn't I just boost everyone's morale? Wang Zhong replied, that's why you are not being confined. But breaking discipline is breaking discipline. Remember, you go to clean after everyone has gone to sleep tonight, and you also have to carry the waste pails to the dung pit. Just then, Priest Popov came over, don't take my job from me. He turned towards Vasily, boosting morale is commendable, but discipline must not be broken. After everyone has gone to sleep tonight, clean the latrines, and then carry the waste pails to the dung pit. The hell is the difference from my order? Before Wang Zhong could complain, Popov turned to the priest holding the guard flag. Give me the guard flag. I think this regiment really doesn't need any formalistic stuff. They are worthy of this flag. Yegorov immediately protested, the new recruits indeed have high spirits, but my veterans are even more spirited, and they earned that flag with their struggles. It should go to the veterans. Wang Zhong declared, it's all the same. Give it to me. Popov took the flag, slanted the flagpole, and fully unfolded the banner. The white background, adorned with St. Andrew's cross, and then the double-headed eagle and the number 31, as well as the infantry's insignia. To be honest, Wang Zhong always felt there was something off about this flag. The double-headed eagle was grand and lavish, yes, but well, when the flag wasn't unfurled, it somewhat resembled a white flag. He shared his thoughts truthfully. Vasily, pfft. Wang Zhong, do you want to continue cleaning toilets tomorrow? The thorn in the side immediately tightened his face and stood at attention, chest out. Yegorov, it's not bad, at least St. Andrew's cross is blue. Carolingian's flag is what really looks like a white flag. Pavlov frowned, their flag has a silver fleur-de-lis pattern on it, it's just the silver on white that makes it hard to discern from afar. Complaints notwithstanding, Wang Zhong still took the guard's flag on behalf of Yegorov. He suddenly realized he didn't know what to do next with this flag, as he hadn't seen this procedure before. Was just handing it to Yegorov all there was to it? As he was pondering, Popov said, you should pass the flag to the color bearer. If there isn't one, then you need to select one. Wang Zhong immediately looked toward Vasily, who lit up with excitement at once. Theoretically speaking, Vasily was the tallest, and when Wang Zhong was in junior high, high school, and during university military training, it was always the tallest person who became the color bearer and walked at the very front of the class formation. But he hesitated. Would being a color bearer make one an easy target? In the end, Wang Zhong handed the flag to the second tallest, Zakhaev. Vasily, why not me? Wang Zhong, if you don't want an extra day of toilet cleaning, shut it. Then Wang Zhong turned to the leader of the trainees' formation, fall in, prepare to return to the barracks. Yes, General sir, all present, eyes right. Inside the barracks, the veterans were gathered on the parade ground, idly chatting, when suddenly someone ran past quickly, shouting, they're coming, not just with the priest, but also a whole bunch of new recruits. Quick, fall in. The veterans promptly stubbed out their cigarettes and started to fall into ranks, completing the formation in less than a minute. Then the sentry at the gate of the barracks lifted the barrier gate and presented arms. A tall new recruit carrying the guard's flag led the way at the front, followed by the new recruits arranged in 4 columns. Observing the new recruits marching, the veterans murmured, these guys march so well, are they really recruits? They might have served in the reserves. At least we won't need to teach them how to march in formation. Why are they still equipped with the old-fashioned bolt-action rifles? What happened to the Tokarevs we were promised? No cloaks either. Quiet. barked the only unscathed warrant officer sergeant major of the regiment, shut your traps. A moment later, the trainees halted in front of the veterans, and at the command, they executed a crisp left turn to face the veterans. Between the two groups, General Alexei Konstantinova-Krokosovsky spoke loudly, "These are our reinforcements. You veterans are all squad leaders now. I will personally assign the new greenhorns to you." Those called out, "Step forward." 30 minutes later, the only new recruit left, Vasily, looked at Wang Zhong with admiration and asked, "Did you really memorize all of our names?" Wang Zhong thought to himself, "No, I cheated a bit, but you, lad, I definitely remembered." "Yes," he unapologetically admitted, "I said I would remember you all, remember every person who sacrifices. It's my responsibility." Vasily nodded, then asked, "So, which old senior sergeant will take me under his wing?" "Wang Zhong, you're a headache, and I don't trust anyone else to handle you." Grishka. Grishka was Grigory's nickname. Sergeant Major Grigory stepped forward promptly, "Present." "Wang Zhong, you're in charge of him? Teach him as much as you can about surviving on the battlefield before the war breaks out." That evening, Vasily and Filipov cleaned the latrine by candlelight. Vasily said, "I think the brigadier really likes me." Filipov, shocked, looked up at his much taller classmate. "Why? Just because he made you clean the latrine?" Vasily replied, "It's a feeling. Think about it. Why didn't he let the tallest one, me, carry the flag?" "Because you irritated him," Filipov answered instantly. "No, it's because carrying the flag is dangerous," Vasily said confidently. "He wants me to stay alive. Later, he even found the best old sergeant to train me." The term old sergeant is an informal nickname for an experienced and respected senior non-commissioned officer. Filipov said, "He just doesn't want you causing trouble?" "I think Natasha was right. You're always daydreaming." At the mention of Natasha, Vasily's face darkened. She once was his girlfriend, but she took the initiative to break up with him because you're always daydreaming. Realizing his friend's gloominess, Filipov quickly tried to make amends. "She also said you were full of idealism and romanticism. Look on the bright side." Vasily stubbornly said, "I think this time it's not daydreaming. The brigadier really thinks I suit his taste." "Oh come on, you're the first person our principal can't stand. Which general would think you suit his taste? You don't know? I heard that when the brigadier was at the military academy, he was the person his principal despised the most. That's why he sees himself in me." Filipov was left speechless. Just then, Sergeant Grigory entered. "What's taking you so long?" Before he could finish talking, he frowned deeply and snatched the tool from Vasily's hand. "That's not how to use this. Haven't you ever cleaned out the privy in the village?" "No," the two of them answered in unison. Vasily said, "We're both city folks." Filipov added, "His dad is a music professor." "Don't talk about that," Vasily said, his brow furrowed, his expression even worse than when he heard Natasha's name. Grigory paused, then looked at Vasily. "Music professor, huh? No wonder you sang well this morning. Too bad the enemy's bullets won't go around you just because you have a good voice. Let me teach you how to clean out manure first." Vasily asked, "Sergeant, have you done it?" "Of course, in the village, everyone except the nobles' children has done it. Don't look down on this stuff. It's dirty, but it's the promise of a good harvest next year. Without it, the cost of fertilizer is unbearable." Grigory spoke while skillfully working. Meanwhile, Wang Zhong, who was despised the most by his principal during his school years, was meeting with his command team at the regimental headquarters. They covered the electric light with a pillowcase and drew the curtains, gathering around the map table. Currently, Prasen's aircraft weren't conducting nighttime bombing, so there was no command for a blackout, but the men still consciously implemented light control measures. On the table, on top of the map, lay a list book, and Yegorov tapped the list with his index finger. "It seems like a lot of equipment has been replenished, but when it comes to anti-tank weapons, we only have the anti-tank rifle, and that's not enough." Bishop Popov asked, "So, the anti-tank rifles are not effective? Hitting the side is a matter of luck, the front can only target the viewing ports. Sometimes, if you're lucky, you can jam the turret ring." Yegorov shook his head. "Most of our battalion's anti-tank rifles were abandoned in Ronid. The anti-tank rifle operators were either killed or captured." Popov frowned. "You managed to destroy so many tanks at Pini without anti-tank rifles." "That was done with Molotov cocktails. First, we need to use fire to cut off the enemy infantry and leave the tanks without infantry protection, then approach and throw the Molotov cocktails," Yegorov succinctly explained. "But the problem is, most of the weapons we've been supplied with are Tokarev semi-automatics, suitable for exchange of fire with the enemy on the plains. The appropriate engagement distance is 1 to 200 meters. Molotov cocktails, on the other hand, are for close combat and can only be used within 50 meters. At such times, submachine guns are much more useful than semi-automatics." After a brief pause, Yegorov raised his voice. "We need anti-tank guns, even 45mm ones would do, but preferably the heavy 76mm anti-tank guns." Popov sighed. "In theory, there should be no shortage of 45mm guns. If they haven't been assigned yet, it's probably because the logistics system hasn't been fully restructured yet, and because of the bombing by enemy planes." "Yegorov, what about the 76mm? Those are already in short supply and difficult to come by," answered Popov. "Also, I'm here to be a bishop, okay? Don't treat me like a supply battalion commander." Shouldn't logistics be handled by the staff officers? Pavlov, who suddenly received the conversational ball, replied immediately, that's true, but look, do I have anyone here? If you don't believe me, just take a look at this map on the table. Pavlov pushed aside the supply lists to reveal the map. This map is what I copy every day by running to the local military depot myself and copying their maps. Normally, staff officers are responsible for updating the situation of friend and foe on the map based on the battle reports they receive, but without any staff officers, Pavlov had to update it himself. Pavlov continued to complain, because we have no logistics staff, naturally no one is arranging supplies, and even the laundry and cooking teams in our camp are ones I had to request personally. Before, feeding a couple hundred people wasn't a big drain on supplies, but now all of a sudden we have over 1,000. Tomorrow I'll have to go to the military depot again to ask for supplies. Besides logistics and maps, we also need a communications staff officer. We don't even have a communications company, nor do we have any mounted couriers. When you add it all up, we're missing quite a lot. Popov, shouldn't the local military depots supply you with radios? They did, but we don't have telegraphists or cryptographers. Are we supposed to learn how to use radios and decipher codes using a codebook ourselves? Pavlov sighed, I know this is because the war started less than 2 weeks ago, and we have just recovered from the rout, but the situation is still beyond my expectations. At this point, Wang Zhong spoke up, tomorrow I'll visit the hospital to see if there might be some telegraphists or cryptographers who were only lightly wounded. After all, they don't need to operate on the front line. The others shook their heads in unison. Pavlov said, all the wounded that come here are seriously injured. Where can you find lightly wounded? Wang Zhong, it's always good to check, right? What if I get lucky and find someone? Pavlov shrugged, sure, you can try. Yegorov, they say we're reorganizing the troops that have broken ranks, but it's been 3 days, and only we have come here. Where are the troops that broke ranks? Everyone fell silent. The truth was not that there were no troops breaking ranks, but rather that none had come from Ronid. Wang Zhong slapped the table, now we have people. Tomorrow we'll set up checkpoints outside the city to pull in recruits. The fleeing troops are bound to head east and surely pass through here. I refuse to believe we won't find anyone. Popov reminded him, the order was only to reorganize the troops retreating from Ronid. Wang Zhong slapped the table again, screw it. Among the civilians fleeing through here, if there are any who understand paperwork, logistics, or can send telegrams, we'll persuade them to join too. We'll tell them they don't have to go to the front line. Popov said, why not just conscript them? Yegorov added, you can die away from the front line just the same. Our headquarters is just a brigade command, we can't be too far from the front, and we're sure to be bombed all the time. Wang Zhong replied, that's why we have to tell them the truth and then persuade them. Bishop Popov looked at Wang Zhong for a few seconds and said, is this really you speaking? Alexei Konstantinovich. Nov. L. B //JNN. It seemed the original owner wouldn't have been so considerate of the civilian sentiments. Confidently, Wang Zhong said, it really is me. Along the way here, I received a lot of help from civilians, which changed my attitude towards them. Popov wore a you've got to be kidding me expression. Ignoring Popov's skepticism, Wang Zhong declared, that settles it. We can't just assume that Bogdanovka can hold for half a month. We need to act. If the higher UPS won't supply us, we'll find our own way, just like we planned before coming here. Yegorov slammed the table with force, that's the spirit? These past few days I've been so idle I'm practically getting sick from it. Early the next morning, the Rokosov battle group's streamlined team immediately sprang into action. Popov took his men to the train station to receive the military supplies designated for the battle group. Yegorov led people to set up checkpoints on the western roads of the city to detain passersby. Pavlov went to the military depot headquarters to plead poverty. Yakiniako and Sofan went to the local church to plead poverty. Wang Zhong went to the hospital to see if there were any loopholes to exploit. Everyone was in motion. Wang Zhong, accompanied by Grigory and his assigned driver Vasily, boarded the jeep, with Grigory at the wheel. Just as they were about to set off, Ludmila suddenly rushed out of the dormitory, grabbing the rear car door. Wait, take me with you, Alyosha. What are you going to do? Wang Zhong asked in confusion. Can you treat the wounded? After all, she was a prayer hand, and since she could guide rockets to their target like missiles, she could probably make use of holy light or something, right? Ludmila said, what are you rambling about? Isn't the healing power of holy power only found in legends? It's like Prasen's Valhalla. Wang Zhong responded, then what use are you at the hospital? It's dirty and... Suddenly, Wang Zhong saw Pavlov off in the distance, wobbling on a bicycle as he appeared. With Pavlov's size, he would need at least a 26-inch bike to fit him, and a 28-inch would feel right. But he rode a 24-inch bike, looking like a bear curled up on a fire hydrant. Looking at his posture on the bike was so uncomfortable for Wang Zhong to watch. Pavlov charged towards Wang Zhong, stumbling as he got off the bike, but luckily Vasily was quick to jump out of the jeep and catch him. Confused, Wang Zhong asked, what's going on? Did the enemy break through the line? Where is your jeep? Pavlov panted, I left the driver to guard it. Guarding what? Grigory immediately flipped off the safety of his submachine gun and checked the chamber with a click. Pavlov waved his hands frantically, no, that's not it. Damn it, let me catch my breath. After tossing aside the bicycle and leaning on Wang Zhong, Pavlov caught his breath for about half a minute. Having recovered somewhat, he said to Wang Zhong, "This morning, I went to the military depot headquarters. I know that part." "Get to the point," Wang Zhong interrupted him. Pavlov replied, "Oh, do you know about the repair factory in the city?" Wang Zhong nodded, "I know. They fix cars, what about it?" Pavlov explained, "They have more than just cars there. They also keep the stuff that wasn't destroyed when the cars were strafed. Anything intact was taken by the military depot command, and the broken pieces were left there. Then the mechanics saw all those broken guns piled up and took parts to assemble 3 guns, 2 45mm ones, and 1 76mm. Wang Zhong's mouth formed into an O shape. "Doesn't anyone want the guns?" he asked. Pavlov exclaimed, "They just finished assembling them yesterday and reported it today. I rushed to the repair factory when I saw the report and had the driver guard them with a loaded pistol, forbidding anyone to take them. If we grab them now, they're ours. I can't drive, so I borrowed this bicycle from one of the mechanics." Wang Zhong questioned, "Then why didn't you stay there yourself and let the driver come back in the jeep to report?" Pavlov paused, confused, "Huh? Oh, right. No, wait, the guns? Hurry, we've got to grab those guns? Maybe no one wants the 45s, but the 76mm is a treasure." Wang Zhong slapped his thigh, "Great. Vasily, run and order the first squad to stop their training and assemble here on the run." Vasily didn't move. Wang Zhong asked, "What's the matter with you?" Vasily replied, "We should send the 3rd squad, they're from the artillery school after all." Wang Zhong and Pavlov looked at each other, then cursed, "You stubborn mule, can't you follow orders for once without arguing? So, I'll go call the 1st squad." "No, call the 3rd squad." Wang Zhong glared at Vasily with a murderous look. "Run, and run fast. Don't make me kick your ass." Luktov city isn't large, walking from the northernmost to the southernmost end takes just half an hour, and if you walk a bit faster, it might take only a little over 20 minutes. If you had a bicycle, you could ride from any point in the city to just about anywhere else within 15 minutes. Wang Zhong sat in the jeep, leading the 3rd platoon in a jog, and it took less than 15 minutes to reach the repair shop, including the time they gathered. Before they arrived at the repair shop, Wang Zhong could already see another group of people blocking the entrance from afar. This group, led by a priest, was clamoring at the entrance, "Why won't you let us in? The cannon is first come, first served. These cannons were supposed to be resupplied to us." Pavlov's driver, who had also survived from Pini, showed no fear and shouted with his pistol in hand, "Nobody is allowed to touch the cannons? Staff Officer Pavlov has already requisitioned them." The other side retorted, "We don't know which Pavlov you're talking about. Is it the one who raises dogs?" Wang Zhong was shocked. "What? There is also a Pavlov known for raising dogs in this world? But this isn't surprising, as Pavlov is a fairly common surname." Sergeant Major Grigory was very adept, directly driving the jeep so close to the priest leading the opposing group that he almost crashed into him before braking sharply, even pulling a tail slide and almost hitting someone. The kicked-up dust went straight into the faces of that group of people. Wang Zhong straightened his clothes, about to get out of the car, when Vasily got out ahead of him and opened the car door. "Vasily, Your Excellency General." The previously noisy crowd suddenly quieted down, all looking towards the jeep. Seeing the general's stars on Wang Zhong's epaulets, everyone hastily snapped to attention and saluted. Under everyone's gaze, Wang Zhong got out of the vehicle and casually returned the salute. "At ease, what's all the noise about?" Pavlov got out of the car on the other side, hurriedly walked around the vehicle to stand behind Wang Zhong, and signaled to his own driver. The driver immediately reporting to the general, "These people are trying to take our artillery." The opposing bishop immediately said, "Where's the order that assigned these cannons to you? Show it to us." Wang Zhong glanced at the priest. Though Wang Zhong's general uniform was brand new, it couldn't hide the imposing aura honed on the battlefield. The priest immediately toned down his arrogance. "Wang Zhong, which unit are you from?" Actually, Wang Zhong could see the Allied Forces unit numbers with his external device, but it was more proper to ask at this moment. Besides, the device showed only numbers and no further detailed information. The priest answered, "We are the 5th Baishinsk Infantry Division, retreated from Onlysovka." Onlysovka, to the northwest of Bogdanovka. It seems the front lines of Prasen's offensive have fully advanced to the Bogdanovka to Voznesny line now. Wang Zhong suddenly realized, since when was he so intimately familiar with maps? It seems pondering over the map these past few days has borne fruit. No, can't get distracted, must deal with the matter at hand first. Wang Zhong glanced at the soldiers of the 5th Baishinsk Division and asked, "Where is your commanding officer? How come only a priest has led you here? There aren't bishops at the regimental level in the anti-empire. Each regiment should have a military commander and a chief of staff, and now with only a priest leading the group, it was very likely that both the regimental commander and the chief of staff were casualties." But Wang Zhong still needed to ask, what if when they heard there were cannons, both the regimental leader and the chief of staff were in the lavatory, and only a priest could lead the troops over for the time being? The priest's expression darkened. "All have been sacrificed. I am now the highest ranking officer of our regiment. According to the command hierarchy, I have taken over command." Wang Zhong, "Sorry. How many of you are left?" The priest answered, "There are still 370 able-bodied soldiers." Pavlov remarked, "So you all are deserters." The priest immediately got angry and raised his voice, "We are not deserters. After completing our blocking task, we retreated in good order. Give us orders, and we can build defenses and continue to resist anywhere." Wang Zhong, in the view from above, that's still desertion. We have been labeled deserters too, Your Excellency General. The priest looked solemnly at Wang Zhong. I cannot accept this characterization. We fought as bravely as the 3rd Rear Amour group at Pinyi. It's just that we didn't have tanks or divine arrows, so we didn't destroy as many enemy tanks, that's all. We need these artillery pieces. In the next battle, we will surely achieve better results. With a stern face, Wang Zhong nodded. I believe you can. But my troops can do better. The priest and his soldiers all looked unconvinced. The priest, Your Excellency General, what unit is your troop? Wang Zhong, the Imperial Guard's 31st Infantry Division. The Imperial Guard all have their signature capes, and you, which division? The priest suddenly paused, eyeing the soldiers lined up neatly behind Wang Zhong with suspicion. Wang Zhong, the Imperial Guard's 31st Infantry Division. The priest raised an eyebrow. Is that the Pinyi Hero Division that destroyed 60 tanks at Pinyi? Wang Zhong was taken aback for a moment, as that number probably included the half-tracks that were counted as tanks. But it was not the time to puncture the propaganda of the church propaganda office in this kind of desperate situation. With morale failing, heroic deeds were needed to inspire the troops. So Wang Zhong solemnly nodded. Yes, that's us. The priest took a step back and scrutinized Wang Zhong. Then you are the esteemed Count Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, the White Horse General. What the hell is a White Horse General? Wang Zhong glanced at Pavlov, who whispered, it was reported in the newspaper yesterday, or perhaps it was an enemy communication passed back by the followers of the Eastern Holy Church in Prasen. An intelligence report passed back by the followers of the Eastern Holy Church in Prasen? In these past few days, Wang Zhong had learned about the local situation. Prasen did not follow the Eastern Holy Church, and the war also had a bit of the flavor of the Crusades. Perhaps because of the existence of mystical things like Divine Arrow, the power of the church here was far stronger than on Earth. Wang Zhong, the enemy says I am the White Horse General. Yes, they say you specifically ride a horse to provoke Prasen's armored troops, arrogant and domineering. Wang Zhong laughed. He had only ridden a horse to scout too far ahead. He originally intended to stop as soon as he reached the smoke but found the overhead view difficult to control the horse, and Bucephalus ran fast, charging out of the smoke. So in the eyes of the enemy, he had gone out specifically to taunt them. Wang Zhong, actually, I was just on a reconnaissance ride. The driver of the 422 vehicle I was in was injured and couldn't drive, so I had to mount a horse to scout. This was the truth, the absolute truth. But to others, it might seem like modesty. At this point, the attitudes of the people from the 5th Blyatansk Infantry Division changed completely, looking at Wang Zhong with added respect. Wang Zhong struck while the iron was hot. Now that you know I'm the White Horse General, are you still thinking of taking this artillery piece? The priest clenched his teeth, looking like he still wanted the artillery. After all, he had been through bloody battles and knew how important a gun was for the next fight, how an extra gun might mean much less bloodshed. It was true that he couldn't give it up easily. At that moment, Wang Zhong had an idea and asked, which division do you belong to? The 81st Infantry Division, the priest answered. Wang Zhong, where is that division now? Don't know, we've been out of touch with division headquarters for a long time, the priest's voice lowered. Pavlov said, although there is no notice of the division's number being revoked, there's no supply for this division in the logistics transportation plan anymore. The supply for this group should be separately allocated. It's the precursor to disbanding the number. Wang Zhong, then it's simple, you no longer have a division above you, and my Rokossovsky battle group is missing a group. Pavlov, prepare the documents, apply to have them incorporated into our battle group. This way, if we take the gun, it's as if you've got it. The priest scratched his head. This doesn't follow the usual procedure, does it? Wang Zhong, during wartime, you handle special cases in special ways. Plus, the orders I received were to incorporate the rooted soldiers here, and while you don't count as rooted, your division is gone. You from the 81st Division count as rooted, right? A division that's been annihilated is certainly rooted, logically. Pavlov looked tired as he glanced at the sky, murmuring in a low voice, damn, do you know how much paperwork this involves? Wang Zhong pretended not to hear and continued looking at the priest. So, what do you say? The priest slapped his thigh. All right, that settles it. We'll go back and wait for the orders. After the 5th Blyatansk group left, Pavlov's driver finally opened the door. An old craftsman had already been waiting inside, and as soon as he saw Wang Zhong come in, he immediately greeted him. We've been waiting for you. We've greased the big guns, just waiting for you to take them to continue firing on those Prasen devils. As he spoke, the old craftsman made a welcoming gesture, then while leading Wang Zhong to the factory building, continued to say, we actually don't know how to repair big guns. But look, with so many guns, each with different parts broken, you can compare and figure out the overall structure. So we assembled 3 guns. 2 of the 45s are original parts. The 76 is missing parts, but we turned them ourselves on a lathe. They're passable. Wang Zhong wanted to inspect the gun thoroughly but soon realized he didn't understand artillery at all and wouldn't be able to tell good from bad, so he thought it best to let those who knew how take a look. So he turned back to the young soldiers of the 3rd platoon and asked, are you from the artillery school? The leader of the young soldiers glanced at the NCO leading them. The NCO said, "The Brigadier General is asking you a question, so answer it. Don't look at me." "Yes, Brigadier General, sir." "Wang Zhong, send out the two with the best grades to inspect this gun." All the new recruits turned to look at a curly-haired youngster. N/O/vel/B/jn.C//OM. The young man stepped out of the rank and saluted Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong nodded. "Dmitry Ivanovich, tell me right away if this gun can be fired successfully." Surprised to hear his own name, the young man was slightly taken aback. "You really remembered our names?" "Of course, now check the gun." Wang Zhong did try to remember everyone's names yesterday, but he hadn't succeeded yet. He still relied on his external aid for help. But now, he knew there was a young man who was great at handling guns called Dmitry Ivanovich. The result of this assault was a line of people jubilantly hauling the big guns back to base. Generally, the anti-army artillerists would use mules and horses to tow these cannons, but with none to be found in the entire factory, they had to borrow 3 trucks used for transporting parts and materials to pull all 3 guns back to base. The gunners, finally with cannons, were overjoyed, standing in the truck beds with a proud and spirited demeanor, as if with these few guns they could drive all the invaders out of their homeland. After driving into base and coming to a stop, Wang Zhong jumped down from the jeep and shouted to the men disembarking from the 3rd truck, "Hurry up and unload the guns, and we've got to return the trucks to the factory. You guys push the guns under that tree over there, and chop some branches to cover them up. Don't let the enemy planes spot them." The Prasen Army's planes had been bombing off these past few days, but they mainly focused on the railway stations, paying little attention to this empty base. However, today this base had over 1,000 people, more than enough to catch the attention of Prasen pilots. Wang Zhong's orders were quickly carried out. The trucks left the base, the gunners pushed the guns into the shade of the trees, and then climbed up to chop down branches with machetes. These kids seemed to be playing rather than working as they climbed the trees, their laughter audible across the whole parade ground, distracting the infantry who were training with the veterans. Wang Zhong had no choice but to scold, "Stop messing around. Act your age. You veterans should keep them in line as well." A former veteran of the Amur group, now a squad leader, immediately took a serious tone, scolding the new recruits and giving their backsides a few kicks for good measure. The work was quickly done, and Dmitry came over to Wang Zhong and saluted, "Your Excellency General, where are the shells?" Wang Zhong turned to Pavlov, "Where are the shells? I'll go write the request now, don't rush me." "Wang Zhong, while you're at it, request some military trucks too, or mules if necessary." At the start of Operation Barbarossa on Earth, the level of mechanization on both sides was not as high as one might think. A considerable number of Soviet artillery units relied entirely on mules and horses for transport, and logistics, apart from trains, also depended heavily on these animals. Not only were a significant portion of the German logistics reliant on mules and horses, but many of the non-armored and non-grenadier units also maneuvered by marching and with the aid of mules and horses. The only army in World War II that was essentially free of mules and horses, fully mechanized, was the U.S. Army, with its vast fleets of 10-wheel trucks and Willis jeeps, making them a force that truly operated on wheels. The anti-army wasn't the American army. The number of gas trucks was quite limited, and now, in this state of collapse, Wang Zhong wasn't really expecting Pavlov to find enough gas trucks. It would be fine just to make do with mules and horses for towing. N/O/vel/B/N/C//OM. In response to Wang Zhong's request, Pavlov looked troubled and complained, "General, you only need to move your lips, but it's me who's running around until my legs break. Not to mention, I have to prepare a pile of paperwork. At least get the staff at brigade headquarters to work with me." Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow and pointed to the cadets before him. "Aren't they military academy students? Can't we get a few to act as staff officers?" "No, what they've mainly learned is how to be warrant officers, only knowing how to handle the paperwork a platoon leader might come across." Pavlov shook his head. "I need civilians with at least the rank of a level 9 civil official, level 10 would do as well. Or students who have completed the staff officer course, even those who haven't completed it, but at least they should have studied it." "Wang Zhong, is that so? Maybe we could find a few with weaker constitutions and start from scratch. I'm already running myself ragged just getting around, and now you want me to teach students? And those with only a little bit of foundation?" Pavlov retorted. Wang Zhong also felt that seemed to be the case. However, Pavlov added, "Still, we can consider finding a few who are better at cartography to update the maps daily, so that I don't have to do it myself. Copying the signs from the command headquarters map exactly as they are is something even newbies can do." Wang Zhong clapped his hands. "That settles it. Vasily, who among you is good at drawing maps?" Vasily pointed to the 3rd company of the artillery academy. "They have to learn surveying and mapping. After all, they may lead artillery observation teams in the future, while we just report coordinates based on the map." Wang Zhong nodded, then turned to Dmitry and said, "Recruit 2 volunteers to come to the headquarters to draw maps. Anyway, we don't need so many people for just 3 guns." "Yes." Just as Dmitry left, the sound of engines came from the gate, and Wang Zhong turned his head to see one gas truck after another driving into the encampment. Wang Zhong muttered, "What's going on? Has the command finally gone mad? The supplies they've given us before have always been measly." Then he saw Popov sitting in the lead truck, whose task should have been to go to the station to receive the supply train that was due today for Rakosov's battle group. It seemed that the trucks were loaded with supplies for the battle group, but where did the trucks come from? The truck Popov was in drove up to Wang Zhong and stopped in front of him. The bishop jumped out of the door and blinked at the perplexed brigadier. Do you have a question to ask, Alexei Konstantinovich? Wang Zhong, yes, where did these trucks come from? Borrowed from the command headquarters? Can I keep the trucks? Don't worry, these trucks are for us. Popov turned to shout at the convoy, quick, unload the trucks, stack the weapons on the side, and take the ammo to the storage. Those messing with the artillery over there, hurry up and come help artillery. It was only then that Popov realized that what was covered by branches under the tree was artillery, and he quickly asked, where did this artillery come from? You didn't snatch it from a brotherly unit, did you? I won't support you if you break military discipline. Wang Zhong, don't worry, this is something the mechanics from the auto repair shop assembled from scrap guns. Absolutely no rules were broken. Popov raised an eyebrow. If it were before, I definitely wouldn't believe you. Now, well, I'll trust the White Horse General of Piniyi for the time being. How come you've started using that nickname too? Popov shrugged. Everyone at the station is talking about it, and they know we're the troops of the White Horse General. Don't let everyone down in the next battle. After speaking, he turned towards the soldiers. Quickly unload, hurry up, otherwise we might be hit by enemy air raids. It wouldn't be good if the hard-earned ammo got blown up. Actually, the soldiers were already unloading, and Popov's urging only made everyone move a bit faster. The bishop turned back, took out a thick stack of registration forms from his briefcase, and handed them to Pavlov. This is the inventory list. Pavlov sighed and turned to his driver. Go call the accountant. Wang Zhong asked, are all these gas trucks sent along with the military train? Yes, the trucks are loaded with supplies, fastened directly onto the train. It seems His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had given strict instructions to the Imperial Logistics Department. Popov crossed his arms and watched everyone bustling. Just Tokarev alone sent us 3,000 pieces. We couldn't possibly use all of them. There's also a heap of heavy machine guns and anti-tank rifles. Wang Zhong, so, can we swap our surplus weapons with the supply depot for other things? It seems there isn't such a system in place, Popov said, seemingly unsure, and then turned to look at Pavlov. Pavlov handed the checklist to the accountant who had hurried over. Go and verify the quantities against the list. After passing his look of worry to the accountant, Pavlov replied to the two men, his face relaxing, indeed, there is no such system. However, I think the command of the supply depot won't mind taking the Tokarevs back. My suggestion is to barter with neighboring units for what we need. No sooner had he finished speaking than one of the unloading cadets shouted, look, cloaks. The Imperial Guard's cloaks. The cadet who yelled snatched a cloak, draped it over his shoulders, and stood in the bed of the truck, primping. The others crowded around, each eager to try on a cloak. Popov yelled, don't touch anything? Wait for the quartermaster to issue them? If anyone takes one now, they'll be locked up. The first scallywag who grabbed a cloak could only reluctantly put it back. Wang Zhong heard someone say, Elisha, better wait until you have your cloak before you bring flowers. Since Wang Zhong's nickname was also Elisha, his first reaction was to think he was being called, but he soon realized it wasn't for him. Russian names often coincided a whole bunch of Alexeis, and Wang Zhong even suspected that Russians unfamiliar with each other would use both the first name and patronymic to avoid confusion. Clearly, this Elisha was referring to another soldier named Alexei. From his vantage point, Wang Zhong quickly spotted this Elisha, Alexei Balfionovic. So Wang Zhong called out loudly, Alexei Balfionovic? Who are you giving flowers to? The cadets going for the cannon and those heading to the station to receive supplies all stopped in their tracks and stared at Wang Zhong, surprised. Alexei Balfionovic said with excitement, you remembered my name. Wang Zhong nodded, don't be so surprised every time. I've said I would remember all your names. As long as I'm alive, you will not become nameless heroes. Alexei, who are you giving flowers to? A sharp-tongued scallywag blurted out, it's the laundry squad's Natalia, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong, then I wish you a successful mission. To the west of the encampment, in front of the perimeter wall, there's a lawn where starflowers are blooming beautifully. In fact, Ludmila was the one who had discovered this, and she immediately told Wang Zhong, even making him a wreath. Alexei Balfionovic's face lit up with joy. Really, Your Excellency, really? You can pick them during the rest time after dinner tonight, and present them to your lady as the sun sets, Wang Zhong advised. Popov chimed in, as expected from the Casanova of Ekaterinburg, always understanding the way of love. Wang Zhong shrugged. In truth, he had zero experience with romance, but he had read 200 romance comics. Not 200 issues, but 200 series. Popov, all right, enough. Let's continue with the orders. As the soldiers resumed the orderly transfer of ammunition, Popov turned to Wang Zhong. Actually, there's some good news. Wang Zhong, oh. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince plans to send over those troops from the capital that are specialized in parades. Those units are under the management of the court's ceremonial service, and the Crown Prince can direct them. Upon hearing this, Pavlov frowned. You mean the ceremonial troops equipped with T-35s? What good are those besides serving as a royal parade vehicle? The thickest part of their armor is only 30 millimeters, and the thinnest is just 10 millimeters. Wang Zhong, you're quite well informed about this, huh? Pavlov with a deadpan expression, I've seen those things during the Winter War, they're absolutely terrible. Whoever ordered them to be taken into battle should be shot. Popov, but you can't deny they look very imposing and majestic, perfect for parades. Wang Zhong recalled, and indeed, they did. Damn it, before they equip me with T-34s, am I supposed to try out all the Soviet Union's quirky machines? Just as he finished his thought, the air raid siren sounded. Wang Zhong shouted, stop loading, get away from the trucks, stay clear of the ammunition, and find cover. Usually there was a bit of time to find shelter before the enemy planes arrived when the air raid sirens went off. Wang Zhong, Pavlov, and Popov quickly took cover in a nearby bunker, craning their necks to watch the sky. From the direction of the supply depot came the sounds of explosions and anti-aircraft gunfire. Pavlov breathed a sigh of relief, they're hitting the supply depot again. Just then, the sound of engines approaching rapidly from the direction of the depot could be heard, and soon two Stukas that had just dropped their payloads appeared. Noticing the gas trucks parked in the encampment that had not yet been concealed, they took the opportunity to strafe them. One of the gas trucks in the middle of the line immediately exploded into flames, and several more caught fire. The enemy plane's engine noise gradually faded into the distance. Wang Zhong, peeking through his overhead view to confirm the enemy planes had left, climbed out of the bunker and looked at the burning trucks. Damn it, the mechanics at the repair shop have got their work cut out for them again. Anyone hurt? Any casualties? Speak up now. Wang Zhong's typical humor immediately triggered laughter among the younger soldiers. The solemn atmosphere brought on by the enemy air raid was thus somewhat lightened. Stop laughing. Popov yelled angrily, get the fire extinguishers? If you're artillery cadets, you should have learned firefighting. Put it out quickly. Don't let it spread to other vehicles. 10 minutes after the air raid, the last flicker of flame was finally extinguished through the combined efforts of the 3rd Platoon and the 1st Platoon, which had rushed in to assist. When the flames disappeared, the young people cheered as if they had won a great battle. Popov shouted, don't celebrate just yet. Quickly check the burned-out vehicles for any usable parts, inspect those that were strafed, fix any malfunctions, and if there are none, drive them to the auto repair shop for the mechanics to check again. The soldiers' cheers died down, and Wang Zhong murmured, isn't it okay to let them be happy for a moment? I don't think it's good for the future, Popov replied, with an uncompromising attitude, this is within my scope of work. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue.n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. However, the army did indeed need to maintain good discipline. Popov was not wrong, so he said nothing more. Popov issued a new command, squad leaders, check your numbers and see if anyone is injured or lost. In truth, Wang Zhong had already confirmed there were no casualties through his overview perspective, but he had to pretend he didn't know and watched as the veteran squad leaders did a head count. At that moment, a cart appeared at the entrance of the encampment. The guard at the gate initially thought to stop it but chose to open the barrier after clearly seeing the person driving the cart. Yegorov was wielding the long pole used for driving the cart, leading an old horse pulling a two-wheeled cart into the camp. Wang Zhong, you have this skill too. Yegorov sighed deeply as he stopped the cart and jumped down, handing the driving pole to the guard and looked at Wang Zhong solemnly. I'm a farmer, there's no farmer who can't drive a cart. At this time, several civilians got off the cart, and upon seeing Wang Zhong's general's stars, became uneasy, standing there awkwardly. Yegorov, let me introduce you to these folks who volunteered to help us. This is Andreevich, a tailor, this is Pierre, a cook, and lastly, this is Nikolai, a cobbler. Wang Zhong's brows twisted into knots. What do you need these people for? Yegorov replied seriously, tailors and cobblers are very important. Otherwise, when the muddy season comes, just wait for the soldiers to get sick. Are you really an anti-person or not? Hello, no. But Wang Zhong could only pretend to be a spoiled fool oblivious to the hardships of the world. To change the subject, he asked, what about the cook? We already have a field kitchen team. Yes, every day it's soup boiled with potatoes, onions, and carrots, dry bread. I'm not disparaging the ladies' cooking, but we need to diversify our diet. Yegorov said, turning to the cook, what dishes are you good at making? Pierre pushed up his glasses, Carolingian traditional dishes. I was the head chef for Lord Boy back home. Wang Zhong frowned, so, your name isn't Peter but you are called Pierre, your real name is Pierre. Because there was a time when all of Europe aspired to the French court, Russians would sometimes change the pronunciation of their names to sound French. For instance, one of the protagonists of War and Peace named Pierre is actually called Peter, but it's read the French way, which seems more fashionable. Wang Zhong originally thought this cook was the same. Pierre straightened his clothes. I am indeed Pierre, I am Carolingian, and I fled here after Carolingian fell. Wang Zhong, I see. Popov said jokingly, great, Alexei Konstantinovich enjoys French cuisine, you can be the general's cook. Do I really have this setting? Wang Zhong shook his head, well, it's good that you're here. As a chef, you must be proficient in managing food supplies, right? Yes. I was the head chef for the Lord. I managed the entire kitchen operation, Pierre replied proudly. Wang Zhong, all right, you'll manage the food supplies for the troops, and if we run out of food, I'm coming to you. On July 4th of the year 914 by the Jules calendar, just as Wang Zhong had put on his general's uniform, Popov burst into his bedroom. Alexei Konstantinovich, I've found communication personnel. Wang Zhong, really? So no one needs to go to headquarters to copy maps anymore. Typically, battle reports are publicly broadcast by Archsukov's Front Army headquarters, and as long as there's the capability to decode, anyone can receive, interpret, and restore the situation to the battle maps. Up till now, the Rokosov battle group had no radio communications company of its own and had to visit the station headquarters every day to copy the newly updated maps. Until yesterday, this was a task Pavlov had to do himself, but today, he could finally pass it on to 2 artillery cadets. Having their own radio company would spare them the time wasted visiting the station headquarters. More importantly, with their own communications company, they could receive orders directly. Currently, any orders from above for the Rokosov battle group had to be relayed by the station headquarters. However, Wang Zhong always felt that those above might deliberately let his battle group sunbathe here. After all, the reports from headquarters were already claiming that a counteroffensive was imminent. Wang Zhong, after realizing he had become a celebrity yesterday, specially looked for newspapers from the last few days to read. Previously he didn't do this because asking a 21st century young man from Earth to read newspapers was quite a challenge. If one only read the newspapers, the front line was performing excellently, the Prasen Empire suffered heavy losses under the resolute resistance of the anti-empire army, and the war situation could reverse at any moment. The style of this annihilate the enemy by millions with lightning speed felt all too familiar. Wang Zhong had a bad premonition. All he could do was to prepare his troops as best as he could. Let's go. Wang Zhong draped the Imperial Guard cloak assigned to him. Let's take a look. Where are they now? Popov, the house next to the headquarters is ready. I'll take you. 2 minutes later, Wang Zhong frowned as he looked at the tribunal squad lined up before him. Didn't you say it was the communications company? He asked Popov. Why is it a supervisory team? Popov, you've misunderstood, Alexei Konstantinovich. They are the local tribunal counter-espionage unit, responsible for using radio direction finding vehicles to detect spy radios. They all know how to use telegraphs and decipher codes. The best part is, they are judges themselves, so when they're deciphering, there's no need for a secret judge armed with a gun to watch over them. Captain, introduce yourself to the Brigadier General. The leading captain stepped forward. We have obtained the radio and codebook, and we've already started decoding today's combat communiques before you arrived. Wang Zhong, what about the counter-espionage work? Captain, all local suspects of espionage have been executed by firing squad, so there's no longer a need for radio location. Such efficiency indeed. Should one say this is worthy of the blue-capped tribunal? Popov added from the side. They were free anyway, so I pulled them in. It saves time compared to waiting for reinforcements from the communications company. At that moment, Pavlov came out from the headquarters and frowned upon seeing the group with blue caps. You actually brought over the tribunal's electronic reconnaissance squad? Do you know how many reports I have to write for this? Wang Zhong replied seriously. I know you can handle it, Pavlov. You're a professional military officer full of honor, an excellent clerk. Don't butter me up. Look at the bags under my eyes. You're well rested, just look at me. Pavlov's dark circles were indeed very noticeable, clearly showing that the chief of staff was worn out. Wang Zhong decided to quickly get away, unwilling to listen to Pavlov's grumbling. Your Excellency the Bishop? Isn't it time to receive the ceremonial troops that are being sent to us today? As mentioned yesterday, the Crown Prince intended to cram the palace ceremonial troops who were experts at parades onto Wang Zhong, possibly the multi-turret heavy tanks T-35 which might be flashy but of questionable utility. Wang Zhong's current idea was to use them regardless of their effectiveness. If the T-35's armor was thin, then just dig a ditch and bury part of it to use as a fixed gun position. After all, the tank guns a 76mm and a 45mm on the tank were not just for show. The tank also had machine guns. If used properly, they could eliminate the Prasen devils. Popov checked his watch and nodded. Right, if the military train isn't late, it should have arrived. However, military trains were often delayed due to enemy air raids. Wang Zhong indeed had nothing else to do at the moment, as all his current tasks were logistical in nature, and his advantage couldn't be used. He was also clueless about handling the anti-army's administrative paperwork. The original Wang Zhong wasn't skilled at this, with a score of 0 in related subjects, graduating only because of his good relationship with the Crown Prince. Wang Zhong, a Chinese, was doing well just to communicate with his inherited language skills. Writing documents would be riddled with grammatical errors. Previously when Ludmila asked him to write a letter home, he had scribbled a page which Ludmila pointed out had 17 mistakes. Since then, Wang Zhong resolutely decided to stick to his illiterate persona. In short, Wang Zhong, who could not and did not want to deal with clerical tasks, decided to leave and wait for the ceremonial troops. I'm going to the station to wait. Carry on with your duties. Grigory, bring the car over. As Wang Zhong called out, he started walking towards the car. Popov, I'll come along. Pavlov, why would you? Help me with the paperwork. As the bishop, you have to stamp a part of the documents anyway. Popov, the Crown Prince specifically instructed me to ensure that the goods are received by the Rokosov combat group. I am carrying out his orders. Wang Zhong, no, I can receive them personally, you go help Pavlov with the paperwork. Popov looked at Wang Zhong with a resentful face. It seemed he disliked clerical work as well. As the two exchanged glares, the gunner Dmitri ran over with a trainee. Your Excellency General? Please have a look at the ammunition the depot provided us. Wang Zhong had one foot on the jeep's running board when he heard this. Curious, he looked over and saw that Dmitri's trainee was holding a crate labeled 76mm ammunition painted on the outside. Wang Zhong, what's the matter? The 76mm gun was his only prized possession. If the T-35 proved unreliable, anti-tank efforts would hinge solely on that 76mm gun. Dmitri flipped open the crate lid, revealing the tightly packed ammunition. These shells. He pulled out a bullet to show Wang Zhong. It's a pickle can. Wang Zhong held his forehead. In various memoirs, he had read about many anecdotes of supplies being delivered incorrectly, but it was usually the wrong caliber. He hadn't seen too many cases of the wrong type of goods being sent. Critically, the crate was even labeled as shells. Wang Zhong, go find the chief of staff. Pavlov, me again? Okay, this does seem like something for me. Show me the supply order. Taking this opportunity, Wang Zhong got into the jeep, patted Grigory on the shoulder. Let's go. At the train station, Wang Zhong wrinkled his nose at the smell of blood. He stopped a stretcher, asking the wounded soldier who seemed to be in not too bad shape, how's the front line? The soldier opened his eyes, and upon seeing Wang Zhong's uniform and the stars on his shoulder, immediately tried to salute, but Wang Zhong pressed his hand down. No need for formalities. How's the front line? It's bad, I'm from the Army Reserve, and we were already committed yesterday. The enemy is close to completing their encirclement, and by tomorrow, I reckon the evacuation trains for wounded won't be able to get out. Wang Zhong's brow furrowed deeply. He looked towards Popov. It seems we need to hasten our battle preparations. I think we can start building defensive fortifications today. Popov, have you chosen a location for the defenses? Yes. Wang Zhong nodded. These past few days he had been studying the overhead maps, and had already memorized the whole terrain of Luchthof. He continued, our defensive strongpoint should be set up at the fertilizer plant to the southwest. The plant's buildings are sturdy reinforced concrete, and several commanding heights are very suitable as observation points. If we had howitzers, after establishing an observatory there, we'd be able to control the entire southwestern side of the city. The walls of the fertilizer plant are double-layered red brick structures. By creating a few small openings for anti-tank guns, the gun positions can be swiftly moved under the cover of the walls after they are exposed. If we had tanks, there are several belts of woods on either side of the southwest highway where we could lay ambushes for the enemy. Popov looked at Wang Zhong, who recited all this like clockwork. When did you learn all of this? N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Wang Zhong, before you came, I had already scoped it all out while riding Bucephalus around. He meant that he had seen it all clearly while riding around and using an overhead view. Popov, but are you sure you want to use T-35s for the ambush? That thing can only crawl at 10 km per hour on uneven ground, slower than a person walking. Wang Zhong also frowned. I mean, if we had good tanks, even with BT-7s, I would go for an ambush. At that moment, a siren sounded in the distance. The old man from the control room emerged, and he looked much older than just a few days ago. Hey, General, your train is on another platform, go over the footbridge. Wang Zhong waved at the old man, and as he walked, he said to Popov, the day you arrived, he was still using honorifics. Now, can you feel it? Popov nodded. The people are panic-stricken. The two men, accompanied by their guards, crossed over the footbridge to the other side. At that time, the train had already begun pulling into the station. Wang Zhong stopped, standing on the bridge, looking over the long line of flat cars with their secured cargo. He suddenly realized he had been led astray by that bastard Pavlov. That guy had taken it for granted to mention the Parade Star T-35 heavy tank, causing Wang Zhong to forget that the pre-World War II Soviet Army had another darling of the parade ceremonies. That was the B-4M 1931 203mm howitzer, the Hammer of Steel. Wang Zhong looked at the 8 203mm B-4 heavy howitzer steadily coming to a halt on the train below, his mouth agape. Damn it, the fight just got rich. Crown Prince? Although I don't know who you are, well done. Wang Zhong was ecstatically dancing when he suddenly realized something. Wait a minute? Why do I only see ammunition vehicles, and not towing vehicles? The B-4 howitzer looked like a self-propelled gun, but it actually had no power. Although it used a tractor chassis, it couldn't move by itself and needed another tractor to tow it. On Earth, there were models of this thing with their own power, but it turned out to be too heavy. Its two small tracks couldn't bear the weight and would sink into a lot of ground surfaces, so they eventually gave up on it. Is this world different? Indeed, in this timeline, the tracks of these heavy guns looked longer than those of the tractors on Earth. So, Wang Zhong tentatively asked, this cannon, is it towed by the ammunition vehicle? Can it even pull it? Popov cast another disdainful glance at him. Alexei Konstantinovich, what were you doing during the parades? N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. Wang Zhong shrugged, unabashedly answering, looking at women's chests. What about it? Pfft. Vasily, who was serving as a guard with Grigory, couldn't help but laugh, then received a glare from Popov, immediately standing at attention and looking straight ahead. Popov turned back to Wang Zhong, saying, "These things are for the parade. It doesn't look good to tow them with the gun barrel facing backward, so they come with their own power now." Wang Zhong was shocked. With the power added, how heavy would it be? Around 20 or 30 tons, I think. I'm a cleric, ask the artilleryman for specifics. Anyway, it's not light. Wang Zhong, so, how fast can it go? If this thing could run 30 kilometers per hour on the road, it might be more useful than its earthly cousin. The B-4 howitzer on Earth had a scary-sounding name for a reason given by the German soldiers. In fact, large-caliber 203mm artillery was common on the Eastern Front, the Germans had them too, and the Soviets didn't give them a nickname like XXX's hammer. Mainly, the German forces used their 21cm howitzers as howitzers should be used, bombarding enemies over a dozen kilometers away, with those being bombed unable to see the big guns firing. But the Soviets weren't like that. Although the B-4 heavy howitzer was indeed a howitzer with a maximum indirect fire range of 17 kilometers, the Soviets liked to push this thing to within 500 meters of the German bunkers and open fire. They even pushed it into cities for street fighting. The Germans could clearly see this thing slowly advancing, aiming at them. It was terrifying. A single shot could either kill or cripple by the shock alone. Over time, it gained the nickname the Hammer of Steel. Latterly, the thing became so famous, and yet was so slow to position, that often by the time it was in place, people inside the bunkers had run away. If this thing could hit a road speed of 30 kilometers, those in the bunkers probably wouldn't have time to run. After all, its killing range was truly vast. Popov shrugged, don't get your hopes up. This thing moves at the same speed as the marching pace during a parade when it's on its own. Its travel mechanism is specifically designed for parades. Wang Zhong was deeply shocked. The idea of cheering it up specifically for a parade was beyond his imagination. He sighed, asking, can this thing be towed quickly with a vehicle for fast maneuvering? Popov, I'm just a bishop. You might consider asking the soldiers of the Ceremonial Artillery Corps about that. By this time, the train had come to a complete stop, and the Ceremonial Artillery Corps disembarked on the platform, lining up in formation. Wang Zhong's first impression of these guards of honor was that a bunch of nutcracker toy soldiers had arrived. The uniforms of the guards of honor made it feel like a chronological mess. Those dressed in such uniforms should go and duel with Napoleon, not appear on such a modern battlefield. Wang Zhong asked Popov, can I order them to change into combat uniforms? As long as you can get that many uniforms, then yes. That's the way it is. Wang Zhong smiled. I'm sure Pavlov can get hold of them. At that moment, Wang Zhong noticed several railroad workers looking anxious as they crossed the railway and began to operate the rail switch in the middle of the parallel tracks. From his recollection since his arrival at Ltov with his troops, he hadn't seen the rail switch operators move that switch. In fact, the tracks between the two platforms were seldom used, probably for passing trains during peak times. However, now the train traffic towards the battlefield was so severely disrupted by locomotive losses, it never ran at full capacity, so the extra passing track wasn't needed. Wang Zhong watched as the workers completed the rail switching operation and raised a green lantern. Soon, a train sounded its whistle and slowly glided into the station. This train didn't carry track repair cars or anti-aircraft carriages. It was a haphazard mix of all kinds of carriages, including tank cars and ordinary passenger and freight cars all strung together, completely disregarding order, giving the impression it was hastily assembled and dispatched promptly. Wang Zhong murmured, why do I get the feeling that this train looks like the product of send one more before the encirclement is closed? Popov, I feel the same way. The train came to a slow halt and before it had fully stopped, the driver opened the boiler release valve. A white steam immediately spread out from the front, engulfing the locomotive's wheels. A driver jumped off, shouting, the locomotive's cylinder is punctured, it can't go fast anymore, we need to change engines. Wang Zhong paid little attention to the driver's words, instead fixating on the passengers of the train. Civilians. Mostly women and children, with many little faces pressed against the glass of the carriages, gazing out. No smiles on any face. Railway workers pulled over hoses to refill the train's water supply, offering water at each window. Countless hands with various water containers reached out, competing to provide water for the boilers. Wang Zhong saw a little girl gulping water from a flask as if she had not had a drink in a long time. They're trying to send the women and children out before we're completely encircled, he muttered quietly. Popov, hold out for half a month, looks like we can't hold out anymore. Wang Zhong suddenly got a jolt. Now's not the time for lamenting? If they can't hold out there, we have to start moving. He leaned over the railing of the overpass and shouted to the troops below, I'm Brigadier General Rokossovsky, stop forming up, quickly unload the cannons and move them to the number 3 stockyard over there, then go to the nearby air defense camp to get camouflage nets. I need you to turn number 3 stockyard into an artillery firing position by this afternoon. The Guard of Honor's major saluted, yes, General. Popov looked at Wang Zhong with surprise, how do you know number 3 stockyard is suitable for artillery positions? I've looked into it. It was just a bird's eye view. Wang Zhong, next to it is the anti-aircraft battalion protecting the station, with a certain defensive capability against enemy air raids. If well camouflaged, it can survive for a long time. That's not important, follow me to the military station command. Given the current situation, the ammunition and weapons supplies sent to Bogdanovka definitely can't get through. We must requisition them immediately. As he spoke, Wang Zhong walked back along the halfway crossed overpass, and the others quickly followed. After leaving the train station, Wang Zhong sat down next to Grigory and urged, to the military station command. Popov had just gotten into the vehicle when Grigory started the engine. Vasily was about to get in the car but hesitated, didn't get on, and turned to sprint back to the garrison. At the military station command, as soon as the jeep arrived, Wang Zhong strode inside, only to run into the commander of Luftwaffe's defense battalion. Wang Zhong stopped him. Where are you rushing off to, Alexander Alexandrovich? Hearing his own name, the commander was startled. Wang Zhong was speaking to him for the first time, and the voice was unfamiliar. He looked up, saw the general's stars and the cloak of the Imperial Guard, and immediately stood at attention and saluted, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong waved his hand casually and repeated his question, Where are you rushing off to, Alexander Alexandrovich? The military station command has ordered my battalion to build defensive fortifications outside the city. Wang Zhong, haven't you been building them up until now? We dug, but not enough, the commander said with a somber face. We were mainly focused on concrete pillboxes, and now they want us to dig anti-tank ditches. How can we possibly dig anti-tank ditches to shield the entire southwest of the city in one day? Wang Zhong, you can mobilize civilians in the city to dig. Alexander, 3 labor camps have already been organized in the city, but they've all been sent to repair the railroad. Now, there are only women left in the city. Women can hold up half the sky, let them dig. It's better than failing to complete your task. With that, Wang Zhong patted Alexander on the shoulder. The latter nodded and strode away. Popov asked, You know him? No, just took note of his name. After all, he's the commander of the local defense battalion. Wang Zhong continued toward the command center and upon entering the map room saw a scene of flurry and chaos. The military station commander was shouting into the phone, What? What? How many locomotives are left? It seemed he was on the phone with the station. Wang Zhong paced over to the map and looked at the most recent updates not that long ago. Bogdanovka on the map had yet to be encircled. The enemy's pincer movement still had some distance before closing in. Popov also came over to look at the map, his expression serious. Finally, the quartermaster finished his phone call and muttered everything is going wrong before looking up at Wang Zhong. Good afternoon, General. Actually, it was still a while before noon. The quartermaster's station at Luftwaffe was quite large, hence, the quartermaster here held the rank of brigadier general. In such work settings, officers of equal rank could skip saluting to save time. Wang Zhong said, Bogdanovka is about to be surrounded. I guess the supplies scheduled to be delivered there can no longer get through. I believe Luftwaffe will be the next Prussian target, and I need to requisition these weapons and ammunition immediately to prepare for defensive operations. The quartermaster asked, Do you have orders? Wang Zhong replied, The enemy is coming? Are we not to issue weapons and ammunition now and let the enemy capture them to use against us? I have not been notified of the enemy's approach, the quartermaster said. Bogdanovka is trying to break the encirclement. Wang Zhong asked, With what? The 23rd Tank Army is launching an attack, the quartermaster answered. These are freshly committed troops. Wang Zhong commented, I didn't see them passing by us, did I? They didn't take the railway, tank units can maneuver through most rural roads. Wang Zhong said, then most of the tanks will break down on the road due to mechanical failures? And the enemy has an air force too, those that don't break down will be destroyed by the enemy's air force. That I do not know, the quartermaster said resolutely. Anyway, these weapons and ammunition will be transported to Bogdanovka after the breakout. Without orders, no one can move them. Wang Zhong cursed under his breath, and just then, a staff officer rushed in, exclaiming, It's bad, Commander, look outside. The 2 commanders in the room turned to look outside the window as the staff officer had pointed. Several large trucks drove into the headquarters yard. Soldiers wearing Imperial Guard cloaks and brandishing brand new Tokarev semi-automatic rifles disembarked from the trucks and lined up in the yard. The 31st Imperial Guard Infantry Regiment's flag flapped in the wind in the courtyard. The quartermaster turned and glared at Wang Zhong. General Rokosov, what are you planning to do? Wang Zhong was also perplexed. He hadn't ordered any troop movements. Then he saw Vasily in the formation. Understood. However, given the situation, he could probably use this to pressure the quartermaster. Wang Zhong looked at the quartermaster. I have fought and defeated the Prussians before. No one understands them better than I do. My intuition tells me that Luftwaffe will soon be under attack. You think so too, don't you? Otherwise, you wouldn't have ordered the garrison to dig anti-tank ditches. The quartermaster pursed his lips, offering no rebuttal. Wang Zhong said, similarly, you know that the supplies for Bogdanovka can no longer be delivered. They might never be able to use these supplies. The quartermaster replied, even so, I can't give you anything without orders, n/o/vel/b/jn.c//om. Wang Zhong felt like punching the bureaucratic idiot but then had an idea. I can give you an IOU. Wang Zhong paused, saw that the quartermaster remained unmoved, and added, in the name of the Crown Prince. The quartermaster blinked, then nodded, all right, you write an IOU, and then take whatever you want. I see that you have brought the trucks, I don't feel right about stopping you. Wang Zhong, good. Bring me your inventory list. A moment later, an inventory as thick as an encyclopedia was delivered to Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong frowned at the sight of the list, wondering when he'd get through it all. So, he asked directly, do you have any mines? In the upcoming defensive battle, he definitely couldn't rely on having a superior force or equipment. Hoping to annihilate the enemy was unrealistic. His only choice was to cause delay. And when it came to delaying the enemy's advance, there was nothing better than mines. Wang Zhong still appreciated mines. Before he crossed over, he played a World War II RTS competitive game Company of Heroes 2, and during 1v1 ranking matches, he'd habitually lay mines, letting the engineers bury them where the enemy's light armor might come without even caring if he hadn't scouted them. His impression of mines was cheap to bury anywhere, and one would profit from the enemy's misfortune. So now, the first thing he asked was whether there were any mines or not. As far as I remember, no, the logistics commander shook his head. These things are taken away as soon as they are delivered. You can ask the defense battalion. They received a batch of mines before setting up the defenses and arranged minefields in the southwest of the city. There might be some left over. For fuck's sake, Wang Zhong thought, why is it that whatever I want is missing? Yet there's no shortage of pickled cucumber cans? At that moment, he caught a glimpse of Vasily sneaking into the room, standing behind Staff Sergeant Grigory. Wang Zhong, Vasily Alexandrovich. Vasily snapped to attention, present. Wang Zhong, do you know why I'm calling you? To continue picking manure tonight. The young man replied with clear enunciation. Wang Zhong, well, very clever. You're knowingly committing a mistake. Just as he was about to scold him further, Popov interjected between him and Vasily, seriously saying, did you falsely order the troops to assemble? I thought we might need more manpower to transport equipment, Your Holiness. Popov, go write a self-criticism report, no less than 500 words, and while you're at it, carry out today's manure too. Yes. Wang Zhong, but now, I have another honorable task for you. Do you speak Prasen? Vasily, yes, you can. Popov was greatly surprised. What does your family do? My father is a university music professor, Your Holiness. He speaks both Prasen and Carolingian, so I do too. Wang Zhong nodded. Very well, I want you to find 2 familiar classmates, go to the logistics motor pool to get a jeep, and then fetch some wooden signs. Vasily looked puzzled. What is this for, General? You 3 will drive the jeep, make a round in the southwest part of the city, and whenever you see a suitable place for laying mines, place a sign that reads in Prasen, caution, minefield. Vasily brightened up at this. All right, I like this kind of job. The guy really did like this sort of task? Vasily added, I would also like to request some explosives and detonators to set up pull-activated explosives under the signs, to give the Prussians a little surprise. Wang Zhong, liking the proposal, also became interested and said, then I suggest you get some firecrackers and white phosphorus. If the enemy knocks over the sign, the phosphorus will naturally ignite the firecrackers, to liven up the Prussian spirits. Vasily laughed even harder. Perfect, perfect. You're full of ideas, General. Wang Zhong kept a straight face. Go on, then. Vasily turned and ran off. Popov called out to his retreating figure, remember to write the self-criticism and pick manure when you come back. Wang Zhong looked at the bishop, ready to speak but hesitated. Popov, what is it? This is my job. I don't interfere with military command, and you shouldn't interfere with me either. Just then, the logistics commander spoke up. Will this be effective? Wang Zhong, I don't know, but it's certainly better than doing nothing. The logistics commander asked further, then why write in Prasen? Wang Zhong, because the anti-people can't understand it, so they won't pay attention to the sign. Makes sense. Wang Zhong, enough about this. No mines then. What about cannons? I guess there aren't any, right? Right. The logistics commander spread his hands. Now with the Prasen tanks being hyped up to the skies, everyone is crazily demanding anti-tank guns. Of course, if transportation were smooth, the 45mm guns would suffice, but transportation is problematic right now. N/O/vel/B/JN.C//OM. As for the ZIS-3, those are already rare as it is. The 76mm anti-tank gun ZIS-3 was indeed a scarce item at that point in time. Just then, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered something and said, I remember now, you sent me 76mm shells that were pickled cucumber cans? Get me the real 76mm shells. The logistics commander remained calm. That was an issue with the rear packing. Before, there were cases where 82mm mortar shell boxes contained 60mm mortar shells. Nobody knows how they managed to fit them in despite the incorrect caliber. Where are the real 76mm shells then? There are plenty of them with the supplies for Bogdanovka. Next, Wang Zhong began to enumerate. I also want submachine guns, flamethrowers, anti-tank grenades, empty bottles, and alcohol. The logistics commander, how about this? I'll open the warehouse, you'll issue an IOU for each warehouse, and you guys can go in and take what you need. Your men are already in place anyway. That'll do. As Wang Zhong was having the trucks loaded up, Yegorov drove into the logistics command's courtyard in a jeep, and before the vehicle had even stopped, he called out loudly, what's going on? Wang Zhong, Bogdanovka. He suddenly realized it wasn't appropriate to discuss such news loudly and cut himself short, waiting for Yegorov to approach before whispering, the enemy is coming soon. Yegorov, I guessed as much. I saw lots of countrymen with their families on the run at the southwest junction. Wang Zhong, we're going to move into positions today and start building fortifications, selecting the fertilizer factory we saw before as the defense point. Okay, I'll arrange it. Wang Zhong then asked, in your experience, after the enemy's attack on Luftwaffe is thwarted, where would the headquarters of the frontline troops be located, like the division command post? Yegorov, that's really hard to say. In theory, the headquarters could be anywhere. Once the communications company sets up the telephone lines, that place becomes the command post. But it's easy to guess where the soldiers might assemble because if there's a house, it would make no sense not to use it, right? n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. Wang Zhong, so, where could it be? Karlinovka, Novorossiysk, either is possible. Wang Zhong turned to Grigory and said, drive over here. I want to personally inspect these villages. Grigory, just the two of us? If the Prussians have already surrounded Bogdanovka, their reconnaissance units may have infiltrated our southwest, which could lead to an encounter at any moment. Wang Zhong, then let's take a squad with us, add a machine gun, and have a truck follow us. Yegorov, I'll come too. Wang Zhong stopped him, you're the one to command the defenses, and you're good at this. After all, Wang Zhong had only played video games, and although he had also looked at some military manuals available online, such as the German Infantry Tactics Handbook translated and published by Zhiju Books, he only schemed through them. When it came to arranging defenses, Yegorov was the professional, much more so. But when it came to reconnaissance, that was definitely Wang Zhong's strong suit, especially because he had the heavenly eye. Moreover, the cheat compelled Wang Zhong to do the reconnaissance himself. His troops' field of vision couldn't even highlight enemies and their overall visible range was shorter. He needed to be on the front line himself to maximize the effect of this cheat. Incidentally, all the memoirs Wang Zhong had read emphasized the importance of personally inspecting the front line, especially if they were written by junior or middle-ranking officers. Wang Zhong was ready to put it into practice. Yegorov saluted Wang Zhong with an expression that said, you're indeed the competent leader I thought you were, assuring him, leave it to me. And you, be careful. Wang Zhong, I've got Sergeant Grigory with me. Having a Slavic Superman who could toss back 7 or 8 grenades with a shovel was quite reliable indeed. Sergeant Grigory looked into the distance, seemingly a little embarrassed. Wang Zhong thus set off in a jeep to survey the terrain. On the jeep, besides Wang Zhong in the back seat and Sergeant Grigory in the passenger seat, there was also Dmitry, temporarily driving the very Dmitry who was excellent with artillery. Following behind the jeep was a gas truck with a DP-28 light machine gun, colloquially known as the Big Plate Chicken, mounted on top of its cabin. A squad of Imperial Guard soldiers, armed with brand new Tokarev semi-automatic rifles, sat in the bed of the truck. The vehicles had just left the city when Wang Zhong shouted, Dmitry, stop the car. The jeep immediately braked to a halt on the dirt road. Wang Zhong got out, stepped down the road shoulder, and pressed his foot into the fertile black earth. He turned and asked Grigory who had followed him, are you a farmer, Sergeant? Yes, Your Excellency. Wang Zhong continued, then at this time of year, how fast would mules and horses travel on this kind of black earth? Grigory shook his head, not fast, and it would also ruin their hooves. The village blacksmith would curse a lot. Only in winter, when the ground is completely frozen solid, do mules and horses move more efficiently on this type of land. But then, the snow is usually very thick. Wang Zhong nodded. If trucks lose speed off the main road and might even get stuck, and if mules and horses cannot leave the road either, then the enemy's offensive would have to unfold along the road. Flanking movements would only work for light infantry with relatively low supply demands. In the case of Piniyi village, where the enemy troops bypassed them, the number was small and the detour brief, ensuring that their half-tracked vehicles wouldn't stall out due to a lack of fuel. But encircling a city like Luchtdorf, with quite a few factories, escalated the difficulty substantially. Besides, Luchtdorf wasn't an isolated island on an ocean. Around the city were plenty of units like the Rokosov Combat Group, reorganizing themselves. These units occupied the villages surrounding the city and would likely initiate defenses on the spot. From this perspective, there's no need to worry about being encircled for now. Wang Zhong climbed into the vehicle, and after Grigory got in as well, he waved his hand grandly, keep moving. Karlinovka was a village that reminded Wang Zhong of Upper Piniyi. Standing on the hill north of the village, Wang Zhong had an even clearer impression. Of course, this village should be much smaller than Upper Piniyi. At least through his binoculars Wang Zhong hadn't seen a distillery or Boy Manor's large estate. However, the church looked exactly the same as the one in Upper Piniyi. That bell tower looked like it could easily be toppled by one shot from a Prasen tank. From his vantage point, Wang Zhong discovered that there were troops from the anti-army in the village. So he decided to go in and take a look. After entering the village, Wang Zhong quickly found a lieutenant commanding a small unit at the village post office. General sir. The lieutenant saluted, looking tense. After all, the men Wang Zhong brought with him were all cloaked in Imperial Guard capes. Wang Zhong gave a casual hand lift in return as a salute, then got straight to the point, what unit are you from? Reporting to the general, we're the 133rd Air Defense Observation Post. Our mission here is to report to Luftwaffe by phone as soon as we hear enemy aircraft engines, the lieutenant reported. Wang Zhong gave an O and asked again, judging by the uniform, are you priests? The lieutenant replied, no, we are not, we are from the Guardian Army. Guardian Army? Does your organization also include slave workers and mechanical servants, commanded by a mechanical priest with 8 octopus-like limbs attached to his body? No, that can't be right. It must just be a coincidence in names. After all, the Warhammer 40k setting was also cobbled together by Brits using various historical prototypes. Wang Zhong asked, "Where are your priests then?" "They're upstairs listening out for the enemy planes," the lieutenant responded. "Listening?" Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows. "Yes. Take me to see," Wang Zhong said, then realizing his tone was a bit too forceful. After all, they were not from the same unit. He hastily added, "May I go up to take a look?" "Please follow me." Wang Zhong followed the lieutenant, climbing up to the third-floor platform of the post office. There were many large loudspeakers installed on the platform. Wang Zhong had seen such devices in picture collections relating to World War I. The British used similar equipment to listen for the sound of Zeppelin airships attacking their homeland. Afterward, with the invention of radar, this kind of steampunk-esque device was abandoned. A male priest was sitting under the massive array of loudspeakers, wearing headphones. Wang Zhong softly asked the lieutenant, "Does this priest also have the power to guide the divine arrow?" "Probably not," the lieutenant replied. "Those able to guide the divine arrow would have angel wings on their monk insignia. Brother Peter can only operate this sonic array." It seemed that this device's formal name was a sonic array. Just as Wang Zhong wanted to ask more, Brother Peter suddenly frowned, began to manipulate the panel in front of him, and the mechanical device turned the loudspeakers that were aimed at the sky towards the ground. Wang Zhong realized something and asked, "Brother, did you hear something unusual on the ground?" Although Brother Peter did not remove his headphones, he still responded, "Yes, and it's very close. Keep quiet. I'm identifying the sound pattern." He picked up a book with a leather cover and flipped through it quickly, finally stopping on one of the pages. "It's Prussian motorcycles? There are at least 3 motorcycles approaching the village." Wang Zhong immediately rushed to the railing on the rooftop and lifted his binoculars. "I can't see anything." "Brother Peter, of course, this device can hear much further than it can see. The problem is that sound takes time to travel, and the terrain might distort it. It's possible there are more than 3 motorcycles." He widened his eyes and took another look at the sound array setup. "A millimeter wave radar that can detect ground units? Or is it not emitting electromagnetic waves and purely passive?" He walked around the sound array, pointing at the wire and asking, "What's this wire for? A sound amplifier?" "No, it's for the base motor." Peter pointed to his own ears. "The recognition of sound relies on my blessed ears." Wang Zhong, "Oh, I thought prayer hands, hymn monks, and the like were all sisters, I mean, girls, ladies." He changed his terms 3 times before landing on a more formal address. Peter frowned. "How could you be so lacking in common sense, General? The gifted monks are about half men, half women." Wang Zhong, "I just happened to meet ladies, sorry." "When will the enemy arrive?" Brother Peter took out a watch, noted the time on a clipboard, then took out a slide rule, checked the numbers on the ruler, and copied them onto the clipboard. Wang Zhong leaned in to look at the pair of rulers and realized they were specially designed for Doppler calculations, a kind of mechanical computer. At that moment, the monk finished his calculations. "According to my calculations, we should still have 10 minutes. Wang Zhong snapped his fingers and said to Grigori, "Prepare to ambush them." The enemy is on 3 motorcycles, with an estimated 6 to 9 enemies arriving within 10 minutes. Grigori turned and left, and soon Wang Zhong saw him appear downstairs, starting to assign tasks. The terrain of Karlinovka was much simpler than in Pini, with just one central village road, no side alleys, and the whole village was like a straight intestine. Grigori instructed the guards to hide the cars in the courtyard by the roadside, covered them with hay used for feeding horses, and arranged the machine guns in the church bell tower, covering the entire road. Nov. L.B//JNN. Wang Zhong also went downstairs to personally check the condition of the new soldiers he had brought. The new soldiers were very excited and eager to try. Dmitri, who excelled at gunnery, had a worried expression and complained to Wang Zhong, "General, why am I stuck guarding the cars? I want to fight too. Can the car drive away on its own here?" Wang Zhong, "Idiot, I'm having you guard the car with the engine running in case we need to make a quick getaway in an emergency. Dmitri, run. It's just 3 motorcycles, at most 9 enemies, we outnumber them, and we have the element of surprise." Wang Zhong, "On the battlefield, you always have to be prepared for the unexpected, always have an escape route." After speaking, Wang Zhong thought to himself, "Geez, I sound like I'm an experienced veteran who's been in the army for 50 years. However, whether it was Wang Zhong from Earth or the original owner of this body, Alexei Konstantinovich Rokosov, neither was much older than Dmitri. But Dmitri didn't think about any of this and instead nodded earnestly, "I'll remember that, General." With such a serious response, Wang Zhong himself felt somewhat embarrassed and quickly turned around and shouted to Grigori, "Defeating the enemy isn't enough. I want prisoners, Sergeant Major Grigori." The Sergeant Major nodded, "Understood." Then he turned to the young men and said, "You'll shoot the first and third motorcycles, leave the second one to me. I'll capture one alive." "Can you do it alone?" a young man asked. Grigori smiled slightly, giving no answer. At that moment, a lieutenant from the Guardian Army rushed out of the post office's entrance and saluted Wang Zhong. "Report, General, Brother Peter says the enemy is within visual range." "Got it." Wang Zhong immediately switched to bird's eye view. At this time, his own vision was limited to the village road because he was on the ground, but since there were machine gunners in the bell tower, he could directly command them, and their field of vision was shared with him. The two machine gunners concealed themselves, lying at the edge of the bell tower windows observing outward, just in time to see the three motorcycles in the field. The motorcycle riders were all in black leather jackets. On Earth, this type of jacket was exclusive to the Sturmtiger motorcycle troops. Other motorcycle units had to custom order these jackets. An officer whose rank couldn't be discerned dismounted, stood at the front of the lineup, and observed Karlinovka through binoculars. Wang Zhong shifted his view as well, confirming that his people were well hidden. Then he saw the huge sound array on top of the post office. Well, alright, it seems they can't be hidden anymore. Shit, just now both Wang Zhong and Sergeant Major Grigory naively assumed the enemy would come straight into the village. On second thought, they were a reconnaissance force. Upon arriving at unfamiliar village, they would certainly observe from a distance first. The observing officer put down his binoculars, turned back, and said a few words. Those who had remained on their motorcycles now dismounted, pushed their bikes off the road, and concealed them with wheat from the field. The 9-man reconnaissance team formed a small formation, and one who carried a backpack with an antenna moved next to the officer, handing him an earpiece. A field telephone? Wang Zhong couldn't help but smack his lips upon seeing the field telephone. Want? I'm desperately in need of radio equipment? Even if I could just capture one field telephone without the corresponding pair to use it, that's a start. I could use it to listen in on enemy conversations, right? But if the enemy won't enter the village, what can be done to lure the enemy into the village? Suddenly, Wang Zhong had an idea. He switched back to his natural field of vision and said to the Guardian Army in the post office, "Quick, start a fire, burn something inconsequential. Just make sure you don't burn any important documents. We need thick smoke." Guardian Army Lieutenant, this. Just now, Grigory crept over to report. The machine gunner said the enemy isn't entering the village. It seems like they saw the sound array on the rooftops. Wang Zhong was puzzled. How did you guys communicate the information? The machine gunner ran down from the bell tower to tell us. Wang Zhong looked toward the small door beneath the bell tower, where a soldier was leaning against the wall, gasping for air. He seemed to have run a bit too fast. Guardian Army Lieutenant, what does this have to do with lighting a fire? Pretend like we're burning documents and running away. Wang Zhong turned to Dmitri. When the smoke goes up, you drive the jeep, dragging a broom and racing along the road, kicking up as much dust as possible. Come back when you hear machine gun fire. Dmitri, okay, I'll tie up the broom first. Move quickly. Don't let the enemy call in more troops. It will be difficult to handle then. Who knows what kinds of demons and monsters are lurking behind this group of recon scouts. 10 minutes later, thick smoke rose from the postal office's courtyard. Wang Zhong, through an overhead view, made sure the enemy noticed the smoke and then slammed the door of the jeep hard. Quick, go. Dmitri floored the accelerator and the jeep, dragging the broom, burst through the gate, raising a cloud of dust as it sped northeast along the road. It was fortunate that most of the roads in Khazarla were these smooth dirt tracks. If it had been asphalt, there wouldn't have been as much dust. Wang Zhong switched his view, watching the enemy tensely. He didn't have much confidence. After all, the strategy was too rudimentary. He could only hope that the enemy was blinded by their desire for victory, betting on the adage that pride comes before a fall. But at least they had tried. Just as Wang Zhong comforted himself, the enemy commander started shouting, and the scattered troops regrouped and pushed their motorcycles back onto the road. An officer climbed onto the first motorcycle and sat in the sidecar. The radio operator with the backpack set straddled the back seat. Wang Zhong immediately shouted, "Grigory, the officer is in the sidecar of the first car. Don't hit the wrong one. Grigory, did you hear that? Hit the second and third ones, leave the first one to me." The enemy's 3 vehicles charged toward the village, unsure whether they were in a hurry to chase the escaping jeep or to rescue the burning documents. Maybe they wanted both? Anyway, they would know once they captured prisoners and interrogated them. As Wang Zhong watched the enemy, Grigory was signaling to the people in the bell tower, probably also telling them to target the second and third vehicles. The first motorcycle charged ahead into the village. Grigory, hidden at the roadside, raised a hand. All 3 motorcycles entered the village, but Grigory's hand still didn't drop. The first vehicle was fast approaching the courtyard where Grigory was hidden. The sergeant major swung his hand forward. The machine gun on the bell tower immediately opened fire, and the driver of the second car was hit right away, tilting to the left and skewing the handlebars, causing the motorcycle to veer off course and crash into a low wall, its rear wheel lifted high into the air. The Prasen soldier on the rear seat flew up, flew over the wall, and smashed through the roof of the woodshed, landing in the neatly stacked pile of wood. The machine gunner in the sidecar was unharmed, picked up the machine gun to resist, but a grenade was thrown into the sidecar. The next moment, the machine gun flew sky high. The third vehicle was fired upon by Tokarev, with all 3 leather-clad Prussians being hit by several shots immediately, the car itself crashing into a roadside compost heap. In an instant, only the first vehicle, carrying the officer and the backpack set, remained. Grigory leapt over the low wall by stepping on the pile of firewood against the wall, landed directly onto the sidecar, knocked the officer unconscious with a knee strike, punched the driver off the motorbike, then, dragging the officer, jumped into the roadside pile of horse feed. The radio operator left behind tried to raise his submachine gun, but the uncontrollable motorcycle collided with a parked cart, and the operator flew onto the cart under the force of the collision, dazed. Suddenly, several Imperial Guard soldiers rushed out, Tokarev's gun pointing at the radio operator. Wang Zhong became anxious. Don't shoot. Don't ruin my backpack set. My backpack set. A minute later, Wang Zhong looked at the prisoners in front of him, satisfied. A total of 4 alive, exceeding the mission quota. The backpack set was successfully captured, and they even found maps and many command documents in the officer's personal file bag. The young Imperial Guard soldiers, thrilled with the captured universal machine gun, even vainly draped the ammunition belt over themselves, cosplaying another dimension's Rambo. Wang Zhong was also very satisfied, hands behind his back, strutting back and forth in front of the prisoners, showing off. The enemy officer's face was half swollen, several teeth gone. He couldn't be more miserable. Wang Zhong, does anyone speak Prasen? Dmitri, who had just returned from driving, raised his hand. I do. I have participated in military technology exchanges with Prasen and specifically learned it. It seems there are quite a few military academy students who speak Prasen. After all, the two countries were friendly nations before the war broke out. Wang Zhong, good. Dmitri, you come and let's properly interrogate this officer. Just then, from the top of the post office, Brother Peter called out, enemy planes incoming. The enemy officer laughed loudly, saying in Auntie, before we started chasing you, we called in air support. They're here. You're going to die. All the new recruits, including Dmitri, went pale. Even Grigory looked ready to pounce on Wang Zhong at any moment. But Wang Zhong wouldn't be fooled by such talk. Damn it, where in World War II could you get such fast air support? Do you think this is the US Army in the Gulf War? This isn't the game Steel Division 2, where you call for the Air Force to read a bar, and they just fly in from the edge of the map? Wang Zhong stepped forward and slapped the officer. Nonsense. You can't provide air support that fast. That plane is bombing somewhere else, just passing by nearby. You're trying to fool us, to cause trouble while we're hiding. The officer stood tall. It seems you are completely ignorant of the advancements in our country's military technology. Foolish inferior. Wang Zhong burst out laughing. Still talking about military advancements, look at your so-called proud tank forces, aren't they being pounded by our KVS? The officer's expression immediately turned sour. At that moment, the sound of engines came from the southwest. There was no need for a sound array to hear it directly. The officer wore a smug look, while Wang Zhong pursed his lips, smiling as he watched him. Dmitri said, maybe we should still hide. Wang Zhong said, look at this village. Do you see any signs of enemy bombs having fallen here? This isn't the enemy's target, and it's not possible for enemy calls for support to be responded to so quickly, so isn't the answer obvious? The real reason Wang Zhong was so calm was that he had already seen the enemy plane from a bird's-eye view, and its path indeed did not pass over Karlinovka village. If it wasn't for that, he would never have risked everyone's lives to verify whether his speculation was correct or not. The roar of the engines continued to approach, and Wang Zhong walked straight out of the courtyard, standing in the middle of the village road, gazing into the sky with a fearless air. The Prasen officer shouted, you'll be riddled by the plane's machine guns. You'll all die. Wang Zhong replied, so will you, probably a bit earlier than us. By now, the engine noise was so intense that the windows of the surrounding houses began to shake. The Imperial Guard soldiers all clung to the walls and crouched down in their positions. Among the captives, some simply lay flat on the ground, but that officer was still staring at Wang Zhong in the middle of the road. Then, the sound of the engines faded away. Wang Zhong turned and looked at the enemy lieutenant. Where is your air support? The lieutenant's face turned ashen. Brother Peter peeked out from the rooftop. The enemy plane is gone? It flew towards liftoff. Wang Zhong spread his arms, welcoming the admiring looks of his subordinates. Don't be so surprised. I told you, the Prasen's integration of air and ground forces isn't that good. They couldn't have brought in planes that fast. Even if he really did call for planes, it would take those guys at least an hour to fly here from the airport. And this village has not been bombed at all. It's not a target for the Prasen Air Force. Wang Zhong pointed to his temple. Use your brains, classmates. As long as you are smarter than the enemy, you can beat them. The officer glared at Wang Zhong, looked him up and down several times, the scornful expression he had earlier completely gone. In anti-language, he asked, may I know who you are, or rather, who are you exactly? Wang Zhong said, it seems that Prasen people don't understand etiquette very well. Shouldn't you introduce yourself before asking about someone else's identity? You're right, I am 2nd Lieutenant Joseph von Hoffman of the 220th Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion. May I ask who you are? Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky, Major General. 2nd Lieutenant Hoffman was startled, instinctively took a step back, but the surrounding Imperial Guard stepped forward, several gun barrels pressing against his back. The lieutenant glanced at Wang Zhong again and shouted something in Prasen. Wang Zhong turned and asked Dmitri, what did he say? The White Horse General. The newspapers say it's a nickname the enemy gave you. Wang Zhong stepped closer to the enemy, smiled slightly, that's right, I am the White Horse General, the enemy you can't kill. I will fight until your empire is destroyed. The lieutenant said, impossible. Since its establishment, the empire has won every war. Then, this. Wang Zhong pointed to the ground beneath his feet. This will be its final war? In at most 5 years, we will completely destroy it. The enemy officer's lips quivered, but Wang Zhong's confidence suppressed any rebuttal he might have had, until at last, he finally lowered his proud head. Wang Zhong gave a grand wave of his hand, load them onto the truck, prepare to retreat. Just then, the door of the courtyard next to the post office opened, and an old man with a walking stick came out, looking at Wang Zhong. Your Excellency, are you leaving? Wang Zhong, we will return. The elder, when? In 5 years. It turned out the old man had overheard the conversation. Wang Zhong, maybe not even 5 years, old sir. The elder hesitated to speak, then finally fished a few potatoes out of his pocket and put them into Wang Zhong's hands. I told my daughter-in-law to take the kids and our belongings and run away. This is all that's left in the house. Wang Zhong keenly caught the key term, daughter-in-law. He had a feeling he already knew where the son had gone, no need to ask. He looked at the potato and realized that the old man must have been carrying it for a long time, possibly as emergency rations for himself. Old man, we've had our fill. You should keep the potato for yourself. The elder said, I am already old. During the Civil War, I tried to join the army to fight for the secular faction, but they wouldn't have me. The Civil War in the anti-empire was a conflict between the Eastern Holy Church's secular faction and the sanctified faction. In the end, the secular faction won and elevated the current Tsar to divine status. The elder said, consider this potato as my last contribution to fight for the Saint Andrew. The Saint Andrew, the founder of the secular faction, is the origin of the Andrew's cross on the imperial flag. Wang Zhong stared at the old man for a few seconds and took back the potato. I will make good use of them. The elder said, if need be, throwing them at the enemy works too. Wang Zhong nodded, and at that moment, he thought to ask the old man about the local wind direction and such. So he asked, old man, have you lived here for a long time? All my life. Wang Zhong asked, what kind of wind predominates in this area during this season? The old man chuckled, you're planning to fire the artillery around here, aren't you? I'll tell you, at 9 o'clock in the evening during this season, it's mostly windless. If you fire the artillery at that time, just aim using the map coordinates, and you'll be set. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Wang Zhong nodded. Just then, Grigori came over to salute Wang Zhong. Your Excellency the General, all the spoils have been accounted for. We have captured a total of 5 submachine guns, 2 machine guns, and various ammunition, plus 1 functional motorcycle. Wang Zhong commanded, paint our military symbols on the motorcycle and requisition it. He turned to look at the Prasen soldiers' bodies scattered on the street and said, bury grenades under these soldiers' bodies, hang the pins on them, so when the enemy tries to move the bodies, the grenades will be triggered. Yes, Grigori turned and ordered, you all heard him, get to it. Then he said to Wang Zhong, the walkie-talkies have been checked, there's no damage. Dmitri is studying the instruction manual found on the enemy's radio man. Wang Zhong nodded, prepared to check the walkie-talkies, but then remembered he hadn't said goodbye to the old man and looked his way again. You have matters to attend to, General, said the old man as he shakily saluted. Wang Zhong solemnly returned the salute before heading over to his subordinates who were fiddling with the walkie-talkies. Leaning against the gate of a small courtyard, the old man watched Wang Zhong's figure and whispered softly, what a brave and youthful general. May the Saint Andrew protect you. At the same time, to the southwest of Lukhdov, Vasily showed the newly made sign to his temporary subordinate Filipov. Take a look at this. Filipov stopped hammering, resting against the sign he just drove into the ground. Don't show me, I don't understand Prussian script. It says, there are no landmines here. Filipov furrowed his brow, using such phrases to bluff. Will it really work? Feels like a child's prank to me. Vasily retorted, we'll place a large mine underneath this sign so the enemy will have to believe it. Come on, let's go plant it over there, just opposite the one you just hammered in stating there's a minefield. Filipov shook his head. If the academy instructors knew, they'd scold you for only having petty cleverness. They would also tell me, in real war, these petty clevernesses are useless. Vasily mockingly impersonated the instructors. Filipov said, as long as you're aware. But look, the brigadier assigned me to this, doesn't he know I only have petty cleverness? He must do, it's to give the enemy a little surprise using these exact tricks. While talking, the two arrived at the spot. Vasily tossed the sign onto the ground and started digging a hole. Filipov took detonators and explosives out of his backpack. How much should we use? Give it a block. That much? That could blast a man to the moon. Hey, with tricks like this, better to blast with force than bury a lot ideally. All the Prasen army will see one explosion and then they won't dare to push over these signs anymore. Just put one block in there. Filipov placed a whole block of explosives in the hole, then started installing the detonation device. Since both might be assigned to lead sapper squads, they had studied demolition and were adept at handling explosives. Finally, Filipov tied the detonation pull ring to the base of the sign with a wire. Done. Vasily planted the sign into the hole and began refilling it with soil. Filipov yelled, be careful. That thing could launch us to the moon too. Vasily, unconcerned, said after finishing, let's go find some tin cans to throw in the fields behind, to make the enemy's mine detectors screech. I support this idea, Filipov agreed, but where are we going to find tin cans? Let's buy some from the locals. I've got rubles, said Vasily, suddenly sighing, better use it now, or we might not get a chance later. Filipov asked. Would the locals who stayed behind take rubles? If not, we'll just say we're from the tribunal and they'll take it, Vasily replied. But we're not wearing blue caps. That's easy, we'll hide our caps and tell them the enemy's bullets blew them away. Come on, Filipov, let's give the Prussians a little surprise. 20 minutes later, Vasily looked at the scant pile of metal on the jeep and couldn't help but hold his forehead. This little stuff is hardly enough to cause the enemy any real trouble. Filipov said, after all, the fake minefield we created is quite large. If the enemy's pathway isn't where we placed these things, then it would have been for nothing. Vasily looked around. The open fields near Lukhtov were scattered with numerous civilian houses, mostly barns and cattle sheds, with few actual homes. Even if there were homes, the locals had long since fled to the city, leaving behind very little metal.n/o/vel/b/n.c//om. Touching his neck, Vasily muttered, now what do we do? Filipov slapped his thigh, I've got it. The supply depot sent us pickled cucumber cans thinking they were shells. The jars are made of glass, sure, but the lids are metal. Vasily looked surprised, that's something I should have thought of, how come you came up with it this time? Ah, I get it. He gave Filipov a half-smiling, half-mocking look, you've been picking up bad habits from me. Filipov replied, do you think you, being that bad influence, should be saying that? Vasily laughed, let's not worry about that, your idea is great, let's go. A jeep probably won't fit all that, we'll need a truck to transport the can lids. Then the two of them, along with the rather taciturn Mikhail, jumped into a vehicle and sped away. The scrap metal in the truck bed clattered on without cessation. When they took to the main road heading toward Lukhtov, they suddenly saw people dressed in civil defense uniforms laying mines. Vasily hit the brakes, stopping before the mines, and shouted, who authorized you to lay mines? The weary sapper from the civil defense replied, Commander Alexander Alexandrovich. Hurry up and pass by, the mines are not armed yet. Damn it. Vasily stormed out of the vehicle, fuming with rage as he approached, grabbed the sapper by the collar, and hoisted him up. Don't you know that General Rokosov is out there reconnoitering the terrain? Are you trying to assassinate the general? Only then did the sapper notice the Imperial Guard's cloak and hear the general's name. The anger on his face evaporated instantly. It was the commander's order to lay the mines. We had no idea the general had gone out to reconnoiter. After saying this, he turned to his subordinates and shouted, quick, call the commander over. All right, stop digging, cease work. A moment later, Commander Alexander Alexandrovich came running up. What's happening? Why the stoppage? Before the sapper could reply, Vasily interjected sharply. General Rokosov took a squad for reconnaissance up front. He's at Karlinovka? Are you trying to blow up the general by laying mines here? The commander was shocked. I had no idea. The general's out reconnoitering? Nobody notified me. There was also no report from the bunkers on either side of the road about seeing the general. Vasily stated, in any case, the general is out doing reconnaissance, and you're not to lay any mines on the road until he returns. The commander glanced at the opened crates of landmines laid out on the road. It's not great to just leave the mines here. They could get strafed by enemy aircraft. We'll have to remove them back to the bunkers. Vasily proposed, here's what we'll do, give the mines to us. We're setting up a fake minefield on the general's orders. To make this fake minefield convincing, we'll need to bury some real mines. These few crates of yours are just the ticket? If you plant them on the main road, an enemy tank rolling over one would quickly reveal the whole road is mined, and they'd simply use explosive devices to clear it. Give them to us, and we can mix the real with the fake, delaying the enemy even longer. At this point Filipov interjected, hold on, our minefield signs are written in Prosnian. What if the locals can't understand them and walk into the minefield? Vasily replied, that's easy enough to fix, just add a line in anti-language. He continued, looking at the civil defense commander, what do you say? The commander stroked his chin, the crate near the bunkers, we can't give that to you. We still need to block off the roads near the bunkers when the general returns. But you can take the rest. Then, turning to the sappers, the commander ordered, start with laying the mines in the fields. Post someone by the road to stop the general's vehicle when it appears, and inform them that we're laying mines on both sides of the road, and to pass through with the convoy. Vasily nodded in approval, that's more like it. Filipov, grab the mines and let's go, and pick up the can lids. The commander looked puzzled, can lids? But the Imperial Guard's jeep was already driving away. In Karlinovka village, at the post office counter on the first floor, Dmitry adjusted the frequency knob to the frequency written in pencil on the manual's title page, and indeed, he heard the call sign. Standing by his side, Wang Zhong couldn't help but ask, what are they saying? SHH. Dmitry raised his index finger to his lips, signaling silence, then cleared his throat and spoke a few rapid sentences into the receiver. The other side instantly responded with similar rapid utterances. Prosnian gave the impression of arguing, similar to the so-called efficient German Dmitry had seen in some short videos before the crossing. After the other side finished talking, Dmitry replied with a few sentences, then put down the receiver and said to Wang Zhong, the enemy says the planes are being loaded with bombs and refueling now. They can depart in an hour and will arrive in 2 hours. Immediately, young men started cursing, damn it, knew it was a fake. Lucky we have the general. Wang Zhong paid no attention to his subordinate's flattery and confirmed, so an hour to load the bombs, and 2 hours to arrive, right. Right. Wang Zhong declared. Flight time, 1 hour. With that, he rushed over to the map. This was the Guardian Army's listening post, naturally equipped with a map because they needed to record the enemy planes' daily routes to provide intercept guidance for their forces. Of course, the Ant Air Force didn't yet have the power to intercept. Wang Zhong found a compass among the mapping tools next to him, spread the legs in proportion to the scale, then inserted the steel needle into Karlinovka and drew an arc westward with the ruling pen. He didn't know the specific performance of the enemy's attack aircraft, but thanks to the game War Thunder, he had a rough understanding of the speeds of most World War II-era attack aircraft. The arc represented Wang Zhong's estimate of the enemy's fastest possible speed, meaning the enemy airfields were definitely closer to Karlinovka than this curve. Damn it! He muttered, the enemy's field airfields have advanced to this area. Bogdanovka will become a playground for enemy bombers. No, it probably already is. At that moment, Brother Peter came down from the top floor and directly said to the Guardian Army Lieutenant, we need to leave, check the vehicles. Wang Zhong, are we leaving? Yes, I heard the messages you guys derived from the enemy upstairs, and I don't want to stay here and get bombed. Also, you eliminated the enemy's reconnaissance team, and they had communicated with their rear. I don't want to wait here for the enemy's vanguard. Before Wang Zhong could speak, the Guardian Army Lieutenant interjected, we haven't received any orders. Shouldn't we ask for instructions first? By the time we finish asking for instructions, we'll already be captured by the enemy. Those heathens will execute every capable monk. I don't want to die, the monk said decisively. During the days Wang Zhong was resting in Luchthof, he had crammed a lot of knowledge. The Prussians didn't believe in the Eastern Holy Church, so for them, this invasion also had overtones of holy war. Of course, the clergy on the Prussian side had secularized, so they didn't use the term holy war. Wang Zhong, I support Brother Peter. If the lieutenant doesn't want to go, then monk, you come with us. Brother Peter, completely misreading Wang Zhong's plot, nodded, that could work. But I think the lieutenant will come. After all, he doesn't want to face the Prussian armored division with such meager forces. Lieutenant, you're right. I'll go check the vehicles and fill them up with fuel now. At that moment, Dmitri suddenly raised his hand, signaling everyone to be silent, and turned up the volume on the walkie-talkie with a serious expression. Prussian was coming through the speaker. Dmitri listened while consulting the communication soldier's manual, picking out the code words one by one. The walkie-talkie conversation lasted for about 20 seconds. Once the voice ceased, Dmitri reported, I am certain that was the command vehicle of the 15th Armored Division of the enemy calling their reconnaissance vanguard company. They said the apple orchard is about to be bombed, and the reconnaissance company should occupy that apple orchard after the bombardment. Wang Zhong raised his eyebrows, reminded of the famous AF has no fresh water anecdote. If the apple orchard is to be bombed and then occupied by the enemy's reconnaissance vanguard, then it's highly probable that it refers to Karlinovka. Brother Peter, it's this place. Was the leather-clad guy you captured from this reconnaissance company? No, according to his papers, he's from the 220th Motorized Reconnaissance Battalion, part of the Prussian Air Force. Dmitri showed everyone the first page of the seized documents. Wang Zhong thought, wow, even the Air Force has its own motorized infantry unit, how very German. Despite his quip, the task at hand remained unchanged, let's go. Wait a second, aren't we going to dismantle the sound array on the roof? By now Wang Zhong had come to regard both the sound array and Brother Peter as his own, he certainly couldn't just leave it behind. Brother Peter shook his head, there's no time, that thing is too finicky to dismantle. Wang Zhong looked disappointed, but he still turned around and took the lead out of the post office, only to find several Imperial Guard soldiers gathered around the woodshed, staring at two legs sticking out of a hole in the roof. Wang Zhong, what's going on here? Report, General? We're discussing whether to set an IED on this man as he is, or to drag him out of the hole first and lay him on the ground. After all, this posture is just too. The Imperial Guard soldier struggled for a while before squeezing out an adjective, humorous. Well, isn't it humorous? Such a large man stuck in a woodshed in such a comical posture, one would typically only expect to see this in a comedy film. Wang Zhong, there's no need to place a booby trap on this soldier. Just slip a note in his pocket that reads, General Alexei Konstantinovich wishes you a pleasant occupation. I have left you 20 surprises, hope you like them. Nov. L. B /JNN. In fact, there were not that many cunningly placed mines, but claiming there were more could make the Prussians even happier. Wang Zhong's orders were swiftly executed, and soon after, the convoy, now with an additional vehicle, left Karlinovka. Leaving the village, Wang Zhong saw the old man who had given him potatoes, along with a group of elderly people too frail to walk, standing at the entrance of the village. He called a halt to the jeep, got out, and said to the elderly people, we still have room in our vehicles, you should come with us. When the Prussians arrive, we'll bombard this place with heavy artillery. The old man who had provided the potatoes laughed, General, you still worry about these matters? If there are still people in the village, will your heavy artillery not shell it? Is it worth it to save us old bones if the enemy doesn't lose anything and can attack at full strength, causing your young men to sacrifice themselves? Wang Zhong, this. You must shell it. Isn't that what war is all about? If shelling us could let our sons and daughters live, then blast away, we've lived long enough anyway. I know you're kind-hearted, General, but if we go to the rear, we'll only consume supplies and really won't be able to do any work. I have experienced war. I know how scarce food will become. It's better to leave it for the children. They need to be well fed to kill the enemy." The other elders nodded in agreement. Unable to come up with a response, Wang Zhong could only climb back into the vehicle and order it to start. Looking back, he saw the elderly standing at the village entrance as if they had been abandoned in the times gone by. By evening, Wang Zhong had finally completed the reconnaissance of all the villages that could potentially serve as enemy encampments. On his way back to the city, he unexpectedly found that the garrison troop had arranged for someone to lead the way at the entrance to the minefield. Arriving at the headquarters, Wang Zhong decided to start interrogating the prisoners right away, but was stopped by Popov. "They are Prussian soldiers, they just keep reporting their units and ranks, soldier numbers," said Popov, "unless you use some unconventional means." Wang Zhong asked in confusion, "Can't we use them?" Popov, "After all, we are a regular army, and so are they, it wouldn't be appropriate." Just as Wang Zhong was about to object, he saw people from the tribunal arrive. "Popov, you see, it's better to leave this kind of thing to the professionals. Handing it over to the tribunal is also more proper procedurally." Wang Zhong raised an eyebrow, realizing that it indeed seemed to be the case. So he said, "Of course, we should do things by the book. Dear judges, thank you for your hard work." The judge nodded and moved forward to take away a prisoner with a "my fate is sealed" expression. Popov said, "All right, you must be hungry too. Let's go, have some food at the mess." Wang Zhong was indeed hungry. He turned to everyone who had been with him on reconnaissance that day, as well as the members of the Guardian Army who had been brought back, and said, "Let's go, time to eat. Follow me." Then he led a group of people to the mess. After that, he frowned at the mess's serving area where big pots were lined up. They were all full of pickles. Every pot was filled with pickles? Wang Zhong admitted that the pickles were quite refreshing and not bad to eat, but this was too much. At that moment, the cook lady came out and said, "That restless kid, what's his name, Vasily, said it was your order to remove the lids from the pickle cans. I saw all these cans opened and figured they would go bad quickly if not eaten, so I decided to cook them all up, make do with what we have." Facing the vast expanse of pickles, Wang Zhong yelled, "Where is my French? No, wrong, where is my Carolingian chef?" After dinner, the senior officers of the Rokosov combat group met again, with a defense map of Lokotov city laid out on the table. They gathered around. Yegorov was the first to speak. "I've placed both the 1st and 3rd companies in the chemical plant. To be honest, it's fairly sturdy there. When it comes to withstanding enemy heavy artillery fire, the casualties should be lower than in the garrison. Another location that is quite suitable for artillery defense is here." He pointed behind the fertilizer plant. "The warehouse district, which is also made of very strong concrete buildings, where we can station the reserve troops, meaning the 2nd company. Lokotov is half an industrial city, with many concrete structures, which is one of the few pieces of good news." Yegorov paused, then added, "By the way, the logistics command has allocated one of their communications companies to us, and they have been busy all afternoon getting the telephone lines up." As he spoke, Yegorov picked up the telephone on the table and continued, "This is finally no longer just for show. We can now call the main position at the fertilizer plant, the hidden B4 Howitzer Battalion, the position of God's Arrow Company, and the Lokotov Defense Brigade." After finishing, he put the handset back in place. "Wang Zhong, there seem to be too few places that we can reach. After all, the lines were just laid this afternoon." Pavlov frowned, "Why is there a phone line to the defense brigade? It isn't under our command." "Now it is," Popov answered. "We've established contact with Archsukov's Front Army headquarters. The Front Army has ordered us to unify command of the combat troops in Lokotov, to hold off enemy raids by small units, and to support General Anton's counterattack." Wang Zhong sneered, "Small units? We've clearly heard that an armored division is advancing on us, with its vanguard reconnaissance company already in Karlinovka. Popov, did you actually report the intelligence we've gathered to the intelligence department of the Front Army?" "I reported it, but they need time to analyze." Popov looked rather helpless. They might also simply not believe it, given that it's just eavesdropped radio communication. The higher UPS think truly important information would definitely be transmitted through a telegraph, while the enemy's Enigma machine was prepared for this purpose. Hearing the familiar term Enigma machine, Wang Zhong immediately thought of the story of a bunch of mathematicians gathered at Bletchley Park in England to decipher the Enigma code and asked, "How advanced is our country's mathematics?" I remember that both the Russian Empire and later the Soviet Union had a very high level of mathematics, so if the British could handle it, the Russians should too, right? After all, this is an alternate world. Maybe in this world the entire anti-empire can't mentally calculate multiplication or division within 100. In Wang Zhong's view, his question is closely related to the topic, but to others, it seems completely irrelevant, if not utterly non sequitur. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The room filled with confusion as everyone looked at Wang Zhong, and the command center quieted down, leaving only the sound of the beeping from the neighboring tribunal's radio surveillance unit's improvised telegraph operators. Pavlov, mathematics, huh? Popov, what does this have to do with mathematics? Wang Zhong, didn't we just mention the Enigma code? Just find a bunch of mathematicians to decipher it. It's only a mechanical device, not truly indecipherable. Of course, that's assuming that Auntie has a sufficient number of outstanding mathematicians. Everyone looked at each other perplexed, and Yegorov asked, then why not capture an Enigma machine? Wang Zhong, simply capturing one is not enough. The Enigma machine can adjust its encryption by changing its initial settings, and even with the exact same settings, the encryption effect will differ if the starting positions of the rotors are different. So even if we capture an Enigma machine, we still need a large number of cryptologists. Why are you all looking at me so affectionately? Popov, I never knew before that you had such knowledge. I thought you just knew the dress sizes of the high society ladies in the capital. Wang Zhong was shocked. Was this what it was like to be a playboy immersed in the game of romance? I'd like to know too. Inserting himself into the conversation, Pavlov said, none of this matters, whether it's mathematicians or corsets, they're not what we need to worry about right now. Whether the higher UPS believe it or not, we know an armored division is advancing on us. It's said that Prasen has only committed 20 armored divisions in total, and one of them is coming right at us. And against them, all our anti-tank weapons consist of only 10 divine arrows and 3 anti-tank guns. Regarding the divine arrow, Wang Zhong interrupted Pavlov, where is it currently deployed? Yegorov, at the fertilizer plant. The second floor of the factory building provides a good vantage point, suitable for launching the divine arrows, and after firing, they can move to a safe new position swiftly. Yuka Nyako is very pleased with the new firing position. Wang Zhong, they should be pulled back. What? Yegorov frowned, pulled back. Wang Zhong, I plan to use the divine arrow for anti-air defense. You intend to use the divine arrow to protect our 203mm gun position. Yegorov was amazed. That's quite suitable, indeed. If the 203s survive an extra air raid, the damage they could inflict on the enemy would be far greater than destroying 10 tanks. No, Wang Zhong shook his head. I captured a motorized reconnaissance company in Karlinovka today. They are part of the enemy Air Force's ground guidance unit, which inspired me. The Air Force needs to know where the targets are to bomb them. Do you get my drift? Yegorov shook his head. I don't follow. Wang Zhong, Lokotov is a reasonably sized city, full of buildings, and the surrounding terrain lacks any high mountains. I saw it clearly when I went out reconnoitering. The highest observation point the enemy can find is the barn outside the city. The ground guidance troops will definitely not be able to see where our heavy artillery positions are. The enemy will need to conduct aerial reconnaissance. Wang Zhong stopped, hoping the others had grasped his meaning. Pavlov asked, and then? Wang Zhong replied, we've rescued a monk from Karlinovka who has excellent hearing. You mean a sound array master? Popov inquired. Yes, although he discarded his listening device, he said that the town's blacksmiths could quickly forge some makeshift ones. He'll be ready by tomorrow. He can distinguish the engine sounds of the enemy's reconnaissance planes. Yegorov finally understood. Are you suggesting we use the divine arrow to take down the enemy's reconnaissance planes? Wang Zhong confirmed. Yes, a fighter bomber pilot is highly nervous when dropping bombs under fire from our anti-aircraft guns and might not spot a well-camouflaged B-4 launch position. But reconnaissance planes can take photos for reconnaissance, and the enemy intelligence staff can study the photos closely in a safe place. They have a good chance of finding our artillery positions. The others nodded in agreement. That makes sense. If we suppress reconnaissance and maintain good camouflage, those cumbersome B-4s might survive longer, inflicting greater damage on the enemy. Yegorov proposed, if we find another launch position and spread the B-4s out, we can withstand more attacks. Wang Zhong added, if we use wood and such to create fake positions without firing, the real and fake won't be distinguishable. We just have to not fire when the enemy planes are in the air. Exactly. Yegorov slammed the table. I'll have my boys. No, Popov interrupted him. It's not a task for our boys. The church is organizing civilians and home guards for this. Let them do it. Some of them are carpenters and blacksmiths. Wang Zhong queried. The church is organizing this. Yes, we are part of the secular faction, and the local parish priest has great influence among the citizens. It would be different if it were the sanctified faction. Popov said with some pride. Wang Zhong commented, that's good. The best cards we hold right now are these B-4s. The good news is, we've captured the enemy's communication codebook, and as long as they don't change their codes, we can guess where and what units are by monitoring their communications. I personally scouted the villages within the B-4s firing range. They are mostly inhabited by the elderly, those who do not follow the Eastern Holy Church, and a few from the sanctified faction, so we can bombard with confidence. Especially at night, when the enemy is encamped, we should be able to inflict significant casualties. N/O/vel/B/in.C//OM. Karlinovka. The lead reconnaissance tank of the Prasen Army's 15th Armored Division halted on the road 500 meters from the village, as Captain Hank peered out from the turret with his binoculars to observe the settlement. The smoke from the Air Force's bombing rose high into the sky, and the airborne particles formed expansive clouds turned blood red by the sunset glow. The terrain of Karlinovka village consisted of a straight road running from one end to the other, so Captain Hank could see the exit on the other side of the village from outside its perimeter. Therefore, he could clearly see the motorcycles belonging to the 220th Motorcycle Reconnaissance Battalion toppled over in the village. Clearly, these friendly forces had been ambushed. The captain put down his binoculars and commanded, "Gunner, shoot into every window of the village." The tank's machine gun immediately began firing, stuffing at least 3 20mm high explosive rounds into each window. Since most houses in Karlinovka were made of wood, the machine gun even tore down the window frames. When firing at the 5th window, the captain shouted, "Stop!" The machine gun fell silent. No one came out from the village, nor was there any return fire. Wait, someone was coming out from the village? An old man wearing a military uniform from the time of the Anti-Empire and Anatolian Empire War staggered out from the village, stood at the entrance, and looked toward the Prussians. The captain ordered, "Catch him, ask where the people who ambushed the motorcycle battalion went." The reconnaissance soldiers, who had been in hiding by the roadside, immediately stood up and advanced toward the village entrance. After the infantry moved 50 paces, the captain ordered the tank forward. By the time the tank reached the entrance, the infantry had already pinned the old man to the ground. A lieutenant, holding a saber, approached the tank. "Captain, this is all he had on him." The captain took the saber, examined it closely, and admired, "What a fine blade." No sooner had these words left his mouth than an explosion sounded from within the village. The Prussian soldiers around the tank immediately hit the ground, and the captain himself retreated into the turret, abandoning the fine blade on the ground. The steel helmet flung by the explosion landed on the ground with a ringing sound. Seizing the moment, the pinned old man stood up, grabbed the saber from the ground, and aimed to strike the nearest Prussian, but a submachine gun fired. The old man's body tensed sharply, bathed in the blood-red sunset. He fell down little by little. Although dynasties had changed, he still shed the last drop of blood for his hometown. Major Hank climbed back out of the turret and asked loudly, "What was that explosion just now?" "Report, Major, the enemy buried mines under the bodies." The major cursed and then ordered, "Drag everyone in the village out, ask where more mines are. Those who don't talk are resistors, shoot them all." Soon, more than a dozen elders were brought under the birch tree at the entrance of the village. The interpreter asked the first old lady, "How many mines have been buried here? Where are they?" The old lady spat in the interpreter's face. The interpreter said, "This one is a resistor, execute them." The submachine gun immediately rang out. The old lady fell, eyes still fixed fiercely on the invaders. The interpreter approached the second elder man in line, asking, "How many mines are buried? Where?" The elder man said, "I am a sergeant of the 13th Guard Grenadier Corps, soldier number. I'm asking you." The interpreter slapped the old man across the face several times. The elder man wiped the blood leaking from the corner of his mouth and continued, "I am a sergeant of the 13th Guard Grenadier Corps. This one's a resistor. Shoot." Rat-a-tat-tat. The interpreter walked toward the third one, a middle-aged man, who said before the interpreter could speak, "I believe in the Prussian national religion. My family secretly worships." The interpreter cut him off, "Then tell me how many mines there are." "Only 5, all buried under the corpses of the imperial soldiers in the village. These damned inferior races, how dare they desecrate the bodies of imperial soldiers?" The interpreter said, "That's right, you are an inferior race, that's why you'd betray your own neighbors." Speaking, the interpreter turned to the surrounding Prussian soldiers and said in Prussian, "Just now, they were defiant to death, one after another. I thought their national spirit had elevated. Lucky there's this one. They really are an inferior race." The Prussian soldiers laughed heartily. The traitor looked blankly at the Prussians, fear written all over his face. The interpreter stepped forward, patted his shoulder, "Don't worry, we treat those loyal to the empire well. You did well, very well. By the way, who buried these mines?" The traitor answered, "It was a person named Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. He claims to be the White Horse General." The interpreter's smile froze on his face. Then, a lance corporal ran up to the deputy commander, reporting loudly, "A note written in Prussian was found on the body of our soldiers. Read it." Major Hank said, "General Alexei Konstantinovich wishes you a pleasant occupation. I have left you 20 surprises, hope you like them." Major Hank frowned, "Is that really what's written there?" "Yes." The major exchanged a glance with the interpreter. The interpreter immediately slapped the traitor in the face, "Motherfucker, you dare to deceive us? Clearly, there are 20 mines." "What? 20? I swear I didn't know. I was hiding too far away to hear clearly what their order was. I only saw them bury 5. The interpreter drew his Luger pistol and chambered around himself. The traitor knelt abruptly, "I'm wronged. Those who deceive the empire must die," the interpreter said emotionlessly, raising the gun to the traitor's forehead. In desperation, the man shouted, "Long live the Prussian Empire! Emperor reign ha!" Before he could finish, the interpreter pulled the trigger. The bullet hit the target right in the middle of the forehead, passing out the back of the skull, creating a large hole, his brain matter spraying onto the roots of the birch tree. Then the interpreter kicked the corpse away. The old lady standing fourth in line spit on the corpse. The interpreter said, "I suppose you won't talk either. The day my son comes back, he'll send all of you to hell." Pop. The gunfire continued. ES year 914, July 5th morning. Wang Zhong had already taken his position at his wartime command post. Actually, it was the office building of a fertilizer plant. This reinforced concrete building was quite sturdy, suitable as a frontline command post and could also serve as a defensive position. More importantly, the fertilizer plant already had a telephone, which greatly reduced the workload of the communications company. The brigade command post was manned by Pavlov, and the radio was with the brigade HQ as well. Pavlov was strongly against Wang Zhong's practice of going to the front himself, but he was ignored. Yegorov actually liked this. This was supposed to be my wartime command post. If you want to use it, I'll let you have it, and I'll go down to the troops. Wang Zhong, you can go, but make sure to stay within the reach of the telephone. Yegorov sighed, then I might as well not go anywhere. This frontline command post was already at the furthest extent the telephone lines could reach. The communications company that was hauled over from the quartermaster's headquarters couldn't extend it any further, at least not for another day before they could ensure the telephone lines reached the battalion command post below. Ignoring Yegorov's sighs and laments, Wang Zhong moved to the window and raised his binoculars. In fact, as soon as he raised his binoculars his perspective changed. Where could a binoculars get a good bird's eye view? N/O/vel/B/C/in.C//OM. To the southwest, the plain was quiet, and there was no sign of the Prussian army. After surveying the area, Wang Zhong shifted his view back and saw Dmitri and another soldier from the 3rd Company carrying in the artillery observation scopes. The forward command post had the best field of vision, so naturally, the artillery observation post was also set up here, which also allowed the sharing of the telephone line with the command post. Dmitri was the artillery cadet with the best performance among those supplemented into the 31st Guards Regiment and was naturally assigned to the artillery observation post. The field telephone was now watched by Vasily, who also understood the Prasen language. Dmitri set up the artillery observation scopes, the two tubes spread out in a V-shape, then he pressed his eyes against the eyepiece and adjusted the knobs toward the distant targets. The target was the fake minefield signs planted by Vasily and his men yesterday. Wang Zhong watched Dmitri operate and realized he didn't understand at all. After all, the military training he had received was only at the level of college military courses. But suddenly he discovered something he could advise the professional artillery cadet Dmitri on. If the artillery observation scopes were just left there, they might reflect light and be noticed by the enemy far away. So Wang Zhong said, Dmitri, like this, the enemy might notice your position through the reflection. I suggest you drape the lenses with netting that has larger holes. Before Dmitri could respond, Vasily spoke, then wouldn't we see nothing at all? Wang Zhong, are you stupid? The cloth is so close to the objective lens, and the image is formed way in front of the eyepiece, so you won't see the fabric through the eyepiece, it will just affect the amount of light entering. What? Vasily was puzzled, what are you talking about? Dmitri, did you understand? Dmitri, the general is right, it really won't affect the observation too much. Artillery observation scopes are different from binoculars, which are only raised when looking. Artillery scopes are left out after the parameters are set, and indeed, they can be noticed by the enemy because of the reflection. Why didn't I think of that? The teachers at school didn't teach us this. Wang Zhong, now I've taught you. Dmitri looked at Wang Zhong, hesitant to speak. But Vasily had no such reservations and directly asked, how did you graduate last in your class, Colonel? Your military literacy is quite high. Wang Zhong felt embarrassed. By now, he couldn't admit that he learned this knowledge from Operation Red Sea. Dmitri turned to the cadet who had helped him carry the artillery scopes and said, Mishka, go get some gauze from the medic, the kind with the biggest holes, used for dressing. Mishka nodded and ran off. At that moment, the telephone rang and Yegorov, who was closest to the phone, picked it up. Hello, forward command, go ahead. What? You should have informed Divine Arrow Company first, Brother Peter. You did. Okay, we're aware. Yegorov hung up the phone and looked at Wang Zhong. Brother Peter used that rudimentary auditory array to hear that a reconnaissance plane is flying towards us. God's Arrow Company is already prepared. Wang Zhong, order the assignment of 3 soldiers who can drive, along with a jeep and a DSHK machine gun, to immediately head to the crash site as soon as the reconnaissance plane is shot down, to ensure that the enemy cannot obtain the reconnaissance information. Vasily, let me go. You stay put. Wang Zhong glared at him, have you heard anything valuable? Vasily shook his head, no, the enemy is very cautious, not revealing their whereabouts at all, just mentioning progressing smoothly, reached the first objective. This notebook only has the call signs of the units and a few location codes, there's nothing about the objectives. Besides, some of the conversations are in dialects, really heavy accents, basically unintelligible. Wang Zhong was amazed, dialects, huh. He was reminded of the movie Wind Talkers, where the Americans used Native Americans as radio operators, using Native American languages as codes, incomprehensible to the Japanese. Therefore, Native Americans were useful to the United States for more than just scalps. Vasily continued to complain, what's the use of listening to this? I'd rather be on the front line. Wang Zhong placed a finger on his lips and hushed, listen. The sound of engines, distinct from those of bombers. Wang Zhong moved to the window and lowered his body to look up into the sky. After switching to a bird's eye view, he finally saw the plane, a Focke-Wulf 189 reconnaissance aircraft. This was a professional reconnaissance aircraft that could be fitted with a camera gun. Its cockpit offered an excellent view, allowing the pilot to clearly see the ground in front of the plane in order to ensure a precise flyover of the reconnaissance target. Moreover, this thing was good at surviving and had decent low-altitude performance, so it often carried out low-altitude reconnaissance and could incidentally drop a few small bombs. In short, it was a highly threatening type of dedicated reconnaissance aircraft. However, because it was a light aircraft with twin engines, it was relatively easy to be detected by Brother Peter's sound array. Wang Zhong stared at this plane as it crossed the minefield and flew into the urban airspace. The divine arrow was launched? The Prussian pilot immediately tried to evade to the left but was chased down by the divine arrow after it turned a corner, and following the explosion, the right engine of the enemy plane burst into flames, trailing a long plume of black smoke. It plummeted to the ground, tilting as it fell. Wang Zhong, well done? Yegorov, the plane is heading toward the police station. Send out a search team quickly. There are 3 people on board. They may have weapons. Be careful. Yes. Yegorov picked up the phone. Search team, move out. The enemy plane may have crashed near the police station. Wang Zhong added, you must destroy the film. Vasily laughed, if we could always block reconnaissance like this, maybe our cumbersome tractor naval guns would survive until the end of the fight. Dmitry glanced at him and said, don't jinx it. Yegorov repeated the order into the phone and then hung up. He had just put down the handset when the phone next to him rang, and he casually answered, headquarters, go ahead. What? Okay, I understand. After hanging up, Yegorov informed Wang Zhong, Brother Peter has heard a lot of tactical bombers and Stukas, possibly over 20. Wang Zhong, everyone, into the shelters. As Yegorov issued the order, Dmitry asked worriedly, should we go too? Wang Zhong patted Dmitry on the shoulder, this building is reinforced concrete, with very thick external walls, don't worry. While talking, Wang Zhong saw the enemy planes. He counted 15 Stukas and 12 Do-215s, along with several escorting Messerschmitt Bf-109s. As the planes approached the city, the anti-aircraft guns in the city opened fire, creating a fire net in front of the formation. The Do-215 formation plunged into the fire net, heading straight over the train station to drop bombs, while the Stukas entered their characteristic rolling dive. The ear-piercing death scream ruptured everyone's eardrums. That scream involuntarily made people want to duck and lie flat on the ground. But Wang Zhong saw very clearly, all the enemy planes were heading towards the defense group's bunkers. Only then did he realize his vantage point covered only the Guard 31st Regiment's field of view. It was all dark on the side of the defense group, with only a unit emblem floating above the map's real scenery. This situation was very similar to when Wang Zhong had just taken command of the then-named 3rd Rear Amour Group in Ronid. Could it be that by calling the defense group, he could share their field of view, just like back then? After the enemy planes completed their bombing, bombs fell on the defense group's position, but Wang Zhong couldn't make out the specifics of the damage, only the smoke blooms created by the explosions. Wang Zhong, Yegorov, call the defense group. Yes? Hello, connect me to the defense group. A few seconds of waiting later, Yegorov said, it's connected. As he spoke, the territory of the defense group lit up, and Wang Zhong gained vision of the defense group. So it was. The troops I personally directly command have vision, they're under my command, but for the troops commanded by their own officers, I only have their location. Only by connecting via the phone and establishing direct command do I gain vision of the troops. At that moment, Yegorov came to Wang Zhong and handed him the handset. Wang Zhong took the handset. What are your losses? I saw the Stukas heading towards you. The defense group commander, Alexander Alexandrovich, responded. 2 bunkers were completely destroyed, work of these past days gone to waste, but we didn't man the positions, so we only lost equipment like machine guns inside the bunkers. Wang Zhong, only the bunkers. Also, 7 or 8 bombs fell on our positions, destroying the wooden decoy tank guns we had made. Just then, a voice from the phone yelled, enemy planes are coming back. Wang Zhong switched to the overhead view and saw the Stukas, after finishing bombing, circling back and starting to strafe. But most of the defense group was still hiding in the bomb shelters, so they didn't suffer many casualties. Wang Zhong, as soon as the enemy planes leave, immediately restore the positions. The enemy vanguard may arrive today. Understood. Wang Zhong gave the handset back to Yegorov, who hung up the phone, and in that moment, the vision of the defense group disappeared again. It turned out this way, vision from non-directly commanded troops was only available during a call. It seemed I would need to make frequent calls to various frontline units in the future. That's what Wang Zhong thought. Just then, the phone rang again. Yegorov picked it up, responded a few times, and then hung up, reporting, Brother Peter has heard enemy mechanized forces, apparently a considerable number of light tanks. Wang Zhong nodded. This Brother Peter and his sound array were more useful than expected, feeling almost like the listening vehicle from Mobile Suit Gundam, the 08THMS team, hearing everything.N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. Vasily took off his headset, excitedly asking, are we going to use the B-4 to bomb the enemy now? Wang Zhong, keep listening to your walkie-talkie? If you miss critical information, I'll have you shot. Hearing that the punishment was execution rather than mucking out, Vasily shrank his neck and put the headset back on. Wang Zhong looked out again, waiting for the Prussians to arrive. At that moment, Mishka came back with the gauze, also carrying rope for fastening. Together, they draped a layer of cloth over the artillery scope and secured it with the rope. Dmitry pressed his eye to the eyepiece and joyfully said, I can see very clearly. Just at that moment, Wang Zhong, from an overlooking perspective, spotted the enemy. A Mark II tank appeared on the southwest main road. It seemed that the Prussian army of this era also assigned the already outmoded Mark II tanks to the reconnaissance troops. Behind the Mark II tank was a wheeled reconnaissance vehicle, followed by a half-track laden with soldiers. Even though it was only a reconnaissance unit, why did so many of them come marching up in such a grand procession? Suddenly, Wang Zhong noticed that this group seemed unrested, their faces showing extreme fatigue, their clothes all wrinkled and covered with leaves, as if they had slept in the wild overnight. Could it be the landmines had taken effect? At this moment, the second and third Mark II tanks entered his field of view. The strength of this vanguard was somewhat substantial. Seeing so many people, Wang Zhong decided to give them a surprise, while also shaking the enemy forces. He said to Yegorov, "Call Artillery Unit A." After deciding to split B4 into two positions yesterday, they took action overnight, distributing the 4 guns to different locations and renaming the original position Artillery Unit A. Of course, this A was a Cyrillic letter. While picking up the handset, Yegorov complained, "I've become a telephone operator." Vasily said, "Then let me do it. You listen to your walkie-talkie, otherwise the brigadier will get angry again. Connect to Artillery Unit A." Dmitry hurriedly began calculating the enemy's coordinates. Yegorov said, "Connected. Here." Wang Zhong took the handset and immediately began to report the coordinates. Just having calculated halfway, Dmitry was shocked, his eyes widening as he looked at Wang Zhong. Major Hank stuck his head out of the turret, observing the city with a telescope. The Air Force's bombing appeared to be highly effective, and the destruction of the city's outer defenses was clearly visible. The anti-people were hastily repairing the damaged fortifications. Perhaps this was an opportunity for a rapid assault. As Major Hank thought this, he let out a huge yawn. Last night, the reconnaissance battalion did not dare to camp in Karlinovka for fear of mines, as they had no engineers to deal with the landmines. Camping in the field, Major Hank hadn't slept well. He hadn't gotten a good night's sleep in many days and had hoped to take a bath and get a good rest in a clean bed last night, but it all fell through. Damn General Whitehorse. Too cunning, too bad. Just as he was thinking, a sharp screech suddenly came from the sky. It was the sound of artillery shells tearing through the air. The moment the screeching sounded, the reconnaissance battalion, still not deployed around the tank, dropped like flies to the ground. Those still on the half-track also rushed to jump off and flopped down in the fields off the road shoulder. Major Hank immediately ducked back into the turret and closed the hatch. This had all become muscle memory. Only after completing these actions did he realize that the whistling sound was clearly that of heavy artillery, at least 122 millimeters. With the armor of a Mark II tank, resisting such heavy artillery might be problematic. That instant, the shells hit the ground. Wang Zhong called for a volley, with a total of 4 rounds. The first round fell right in the front of the enemy's formation, about 4 or 5 meters from the leading Mark II, and the blast wind simply flipped the small frame of the Mark II tank onto the road. When the tank flipped, Wang Zhong clearly saw 2 prone infantrymen get crushed underneath. The dust cloud from the explosion immediately swallowed up the surrounding prone enemies. The second round fell into the field, a bit far from the enemy column, but the chunks of earth it tossed flew tens of meters, landing on the road and clanging against the enemy helmets. The third round flew over the target and landed at the rear of the column, overturning the rear half-track vehicle. The fourth round hit dead center in the middle of the column, among a cluster of densely packed prone figures. Wang Zhong distinctly saw a Prasen soldier, along with his equipment, literally launched dozens of meters into the air, as if he caught a plane N/O/VEL/B/C//IN.C//OM. By conservative estimates, this vanguard of the enemy had lost half its force to these 4 203mm shells. No wonder they say artillery is the god of war. Is it really that powerful? Wang Zhong couldn't help but think back to the day he had first traversed to this world, when he was welcomed by a 381mm artillery round in Ronid. It was nothing short of a miracle he survived. There must have been about 100 people in that room, and only 2 lived. He was one of those lucky survivors. Unbelievable. At this moment, cheers came from outside. The soldiers didn't have telescopes, their field of view wasn't as good as Wang Zhong's, but the dust clouds created by the 4 artillery rounds rose tens of meters high, and they could see them clearly without scopes. Yura. Dmitry didn't cheer but calmly recited, "Adjustment for firing, adjust the elevation to." Mishka, the artillery trainee nicknamed with a clipboard, was quickly taking notes on the side. Wang Zhong said, "No, there's no need to fire again." Dmitry replied, "No need to fire? More accurate attacks could deal a heavy blow. This is enough. The key is to tell the enemy that we have such weapons so they will never take us lightly again." Wang Zhong lectured with the tone of an elder to a junior. Major Hank crawled out of the tank's bottom hatch. Now it was no longer the bottom hatch, it should be called the top hatch. He looked around. 5 vehicles were burning, and at least 80 motionless Prasen soldiers lay on the ground. They had adopted the correct prone position for shell avoidance, but still could not withstand the local overpressure produced by heavy artillery. More people were lying on the ground, howling. Cries of mama rose and fell in waves. Major Hank wanted to soothe his troops and decided to stand up on the overturned tank. But as soon as he tried to pull his leg out of the hatch, he realized it was bent at an impossible angle. The moment he realized his leg was broken, the pain which adrenaline had been blocking finally surged through him. Major Hank screamed at the top of his lungs, "Sanitator, medic." Following this, Wang Zhong gained an even deeper understanding of the role of heavy artillery. It was just a salvo, but out of 4 shells, 2 missed their mark. It was actually the last one to fall that hit the enemy smack dab in the middle. Even so, for the next hour, the enemy's armored reconnaissance battalion couldn't do a damn thing except rescue the wounded, collect equipment from the wounded and the dead, and push the destroyed vehicles to the side of the road. 3 tasks that kept them incredibly busy. At first, Wang Zhong paid close attention to the enemy's next move, but after a while, he let out a sigh, pulled up a chair, and sat down by the window to look at the sky. Officially he was looking at the sky, but he was actually still using a bird's eye view to watch the enemy. His mentality had changed, now feeling like a child squatting on a school playground, having just destroyed an ant's nest with a bottle of mineral water, and now watching with relish as the ants attempted to save themselves. In truth, an armored reconnaissance battalion didn't pose any threat to Luftwaffe's defenses to begin with, and now that they'd been shelled by heavy artillery, they were even less of a threat. At 11 o'clock in the morning, it seemed like the enemy had finally regrouped, and they spread out across the fields. Then they encountered the first present Wang Zhong had prepared for them, the fake minefield. No, that's not right. The minefield close to the main road had been laid by the urban defense forces, and those were definitely real. Vasily also reported that they had buried 2 boxes of real mines in the fake minefield, mixed with a bunch of pickle jar lids to confuse the enemy. That should give the Prussians something to worry about. As Wang Zhong was thinking about this, the enemy infantry searching on both sides of the highway stepped on the mines that the urban defense forces had laid. One man was blown 3 meters up into the air, and his legs flew even farther, crossing the road and landing on the other side. Wang Zhong was dumbfounded. "You're telling me this is a mine?" Through the optic of the artillery sight, Dmitri said, "Normal. This thing has a 300-gram charge. Not killing those nearby would be considered a malfunction." Wang Zhong was shocked. Were these anti-tank mines that were laid? Anti-personnel mines. Vasily said, "I personally buried 2 boxes, and they were definitely anti-personnel mines. What kind of infantry needs 300 grams of explosives to be killed? Could it be that the Prussians have Aesir gods? Valkyries? That can't be killed without using this much explosive? No, it might just be the typical Russian brute force approach." Wang Zhong continued to watch the enemy, and after 1 person was killed, the rest of the enemy silently withdrew from the minefield. It was at this moment that the scattered enemy troops found the signs Vasily had planted. The soldier who discovered the sign called an officer over, probably to ask what to do. After a brief exchange, the soldier grabbed the sign, looking like he was preparing to pull it out to show to a higher-ranking officer. No sooner said than done. The ground surged upward, and then it exploded like a burst balloon. The fountain of soil sent the group of Prussian soldiers flying into the air. Excited by the sound, Vasily exclaimed, "That sound? Could it be the big one I buried getting detonated? I buried a whole block of TNT underneath, over 2 kilograms." Wang Zhong was sweating bullets. "You're cruel, man. Do you know how far the enemy flew?" he asked. "Vasily, how far?" Dmitri interjected. "I saw one land on the top of a barn 10 meters away." "Ha ha ha." Vasily slapped his thigh and laughed loudly. "Wang Zhong, pay attention to the monitoring, you idiot. I think you're planning to pick dung for the rest of your life." Vasily hurriedly adjusted his headphones properly. The recent explosion had the entire Prussian army hitting the dirt, thinking that the heavy artillery bombardment had started again. An officer was yelling something, and then the soldiers started to get up in 2s and 3s. A messenger ran along the line in which the troops were spread, shouting the new orders. Wang Zhong guessed that it was probably instructing all the soldiers to stay away from those minefield warning signs. The enemy began to retreat, stopping only 200 meters away from the minefield, almost leaving Wang Zhong's field of vision. Dmitri said happily, "The enemy has retreated. It looks like they don't have engineers equipped to handle the mines." At that moment, Yegorov, who had been manning the phone, also came to the window, holding binoculars to observe the enemy, and said in astonishment, "If it was me, I would probably send out a reconnaissance team to follow along the minefield, to see how wide it is and where it ends." No sooner had he spoken, 2 half-tracked vehicles loaded with soldiers headed northwest and southeast. Clearly the enemy commander had the same idea as Yegorov. Wang Zhong marveled, "If we had more divine arrows, we could take out those 2 reconnaissance teams, or at least damage the vehicles to slow down the enemy's scouting." Yegorov, "But we don't have any divine arrows." Suddenly Vasily shouted, "I hear the enemy at the front communicating with their superiors. Their report says, let me check." As he spoke, he flipped through the notebook that Wang Zhong had personally led a team to capture yesterday, checking the recorded radio call signs and location codes. The Armored Reconnaissance Battalion is reporting to the headquarters of the 15th Division, saying that Luftwaffe is covered by Army Group-level artillery firepower, and there's a massive number of mines. The intelligence on the defending forces numbers here may be wrong. After translating, Vasily looked at Wang Zhong excitedly. "General, we've been mistaken for an entire army group." Wang Zhong smiled slightly, mainly thanks to the B-4 heavy artillery. Yegorov was impressed. They certainly wouldn't imagine that there's heavy artillery here just because the commander is the Crown Prince's wastrel brother. Vasily was about to chime in when suddenly he pressed his headphone to his ear, listening intently. Apparently someone was speaking again. While listening, he frantically flipped through the notebook and after a moment said, "The 15th Division's headquarters says that the engineers will get here around 3 o'clock in the afternoon." The officers in the room collectively checked their watches. "Yegorov, it's 3 o'clock. There are only 5 hours left until dark, probably not enough time to clear all these minefields. Looks like the first day of combat will end like this. Wang Zhong, do we have any firepower that can reach the engineers clearing the mines? Yegorov, our heavy machine guns have a max range of 1000, but experienced veterans can lob shots up to 1500, but the accuracy is completely unreliable. Wang Zhong, no matter, don't expose the firepower points we really want to use. Set up the machine guns in temporary positions, and lob fire to cause trouble for the enemy engineers. If it's just to cause trouble, Yegorov blinked his eyes, you can lob from behind obstacles, making the gun and the shooter invisible to the enemy. Of course, rookies can't do this, but the few machine gunners who survived in my old unit can manage it. Anyway, it's all about probability. As long as you get the bullets close to the enemy, leave the rest to St. Andrew. n/o/vel/b/in.c//om. St. Andrew, the founder of the Eastern Holy Church's secular faction, was also the only one from the secular faction who had been sainted. Wang Zhong, good, get on it right away. Yegorov immediately went to issue the orders. At this time, Vasily asked, what do we do before the enemy engineers arrive? Just wait around. Wang Zhong, seems so, right. Vasily, what was it like between the enemy's 2 assaults at Pinyi? Wang Zhong, I was running a fever then, went to sleep after the enemy retreated, so don't ask me. Vasily was shocked, a fever? The fever I'm thinking of. Yes. And you still won? Now that you're not feverish, the enemy's in trouble. Even Dmitri, who had been intently observing the enemy, couldn't help turning back to say, Vasily, no, maybe you fight better when you have a fever. Wang Zhong glared at Vasily, thinking to himself, damn it, this asshole's mouth really does deserve a beating. Any other general might have had him shot by now. Just then, Yegorov returned, so Wang Zhong took the opportunity to pass the question to him. Yegorov, the new recruits are asking how to pass the time between battles. Yegorov immediately answered, clean your guns. The first time I went to battle, that's what the veterans taught me. We were fighting the civil war as part of the secular faction's army, defending a place called Cheriton. The enemy launched a total of 7 attacks in one day, each repelled in about 20 minutes, then they would take an hour and a half to organize a new assault. So from 4 in the morning until 9 at night when it got dark, after repelling the first attack, I asked the veterans why the enemy didn't just attack immediately. They told me the enemy needs time to regroup the forces that ran back, which takes about an hour, then resupply ammunition and form a new attack, another half an hour gone. And during this time, the first thing we as defenders needed to do was clean our guns. Certainly a lot of sand and dust would have gotten inside during the battle, and without a proper cleaning, you might jam the next time you fire, and then you're dead. After listening to this, Vasily looked down and counted on his fingers, then asked, from 4 to 9, 17 hours, each assault taking 2 hours, they attacked 7 times, what about the remaining 3 hours? The room grew quiet. Wang Zhong somewhat regretted having chosen to focus on cultivating this troublesome soldier. Well, just a little. Yegorov, the enemy needs to eat, you idiot. You're on dung duty tonight, that'll teach you. Vasily's face showed his misery, and the smile shifted to Wang Zhong's face. At that moment, the radio suddenly rang again, and Vasily hurriedly put on the headset to listen, flipping through the notebook while listening. This is. The 15th Armored Division is requesting the Air Force to destroy something unknown. I guess they're targeting our howitzers. Wang Zhong, any response from the Air Force? No response yet. Wait, here it comes. The Air Force is asking the 15th Armored Division to provide the location. Wang Zhong, it seems our tactic of sealing off reconnaissance is working. There really was no place around Ltuf where you could see the 2 positions of B4, they could only rely on aerial reconnaissance. Vasily, the 15th retorted, isn't aerial reconnaissance supposed to be the Air Force's responsibility? Do the Prussians have bad relations between their army and Air Force? Yes, their inter-service rivalry was quite bad, a common issue among many countries during World War II. Vasily listened for a while longer and said, no more information. Both sides are silent. Wang Zhong, tell Brother Peter to be extra vigilant for enemy reconnaissance planes, and try to fake more artillery positions. Yegorov immediately passed down the orders. Vasily, besides cleaning guns, what else do you do to pass the time? Really, are you still on this topic? Yegorov, play cards. Play cards. Vasily exclaimed. Yes, it's better than drinking. Either way, it's just killing time, it makes no difference. War is like that, mostly doing nothing, and it's only that 1% of the time when you're licking blood off the knife edge, but you never know when that 1% will come, so you're on edge all day long. Wang Zhong, did you bring any playing cards? Yegorov pulled a deck of playing cards from his shirt pocket. On the front line, we usually gamble with cigarettes, he said. In the afternoon, Yegorov contentedly stashed away the cigarettes he had just won into his document case. I've now beaten a legend, a future legendary general. Wang Zhong tossed the playing cards onto the table with a click of his tongue. I don't smoke much anyway, I let you win on purpose. Oh, is that so? Yegorov said proudly, with your card-playing skills, you'll quickly become an easy target. Just then, Dmitri, who had been at the artillery site all this time, shouted, a number 1 tank. A barricade-breaking vehicle modified from a number 1 tank? The engineers are coming up. The staff at the forward command post immediately rushed to the window and observed with binoculars. What came wasn't just a No. 1 tank modified into an engineering vehicle for breaking through barriers, but also a range of other Prussian engineering vehicles. It seemed that the commander of the sapper battalion was communicating with the commander of the reconnaissance unit that had already deployed outside the minefield. Wang Zhong was just about to call for another artillery barrage when the gathered sapper battalion began to spread out, likely told by the armor reconnaissance commander that they could be targeted by artillery fire. Although the enemy scattered, they clearly underestimated the caliber of the artillery barrage and didn't disperse enough. Perhaps the Prussian army's advance had been too smooth, making them careless. No matter what, Wang Zhong was ready to hit them with another round. Position B's B4 hadn't fired yet. Each gun there had one more shell in reserve than those at position A, so it was time to fire a salvo and balance out the ammunition. Wang Zhong himself picked up the phone. Connect me to position B. One moment, the male switchboard operator answered. Okay, General. This is position B. Wang Zhong, this is Rakasov. Fire a salvo immediately, with a 1-second interval between shots. Coordinates. These heavy guns created a muzzle blast when firing. When the firing positions were cramped, firing all at once could affect the trajectory of the shells, so even with a salvo, it was one shot after another. Of course, if the position was more open, there wouldn't be this problem, and they could fire at once, but it was impossible to find such a concealed and open terrain within Lokotov City. After performing his mental calculation of the coordinates again, Wang Zhong stood by the window with the phone and observed. The sound of shells tearing through the air reached them. Perhaps because of the aftereffects of being repaired by a 381mm heavy cannon, Wang Zhong's nape went numb at the whistling sound, and he instinctively wanted to duck. The enemies simply lay flat on the ground, everyone adopting the standard artillery avoidance position. The first shell landed, clearly hitting too close to the minefield, even triggering an actual mine. From his bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong saw lids from pickle cans flying everywhere within the fake minefield. He hoped the next shell would be on target. No, the next shell must hit the mark. The next one landed farther away, right at the edge of Wang Zhong's field of vision, but it was much better than the first one. He clearly saw at least 10 enemies lose their highlights, though he didn't know if they were dead or merely knocked unconscious. At that moment, Wang Zhong felt like he was gotcha gaming, silently chanting, "Hit it, let me hit it." The third shell fell right between two engineering vehicles. The blast wave instantly overturned both vehicles. From Wang Zhong's perspective, a whole patch of enemies lost their highlights around the impact point. He couldn't help but clench his fist and silently nod. Good. One more shot, just one more. Hit it? Then, something embarrassing happened. A silo far from the first 3 impact points suddenly exploded, its stone walls shattered to pieces, and the stored grain gushed out like floodwaters, bizarrely spreading a patch of yellow onto the green field. What the hell? How could it land so far off? Even if they wanted to hit a granary, they should have targeted the silo near the shelling area. Since there was an enemy observation team on it, dispersing the observation team would have been worthwhile. As Wang Zhong puzzled over why the last shell had gone astray, Dmitry reported loudly, "The last gun either got the aiming solutions wrong or there's a malfunction in the gun mount or sighting equipment." Wang Zhong immediately picked up the receiver that had been resting on his shoulder. "B position? The last fired gun either got the aiming solutions wrong or there's a malfunction. Check it quickly." "Yes," came the answer from the other side, "checking now." A moment later, they responded, "Report, General, the aiming solutions are correct. It must be a malfunction with the gun. The blacksmith and the mechanic are inspecting it now. Fix the malfunction as soon as possible." There wasn't much else Wang Zhong could order beyond that. He put down the receiver and continued to observe the enemy. Yegorov clicked his tongue in amazement. This cannon has always been prone to malfunctions since the Winter War, and when it first entered the battle, it sometimes took 6 to 7 shots to destroy a Monaheim bunker. Wang Zhong, so you mean having just one malfunction is already not bad? I mean, the Empire's Ordnance Department is indeed working hard. The rate of malfunctions has been significantly reduced. Yegorov shrugged. Then the enemy realized the shelling was over, stood up, began rescuing the wounded, and started gathering the scattered equipment and weapons. "Wang Zhong, have your machine gunners open fire. Add some fuel to the enemy's fire." "Understood." Yegorov turned to give the orders. A minute later, 2 heavy machine guns began firing, the arcing trajectories of tracer bullets landing on the enemy's positions, like urinating. At this distance, hitting the target truly depended on faith, but as long as the intensity of fire was enough, they could always pee a few to death. The most important thing was the catastrophic effect on the enemy's morale, like a whip of death moving back and forth above your head. How could you not panic? It made it impossible to work properly. Before Wang Zhong could rejoice, a Type 2 tank on the enemy's side began to retaliate, firing its machine guns in the same manner towards the courtyard of the fertilizer plant. Thus, a spectacle of both sides peeing tracer rounds at each other ensued. But the Prussians had a 20mm cannon, and regardless of how fragile the Type 2 tank was, it was still a tank. The DSHK heavy machine gun could indeed penetrate a Type 2 tank, but here the gunners had no protection, making them obviously more vulnerable under the strike of the 20mm cannon. However, Yegorov didn't place the machine gun on open ground. Instead, he positioned it inside the factory building, firing through the windows. Both sides were sloppily shooting, neither with accuracy, which made it difficult for the enemy's machine guns to target such small windows to penetrate the room. Yet the machine gun could continuously inflict casualties on the enemy out in the open. This was arcing fire, so even if the enemy lay on the ground, they could still be hit in the back. When Wang Zhong saw that the enemy had been forced to seek cover in the shadow of armored vehicles and still occasionally lost one or two unlucky souls, he felt frustrated by the low kill efficiency of the machine guns. If only he had the sort of autocannon that the enemy's Mark II tanks were equipped with. In various war games on Earth, Wang Zhong had always favored decimating infantry with autocannons. The Skeld River, in his hands, became an infantry slaughterer. If only his cheat was more powerful, being able to summon an anti-air gun like the Skeld River out of thin air, then he could use a quad 23mm cannon to massacre the enemy infantry. Wang Zhong turned his head to ask Yegorov, the 72K anti-aircraft gun of the Air Defense Regiment. It's a 25mm autocannon, isn't it? Though Wang Zhong had operated the gas truck that transported this in War Thunder, he still asked just to be sure. Yegorov replied, yes, what about it? Quick, call the Air Defense Regiment. Ask them for two 72K anti-aircraft guns, to be towed over here by truck. And bring 2,000 rounds of ammunition as well. Why hadn't he thought of this before? Wang Zhong thought to himself that if the enemy could use their anti-aircraft guns in direct fire, then so could they. 20 minutes later, two 72K anti-aircraft guns, usually reserved as spare parts by the artillery regiment, were dragged into the factory building of the fertilizer plant. After 4 test shots, the shells landed among the enemy, so Wang Zhong gave the order, begin barrage fire. The 2 anti-aircraft guns fired tracer rounds steadily falling among the enemy. Although they were only 25mm high explosive shells, their killing efficiency was much higher than that of a heavy machine gun. All the enemy's Mark II tanks engaged in shooting, yet they were unable to penetrate the concrete walls of the factory building. Yegorov joked, wow, they're trying so hard they might see the first layer of rebar in the factory soon. Meanwhile, the anti-army paid no attention to those few tanks, instead focusing all their efforts on reaping the enemy infantry. Finally, a truck carrying explosives for the engineers exploded, turning into a soaring fireball. This, seemingly the last straw that broke the camel's back, caused the Prussian army to release smoke and start retreating backwards. N/O/Vel/B/in.C//OM. All the armored vehicles began reversing, and the soldiers, as if they had had enough, quickly withdrew. Dmitri shouted, the enemy is deploying smoke? I can't see them. Wang Zhong, the enemy is retreating. All right, cease fire. In fact, Wang Zhong could have continued to direct the autocannon fire using his cheat that wasn't bothered by the smoke, but as the distance increased, the spread of the shells would be too great, wasting them unnecessarily. He had no idea how long Lokatov's supplies would last, or how long he would need to hold this position, so he had to improve the ammunition efficiency. Following the order, the shooting stopped. Immediately after, from various places in the fertilizer factory, soldiers who had just been driven back to their shelters by the Mark II's machine guns now poked their heads out. Is it over? Why did the firing stop? Are they using smoke to attack? Doesn't seem like it. The smoke screen is so far away, and the fake minefield hasn't been cleared yet. They must be running, right? The soldiers questioned each other, not daring to believe they had won. Wang Zhong stuck his head out of a window and shouted outside, the enemy is retreating? We have repelled the enemy's first attack. The crowd exchanged glances. Then cheers erupted. Hurrah! It wasn't that big a deal. The young men in the command post also cheered, their faces filled with joy. Vasily couldn't resist a bit of flattery. Is victory that easy? General, you truly command like a deity. Wang Zhong frowned and turned to Yegorov, saying, we can't allow our troops to develop an attitude of underestimating the enemy. Immediately conduct ideological work with the soldiers, despise the enemy strategically, but take them seriously tactically. The enemy was well trained, as evident by their immediate counterfire with tank machine guns. As they were speaking, Popov came in, sighing, why are you always taking my job? Wang Zhong, what brought you to the command post? A train just arrived at the station, on it were priests assigned to us, so I brought them over. According to the rules, each company should have a military chaplain, and we have actually been in violation of that. Popov shrugged, the priests have already gone to the companies, I came to see if there's anything I could help with. Wang Zhong, go to the church immediately and request capable monks, as well as the divine arrow. I almost used the 76mm gun to hit the enemy's Mark II at such long range. But in the end, I didn't want to reveal the gun position, so I didn't fire. Popov shook his head, the church has responded. They said the prayer masters of the divine arrow suffered heavy losses in the previous 10+ days of fighting, and now they're planning to let kids in grade 10 of the monasteries graduate early to fill in the front lines, but they need to undergo military training. Wang Zhong was taken aback, forget it then, let's just fight with the equipment and personnel we have now. After a peace that lasted until 7 o'clock in the evening, as the daylight began to fade, Brother Peter heard the sound of the enemy reconnaissance aircraft again. 5 minutes later, the forward command watched the reconnaissance plane, trailing thick smoke, plummet to the ground. The divine arrow is really effective against low-flying air units, Wang Zhong exclaimed. Popov, yes, it's a pity it doesn't work against high-flying enemy aircraft. Wang Zhong, it's difficult for the enemy to spot our well-camouflaged artillery positions through high-altitude reconnaissance. He could say this mainly because, first, he had seen photos taken by Sturm-Tiger high-altitude reconnaissance aircraft in military history before he was transported, and second, he had confirmed the camouflage of his own artillery positions from an overhead view. From high altitudes, it would be difficult to locate these positions with the naked eye. Popov, let's hope so. Looking at Popov, Wang Zhong suddenly had a guess and asked, "Are you sticking around at the forward command because you don't want to help Pavlov handle a mountain of paperwork?" Popov said seriously, "How could that be? I would never shirk my responsibilities, but many documents do not require my signature as the Archbishop of the combat group." Wang Zhong was about to speak to Popov when Vasily, who was manning the field phone, suddenly began frantically flipping through a captured notebook. Everyone's attention instantly shifted to him. After searching for a while, Vasily reported, "The enemy's 223rd Armored Grenadier Corps is encamping tonight in Karashnoi." Wang Zhong immediately found the village on the map. "It's here, we've scouted it. It's a large village with nearly 100 houses, all abandoned. According to inquiries in other villages, there's generally no wind around 9 o'clock in the evening, which would make an artillery attack more effective." Yegorov picked up the telephone, but instead of immediately asking the operator to connect to the artillery positions, he asked Wang Zhong, "How much ammunition to fire?" Wang Zhong, 3 rounds per gun should do. 24 rounds ought to be enough to cause trouble for the enemy. No telling when we'll get more 203mm shells, so we should conserve. Yegorov then instructed the operator, "Connect to the artillery positions." The 223rd Armored Grenadier Corps had entered Karashnoi, 10 kilometers southwest of Luchtov. Based on the latest aerial reconnaissance report, the nearest anti-army troops were at Dolina village to the northeast, where aerial surveillance had spotted defensive positions. By tomorrow, the 223rd would launch an attack on Dolina village, and once captured, they could encircle Luchtov. The 150 half-track vehicles of the 223rd were now crammed into Karashnoi to the point that the self-propelled mortar company assigned to the corps could only stop in the threshing yard at the entrance to the village. Also in the threshing yard, filling it up, were the supply trucks of the logistics unit assigned to the corps, since the 223rd, as infantry assigned to an armored division, had no mules or horses in their establishment. The 8 Panzer IV tanks assigned to reinforce the 223rd were lined up northeast of the village, with the tank crews checking the running systems. After finishing the maintenance of their firearms, the infantrymen were now gathered around the fires, sharing canned food and captured sausages. Someone had placed a radio on the roadside gasoline drum, and from its speaker came the latest popular love song in Prussia, Lily Marlene, music broadcasted to the entire army by the Prussian military radio station. This night seemed no different from the first 13 nights since the 223rd had entered the territory of the anti-empire. Suddenly, the screech of heavy artillery shells tearing through the air came from the sky. The battle-hardened Prussians of this battalion could roughly gauge where the whistling indicated the shells would land, so they left their bowls full of meat broth behind and scurried into whatever could provide cover. The first shell landed, striking the village church at its center, causing the bell tower to collapse from the base. Then, one after another, shells kept falling, demolishing houses, flinging vehicles into the air, and flipping one of the half-track vehicles in the middle of the road. After the first salvo, the entire village was alight with flames and moans of the wounded. The surviving Prussians shakily lifted their heads but did not leave their shelters. About 30 seconds later, a second wave of howls came from the sky again. A truck exploded violently, turning its fuel tanks into glowing orange spheres that rose slowly, illuminating the night like daylight. The large pot of soup the cooks were tending was overturned, the scalding broth poured onto the unlucky ones nearby, creating desperate screams. The second round of artillery fire passed, and no one from Prasen dared to raise their heads anymore, all waiting for the next round of shells to fall. Some people whispered prayers, and at this time, no one mentioned "See you in Valhalla," a response commonly heard from the glorious imperial soldiers of Prasen propaganda when facing death. The third round came. The church finally collapsed completely, and senior officers and staff at the headquarters hurriedly ran out. The cattle that the locals had no time to take away caught fire and charged violently down the street, trampling over several unlucky fellows lying in the middle of the road. After the third round, the only sounds in the entire village were groaning and the crackling of the massive fire. Almost a minute had gone by before the commander of the 223rd Armored Grenadier Corps, still frightened, got up, glanced at the collapsed church behind him, and then gazed at the burning half-track vehicle on the street and the bodies scattered all over, his brow twisted into knots. "Count the casualties? Quick! And notify headquarters immediately. We had just reported our position when the artillery came. I suspect the enemy has our code books. We must change the codes ahead of schedule." The radio call signs of a typical Prasen army unit changed every 3 days. Such a change was a hassle, necessitating couriers physically delivering new call signs to various units. "Yes," the staff officer answered. The commander looked at the devastated village and shouted, "Quick, rescue the wounded, put out the fires. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om." Wang Zhong looked at his watch. The shells should have hit by now, but I don't know how effective they were. At 10 kilometers from Luchtov, even with Wang Zhong's advantage, he couldn't see the effects of the artillery barrage. Yegorov offered reassurance. Don't worry, these are 203mm heavy guns. That unit must have suffered heavy losses. Whether they can even move tomorrow is a question. I hope so. Just as Wang Zhong finished speaking, Vasily shouted, enemy communication? They're actually using clear text. Our unit just reported its position and was then hit by precise artillery fire. The radio call sign is definitely compromised. Please change call signs ahead of time. General, we hit them. Good. Wang Zhong clenched his right fist as if he were a young man riding the crest of success. Yegorov, this will seriously weaken the infantry attached to the enemy's armored division, reducing the pressure for the city's meat grinder battle tomorrow. But that's a problem for tomorrow, Popov said. Today's fighting should be near its end. We should let the soldiers rest as soon as possible, excluding the sentries, of course. Vasily, and clean their guns. Yegorov glanced at him and nodded, yes, and clean their guns. At this moment, Wang Zhong suddenly realized he was very hungry, having been too focused earlier to notice. And as if on cue, just when Wang Zhong felt his hunger, the voice of the cooking team's matron called out from outside, boys, dinner's ready. Let's go eat. Wang Zhong said excitedly. After dinner, Wang Zhong, accompanied by his guard Grigory, strolled around the position to digest their meal and took the opportunity to perform the commander's duty of checking posts. Having made the round and on their way back, they passed by a factory building where a 72K anti-aircraft gun and heavy machine guns were deployed. Wang Zhong stopped in front of the southwestern wall of the factory, examining the dense bullet marks on it. Just looking at the bullet marks, one could imagine how fierce the exchange of fire had been that afternoon. Wang Zhong followed the wall, walking up to a turn where he saw a group of young people crowded at the corner of the factory building, seemingly gazing at something. Grigory stepped forward, intending to let the youngsters know their commander was there, but Wang Zhong stopped him. Then, Wang Zhong tiptoed to the back of the youngsters, peering along with them. In the night, someone held a bottle where, under the stars, one could faintly see it filled with baby's breath flowers. He passed the bottle of flowers to the girl in front of him. Natalia, I found these at the station. They are as beautiful as you are. Wang Zhong remembered, this was the new recruit named Alexei, who was the same as himself, and he had a crush on Natalia from the field laundry unit. What a move, bringing romance to the front. This calls for a serious critique. So, Wang Zhong moved a bit closer. Alexei Barfanovich was completely oblivious to everyone's stares, focusing solely on the girl. Natalia took off the floral scarf from her head, allowing her hair to cascade down in the moonlight as she gazed affectionately at the boy. She received the glass jar filled with stars, and impulsively rushed into the boy's embrace, where they kissed each other. Wang Zhong was beside himself with astonishment. Was this direct? Were they skipping some steps? He nudged the rookie in front of him. Were these two dating before? No, Elisha just took a fancy to her yesterday, picked flowers secretly at night, and wanted to make a move during the day, but then the enemy attacked, the rookie explained without turning back. Wang Zhong was immensely shocked. This was their first date? Is this what people do on a first date? In the midst of his shock, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered something and prodded the person in front of him again. Isn't this Natalia from the laundry team? How come she's at the front line? If she were from the cooking squad, it would make sense for her to show up here, carrying large pots of vegetable soup on a shoulder pole. But why would the laundry team come to the front? He hadn't heard of soldiers changing their clothes before a battle was over. The girl fancies Elisha as well. What's so strange about that? The rookie replied. At that moment, the kissing couple began to do things better left unsaid, and Wang Zhong was even more shocked, continuing to nudge the person's back. This quick. Isn't this wrong? After asking, Wang Zhong remembered that in the West things tend to move quickly, like in Titanic where the two just took a liking to each other, drew a picture, and then went straight to the car. In a foggy car, suddenly a handprint slapped onto the window. The first time Wang Zhong watched this scene he was too young, and immediately thought of The Shining, imagining the scene where an axe chops through the door, and burst out crying. Wang Zhong understood, but the person in front of him did not. Why are you making such a big fuss? It's just like the mature age ceremony back in the village, making eye contact and then sneaking off into the haystacks. Oh my, General, sir. The rookie snapped to attention and saluted so quickly. Wang Zhong was standing too close and got smacked in the chin by the suddenly attentive rookie, letting out a yelp of pain. The moment he stood up straight, the person behind him got hit squarely and let out a surprised cry. Hey, Elisha, don't suddenly stand up like that. As Wang Zhong was holding his chin, he heard the voice and became puzzled, turning around to see Ludmila holding her chest, clearly in pain from the collision. Elisha, a surprised shout came from behind Wang Zhong, probably from the girl of the laundry team. Realizing the potential for a misunderstanding, the brigadier general called out loudly, the one over there is also called Elisha. We're not the same person. Ludmila tilted her head. I know, I saw the girl call the boy Elisha. It was only then that the surprised rookies realized, and they all snapped to attention, saluting. Brigadier General, good evening. Wang Zhong waved his hand in return and continued to watch Ludmila. Why have you come to the front line? You should be with the Divine Arrow Company. Ludmila pouted. Yaka Niako, the vice knight, said there wouldn't be any reconnaissance tonight, and I could take a break, so I came. On my way here, I also went to check on your horse. Wang Zhong, oh, is Bucephalus doing well? All right, you just care about the horse, not about me. Wang Zhong, are you alright? Yes, the enemy bombers were far from us, so it's okay. Ludmila glanced at the awkward couple and asked, you have so much free time? Watching people date. Wang Zhong replied seriously, I am checking on the posts. Don't believe me? Ask Sergeant Grigori. Sergeant, huh? The sergeant had disappeared. Not only had the sergeant vanished, but the military academy cadets who had just been saluting beside Wang Zhong were gone too, the speed of their concealment truly befitting professional soldiers. Even the dating couple had fled into the shadows, running hand in hand. Suddenly, there wasn't a soul in sight. Wang Zhong, Sergeant. It's your duty to protect me. From somewhere came a response, don't worry, I'm here. Great, now I'm the monkey put on display. He looked at Ludmila with a solemn face and said, I really am checking the posts? I just happened to come across them while crowd gazing. And then you decided to join in for a look. Ludmila cut in. As a commander, I must fully understand the soldiers' lives. What about your life? Ludmila asked. Wang Zhong took a moment to register the question. Huh. Ludmila continued, before, Elisha, you needed 7 or 8 servants to wait on you, and you couldn't even polish your shoes. Wang Zhong frowned, was I that useless before? Ludmila shrugged, now you may still not polish your shoes, but you can do everything else by yourself. Wang Zhong looked down at his dirty military boots. He suddenly remembered that in foreign armies, polishing shoes is akin to our army folding tofu blocks. And Wang Zhong, having transmigrated, hardly wore dress shoes most of the time in his previous life. He would only wear them for job interviews after college, and once he started working, he always wore sneakers. Now, Wang Zhong thought, it's a good thing he ended up in such a good-for-nothing body that no one suspected him for not polishing his shoes. At that moment, Ludmila looked up at the sky and said, I wonder if Miss He and the others have survived. Huh? Miss He? Who's that? Wang Zhong speculated it might be someone familiar, so he tried to act knowledgeable. They must have. You don't even know who I'm talking about. You've never remembered the names of the servants, have you? Ah, so that's it. Lucky that I'm wearing such a carefree skin. Wang Zhong simply asked, so who are you talking about? Miss He, your maid, and Menjaleliev, the old man, your steward. They all stayed in Ronid. Ah, oh, them. Wang Zhong tried hard to say something, but having witnessed the atrocities of the Prussian army, phrases like they must be fine just couldn't be spoken. Ludmila looked at Wang Zhong. After I arrived in Luchthof, I finally managed to write a letter home to tell them we're still alive, and that you've become a general on a white horse. But so far, there's been no reply. But with the situation as it is, it's normal not to get a reply. Nov. L. B //JNN. Wang Zhong, don't worry, the Crown Prince knows about our situation and even sent us B4 howitzers. He will surely take care of our family. Ludmila smiled. Him? As disrespectful as it sounds, I don't think he's attentive to such an extent. I rather think he's probably boasting about your achievements as his own everywhere right now. Sending the cannons over was also to let you achieve even more impressive results in battle. Is it so? The image of the Crown Prince suddenly became very clear. At that moment, Wang Zhong suddenly remembered the question that had been troubling him. What exactly is Ludmila to me? It could be ruled out from their names that they were siblings, as both their surnames and patronymics were different. And since she was so familiar with him and could even send word home on his behalf, she could only be his fiancée. Having such a beautiful fiancée was rather thrilling, especially considering Ludmila's silver hair and her bust, which seemed perfectly crafted for Wang Zhong's entertainment, hitting right in the sweet spot. Although a voice in his head was saying, this isn't the time to be thinking about such things, Wang Zhong still couldn't help but want to confirm whether Ludmila was indeed his fiancée. At this moment, Ludmila said, walk with me, since I'm already here. Wang Zhong nodded and gestured for her to follow. Let's go this way, I've already checked the post behind us. Walking with you gives me a chance to check the other posts. Ludmila, you didn't used to be this conscientious. I now have the self-awareness of a commander. Ludmila just smiled. Then, quite naturally, she linked her arm through Wang Zhong's, allowing her armor to come into intimate contact with his arm, unconcerned. If things have gotten this intimate, she must be the fiancée, right? No sooner had Wang Zhong thought this than Ludmila said, your father said that he would ask for my father's permission to marry me in October. With the war starting, I don't know if it can still happen. All right then, she was a prospective fiancé. Wait a second, do I still have a father in this timeline? Damn, I can't bring myself to call a stranger father. Ludmila, my mother always complained about you, saying that even if it were for a political alliance, there could be better options. She probably has no objections now. At that time, Wang Zhong suddenly thought of a question. Ludmila was such a beautiful girl and a noble at that, surely she must have had no shortage of suitors. How could she have fallen for the original owner of this body? So, Wang Zhong asked, you don't have any objections to me. I've actually always treated you as a brother. After all, I've been cleaning up your messes since we were young, and over time, I got used to it. And besides you, everyone in your family is pretty nice. Ludmila looked down at the ground. But, after the war broke out, you changed, became like a hero from the stories, and you liked riding a white horse. Because her face was now thoroughly flushed, Ludmila leaned on Wang Zhong's arm, using this as a way to block his line of sight. Too bad Wang Zhong had an overhead view and could adjust the angle to see the girl's face. What did this mean? Did my heroic actions completely win over the girl's affection? Does she like the current me, not the worthless person I was before? At that moment, Wang Zhong thought about the inappropriate behavior of those two just a while ago. Now it seemed like he could just pick her up and start kissing her without issues. It's their custom, after all. A certain part of Wang Zhong's body started to chant, "You can go for it." The only thing holding Wang Zhong back now was the dignity of a Chinese man. All he had to do was let go of that dignity. At that moment, a new thought entered Wang Zhong's mind. What if I die? Although he had so far survived many dangerous situations, the fact that he had been dancing with death had not changed. An old song echoed in Wang Zhong's ears. Maybe I'll say goodbye and never come back. Do you understand? Do you know? Maybe I'll fall and never get up. Will you still wait forever? At this moment, all vulgar and reproductive thoughts vanished, and Wang Zhong's mind was filled with unshakable conviction. One should not make a loved one wait forever. One should not bring children into such hell. Not until the day when the cruel and evil great enemy is defeated, not until the day when smoke rises again from the homeland and angels can peacefully slumber. Only then can I embrace the girl without worries and build a future together with her. So Wang Zhong suppressed the impulse. Ludmila, he said, I will defeat the enemy as soon as possible, conquer the Prasen Empire, and then formally respond to you. Ludmila laughed. The way you say that, it's as if you're the Grand Marshal who can decide the fate of this war. You're still the same, floating on air just because you've barely become a major general. With that, the girl playfully punched Wang Zhong's shoulder several times. Jules, July 6, 914, early morning. Wang Zhong rolled out of his makeshift camp bed and saw Yegorov sitting on the bed beside him, polishing his boots. Yegorov, how did you make it back to the front command last night? We all thought you'd find a vehicle to spend the night in. Wang Zhong, it wasn't convenient for her. How could she possibly come looking for you when it wasn't convenient? Yegorov countered. No, she came to sleep with you. That Natalia, too, don't believe me? Let B4 fire a shell and as soon as the boom echoes, you'll see another Elisha scrambling out of some corner with his pants in his hands. Wang Zhong was amazed. Are Westerners really so open about these things? Yegorov waited a few seconds but got no reply, so he looked up at Wang Zhong and asked again, so what really happened? Why didn't you make the lady's wish come true? Wang Zhong could only tell the truth. Yegorov was shocked. His polishing hand paused. If the war drags on for 3 to 5 years, does that mean you'll go without touching a woman for that long? What if you get frustrated? Oh, I see, you're talking about seeing a prostitute, right? Wang Zhong had to laugh. How did the conversation end up here? That shows my ambition. He wanted to recite a few frontier verses to Yegorov, to express his own won't return until Lulan is conquered heroic aspirations, but suddenly realized he couldn't translate the poetry in his mind into anti-language. Damn, no more showing off with poetry. Just then, Popov got up too. All three of them were sleeping on camp beds set up in the large room next to the front command, each bed 3 meters apart. Popov looked at Wang Zhong with suspicion. Alexei Konstantinovich, this doesn't sound like something you'd do. Although I've indeed heard that you haven't been messing around with Ludmila Vasilievna, you're famous for not being able to control yourself. As he spoke, Popov glanced at Wang Zhong's crotch. Could it be that you're injured? Wang Zhong, is that something a bishop should say? Popov, I'm from the secular faction, remember. That secular, huh? I think you're more of the high-speed faction. You go fast. Wang Zhong decided not to linger on the issue. If he did, Popov might start to think he was possessed, though in reality, he was. Looking at Yegorov, he said, I think the enemy will definitely try to remove mines today. They're going to use smoke to obscure our line of sight and cover the demining. Definitely, Yegorov replied as he spread new polish onto the boots and then carefully smeared it with the shining cloth, evening it out on the surface. I heard before the war that the Prussians liked to use smoke. I didn't expect they'd be such fans of it. Whenever the Prussians attacked, there was smoke everywhere. Their usage of it was sublime. Yegorov continued, in comparison, we've neglected the use of smoke. The frontline infantry doesn't even have smoke bombs, we have to capture them from the Prussians. Wang Zhong, there's so much we need to capture from the Prussians, like field telephones? Why are there so few radios? Because the marshals still prefer using couriers, shrugged Yegorov. Wang Zhong shook his head and stood up to stretch his aching body caused by the too hard camp bed. Unfortunately, he carelessly pulled at a wound on his shoulder, grimacing in pain. It'd been nearly 2 weeks. Why hadn't a simple gunshot wound healed yet? Yegorov didn't care whether Wang Zhong was in pain or not. He asked, aren't you going to polish your boots? Don't you want to? Wang Zhong thought, is it that I don't want to polish them? I don't know how. I've hardly ever seen anyone polish boots in my life. How am I supposed to polish them when I've never even seen a pig run? All he could do was change the subject. Today, we need to figure out a way to prevent the enemy from demining in the smoke. Any ideas? Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong. You are the White Horse General, and I'm just an ordinary regimental commander, as ordinary as they come. You should be the one to tell me what to do. Wang Zhong, let's exercise some military democracy? Crowdsource some strategy, you know. Yegorov, then you should go ask that eccentric Vasily. He might have some outlandish ideas. Isn't that why you value him? Wang Zhong didn't reply because he was already thinking of countermeasures. Since he had received absolutely no military education, he could only start with what he knew from games. In games, dealing with smoke was simple: use large caliber guns and fire explosive shells at the ground. When playing Advance Command, seeing the enemy deploy smoke, he would unleash a barrage of BM-21 hail rockets, which generally could effectively delay the enemy's offensive and even eliminate quite a few of the attacking forces. Drawing inspiration from the game, Wang Zhong asked Yegorov, "What do you think about us blindly firing 76mm guns at the enemy?" The firing elements for several preset positions for the 76mm guns were determined the day we set up defenses, ensuring accurate hits on enemy tanks at various distances. After switching to explosive shells, the trajectory would be more curved than armor-piercing shells, and the gunners familiar with the gun's performance could deliver the explosive shells to roughly the same position based on the firing elements of the armor-piercing shells. Yegorov nodded. "We don't have many 76mm guns, but we do have plenty of shells." "Pickles, too," added Popov. All of them thought of some unpleasant things and frowned together. Just then, the on-duty new recruit pushed the door open and came in. "Report." Brother Peter called, saying enemy reconnaissance planes are flying towards us from the southwest. Wang Zhong, has the brother informed God's Arrow Company? Yes. Then no need to worry. Yegorov quipped, "Let's hope the big sister of the prayer hands doesn't misspray because her beloved general doesn't understand human emotions, leading to a misfire." Wang Zhong, "That won't happen." He himself wasn't sure why he was so certain. N/O/vel/B/in.C//om. A moment later, the sound of an airplane's engine was heard. Wang Zhong went to the window and looked out. He made a slight shift in his viewing angle and spotted the enemy plane. It was the same Focke-Wulf FW-189 reconnaissance aircraft as yesterday. As soon as the plane entered the city area, it was shot down by Divine Arrow and crashed in the residential district to the north of the city. When Wang Zhong switched back his view, Yegorov said, "It seems we've shot it down, so the big sister with the divine hands probably doesn't want to sleep with you that much." Wang Zhong shrugged. "Speaking of which, are the pilots of the 2 reconnaissance planes we shot down yesterday still alive?" Answering him was Popov, one of the captains in charge of reconnaissance survived. "He's been sent to the tribunal, and any information we get out of him will be relayed to us." Wang Zhong nodded and decided to go out to inspect the positions. He left the large room where several people slept and entered the adjoining operations center, where he saw Vasily frowning and sitting in front of the field telephone, continuously jotting down something in a notebook. "Wang Zhong, how's it going?" Vasily took off his headset and stood up to salute. "General." At ease, Wang Zhong waved his hand. "What's the situation?" Vasily handed the notebook he had just written to Wang Zhong. The notebook was full of translated content from enemy communications. While reading, Wang Zhong asked, "It seems you don't need to refer to the seized notebook for call signs anymore." "Yes, I've basically memorized them." Wang Zhong, "Then why did you look so serious just now?" "Because I find it strange. Yesterday, the Prussians rarely mentioned their own units' call signs and locations, even in code words. Today, look at this, so much communication early in the morning." Wang Zhong nodded. He too felt something was amiss. Perhaps the enemy was deliberately leaking false information. But he didn't say it directly. Instead, he encouraged Vasily, "Why do you think that is?" "I think they are intentionally leaking false information. The Prussians are very methodical and wouldn't suddenly change this much. There must be someone ordering them to change their practice." Wang Zhong, "You're right, I have the same feeling." At that moment, Dmitry entered the operations center and saluted Wang Zhong. "Wang Zhong, Dmitry, don't take over the artillery site for now. Let me ask you, what's the trajectory difference between the 76mm gun's shrapnel and armor-piercing shells? How can we adjust it so that the shrapnel shells land in approximately the same area, based on the armor-piercing shell data that we've already determined?" "Dmitry, that depends on how far away the target is. Do you want the trajectory to end on the ground, detonating the shrapnel shells?" "Yes, I anticipate that today the enemy will use smoke to cover their engineers laying mines. Our response is to use yesterday's calibrated data to fire shrapnel shells to disrupt the engineers' operations. It's simple, I'll produce a new set of data immediately." At that point, the phone rang. Wang Zhong picked up himself. "This is Rakasov, what's happening?" "You'd better come over to the brigade headquarters. We've received orders from the Front Army Command," said Pavlov on the other end of the phone. "Brigade Command. Your unit is to hold its current position until 8 p.m. on July 11 to allow the Front Army to form a new defensive line." After reading the orders, Wang Zhong looked up at Pavlov. "So the Front Army has finally realized that Bogdanovka has been lost?" Pavlov shook his head. "Not yet. We've received many telegrams from Bogdanovka, but the 23rd Armored Division tasked with the breakout has already been destroyed. What's left of them is said to have retreated to our north at Dolgi." Pavlov tapped on the map where there was a marker for an armored force. Wang Zhong, "Was the map updated this morning?" "Yes. The Front Army Intelligence Department believes the force opposite us is part of the 15th Armored Division, with some auxiliary forces added. They think we can hold perfectly with our fortifications." Wang Zhong frowned. "The enemy's armored division has at least 15,000 men. Including our defensive battalion and the reconstituted 5th Byshensk Battalion, we have just over 2,000 men, and we are extremely short of technical equipment with only 3 anti-tank cannons. The enemy could have hundreds of tanks." Pavlov looked distressed. "The Front Army insists we only have a part of the 15th Armored opposite us. Wang Zhong was just about to curse when explosions sounded outside. However, the sound was faint, like distant thunder. Wang Zhong, what's that? Is another area being shelled? Grigory rushed into the brigade headquarters. It's mortars, sounds like the 120mm heavy mortars. Wang Zhong, that must be the divisional artillery of the 15th Armored. He had commanded the 15th Armored in the game Steel Division and was familiar with their capabilities. He placed his hand over the phone, just waiting for the ring. He didn't have to wait long. This is Rakasov, go ahead. Yegorov's voice came from the operations center on the other end of the line. The enemy has started using smoke. They're likely prepping for mine-laying by engineers. Before the smoke rose, the artillery sight caught one of the engineer tanks moving along the road, probably to clear mines there first even though we have no mines on the road. Wang Zhong, open fire first, and remember to cover the front of the 76mm gun position with smoke. Since the firing was based on preset coordinates for blind firing, it made sense to cover the front of their own gun positions to prevent the enemy from spotting them. I'll head back right away. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong told Pavlov, keep pleading poverty with the higher UPS, we definitely can't stop an entire armored division with just these troops we have now. It's up to you. When Wang Zhong arrived at the forward command, the enemy's engineers had already been blasted into retreat. However, that isn't entirely accurate, as after losing 3 of their modified breach vehicles from the No. 1 tanks, they still managed to successfully launch rockets with explosive cords. From his bird's-eye view, Wang Zhong could clearly see the traces left by the explosive cords in the middle of the road. After observing for a while, Wang Zhong clicked his tongue and said, now the enemy knows we haven't buried mines on the main road. Yegorov added, if the enemy attacks via the main road, aren't they just asking to be hit? We've already destroyed 3 of the engineers' No. 1 tanks. They would certainly suffer more losses if they advanced along the road. Once they're blocked on the road, they're sitting ducks. They can't even disperse, since the actual minefields are on both sides of the road. Wang Zhong nodded and said, indeed, let's see what the enemy does. Major General Randolph, commander of the 15th Armored Division, stood on top of his armored command vehicle, observing the destroyed No. 1 tanks through his binoculars. The enemy has already calculated the shooting elements, even managing to hit our engineers' tanks through the smoke. Randolph put down his binoculars. Although the anti-army has long been a cluster of expendable goods, this time they did a good job. An attack through the main road would result in serious losses. The chief of staff agreed, we absolutely can't take the main road. The engineers also reported that both sides of the road are mined without warning signs. If the attacking troops get stuck on the main road, they would truly be sitting ducks. Perhaps we should deploy more comprehensive smoke cover and let the engineers begin mine clearance. Major General Randolph hummed and, with his chin in hand, fell into deep thought. It was at this moment that Wang Zhong noticed something. The enemy's mortar carriers were within his line of sight. Previously, while up on Pinyi, he'd been able to see the enemy's mortar carriers. It seemed this was a standard operation in the Prussian military tactics manual, to push mortar carriers to this distance to fire. Back on Pinyi, Wang Zhong had no indirect fire capability, and the enemy parked their vehicles behind the reverse slope of a high ground, so indeed, there was not much he could do about these mortar carriers. But now, the situation was different. First of all, there was a vast plain to the southwest, completely devoid of reverse slopes, and secondly, Wang Zhong now had indirect fire capability. From his high vantage point, Wang Zhong watched the enemy's mortar carriers. It appeared to be a battalion of vehicle-mounted mortars, with 12 carriers, various ammunition trucks, and half-tracked vehicles transporting the gunners, all huddled together on the plain in a big cluster. The enemy's other units, to avoid 203mm fire, were spread out quite far, but this battalion seemed to limit its formation spread for operational convenience. Indeed, who would anticipate having clairvoyance here, to see past so much smoke to the mortar carriers? Of course, the position Wang Zhong was in was elevated, so it wasn't entirely impossible to see the half-tracked vehicles housing the mortars, but such poor visibility made it difficult to accurately determine the target's location. Therefore, they could only try firing blindly, and then adjust the point of impact. By then, the mortar battalion would have long fled, since they were all half-tracked vehicles with decent mobility. But if they didn't adjust the fire, and just slammed them with a large volley, the mortar battalion would likely be half-destroyed. Wang Zhong was confident in the power of the B-4 heavy artillery. So, he picked up the telephone handset after yesterday's live test. The phone had been moved close to the window. Connect to artillery position A. After getting through, Wang Zhong read out a series of coordinates and called for a barrage. Dietrich, curious, who was over at the artillery team, asked, what are we firing at? These coordinates are quite a way behind where we targeted the enemy yesterday. Will it hit anything? Before Wang Zhong could speak, Yegorov chimed in, aren't we hitting the enemy's mortars? Just now, when the enemy released smoke, I saw the trajectory of the shells in the sky. The mortars can't be that far from the front line. The flight of mortar shells was indeed slow, but to visually confirm the trajectory was a bit terrifying. However, thanks to Yegorov, the shelling of the enemy mortar positions now seemed reasonable, as it was impossible for them to know if they hit the target on this side, making it purely a guess from their perspective. As for why the guess was so precise, that must be St. Andrew showing his power. After hanging up the phone, feeling that a barrage from one position wasn't enough, he picked up the phone again and said, connect to position B. Take my 8 massive 203mm shells, invaders. After a brief period of contemplation, Major General Randolph made a decision. The mortar battalion will continue laying smoke to thoroughly obscure the enemy's line of sight, and have the engineers prepare for demining. No sooner had he spoken than a howling came from the sky. Randolph, being an old soldier, knew upon hearing the howl that the shells would land behind him, so he immediately turned around. At that moment, the engine hood of a half-tracked vehicle carrying a 105mm heavy mortar suddenly caved in, the edges of the cover flipping up under the stress. Randolph couldn't see what was causing this phenomenon because the next moment, the half-tracked vehicle exploded violently. A handbrake flew over the top of Randolph's head, and the gust of wind blew off his crookedly worn cap. The Major General dove from the top of the command vehicle. With his hands over his head, he couldn't see the second shell fall. It was only when the third shell landed that the Major General thought to prop his body up to keep a distance from the ground, to prevent his organs from being damaged by the shock. The explosions continued, and amid the cacophony of the heavy artillery, smaller blasts could be heard, likely mortar shells being detonated. The artillery bombardment came quickly and left just as fast. It appeared that the enemy's heavy artillery battalion had only fired a salvo. Once the whistling and explosions had stopped, Major General Randolph got up. The orderly immediately rushed out to start dusting off the Major General's uniform, but inadvertently slapped the knee that the Major General had injured when he had dived from the command vehicle. With an angry roar, Randolph yelled, "Be gentle. You're killing me. Get the medic. My leg, it's..." As it happened, Randolph already had a condition of bone hyperplasia, and this incident had opened the gates to his agony. He was in so much pain that he couldn't stand firmly and sat down abruptly. 2 guards rushed over and helped the Major General lean against the side of the nearby command vehicle. It was then that the Major General had a chance to survey the damage to his troops. Across the field lay many half-track vehicles ablaze, and it seemed like some of the half-tracks had tried to move out of the artillery zone only to have their tracks broken, leaving them skewed across the field. The bodies of the artillerymen were scattered among the half-tracks. Randolph knew without needing a casualty count that the artillery battalion would not be combat ready for a long time. He was about to issue an order when suddenly an ammunition vehicle exploded in a sympathetic detonation, scattering shells around it that triggered secondary explosions, sending up orange fireballs that made the sun seem dim in comparison. Randolph, a nobleman, rarely cursed, but he couldn't help himself at that moment. Damn it! Reconnaissance battalion? Sweep through all the high ground outside the city, and find the enemy's artillery observation team? Even if it takes using radio detection vehicles, find them. Randolph naturally assumed that this was the result of cunning anti-army observers concealed at high vantage points outside the city. It never occurred to him that the enemy had something like brother. One should say, within the realm of common sense, he had made the most correct judgment. At this moment, the division staff officer came limping over, clearly having also made an intense move to hit the ground just before. "General, should we wait for the divisional artillery to arrive before acting? With the help of observation planes, the divisional artillery can locate the enemy's artillery positions. According to our intelligence, the enemy's heavy artillery is not easily moved, and our artillery can counter-battery them and they won't be able to escape." Randolph nodded, then added, "Also, have the 223rd Regiment ready to try to capture Lineny Village and flank off from the side. I'll reinforce them with a tank battalion to make up for the losses they suffered last night." The staff officer replied, "No problem. And the front?" Randolph looked out at the glimpses of Luftwaffe's grey urban area through the smoke and shook his head. "Unless we take out the enemy's heavy artillery, a frontal assault on the city would be too costly. We can't afford that kind of loss. We still have to strike at Arjsukov. We have to carefully use the troops that His Imperial Majesty has entrusted to us. Pull back 3 kilometers and establish sentry positions to prevent enemy observers from infiltrating out of the city." The staff officer nodded and shouted to the signalman, "Pull back 3 kilometers." Wang Zhong was the first person on the scene to notice the enemy starting to retreat, and he might have been the only one to see it. He couldn't help but laugh out loud. Were the Prasen people so dependent on their routines? So, a few bomb smoke launchers and you can't fight anymore? He thought about how this cheat combined with artillery was really useful. He could foresee a time when he would be known for masterful artillery deployment. "If I ever write an autobiography, maybe I'll call it The Arc of Fire." Unfortunately, this cheat only had a slightly longer range of vision compared to someone using binoculars. In the future, he might have to personally go on a reconnaissance plane, circle over the enemy's heads to see all of their deployments, and then command the troops via radio. Given the anti-army's radio proficiency, perhaps airdropping orders would be quicker. At that moment, the phone rang, and Yegorov picked it up. "Field command, go ahead. Are you sure?" I understand." Wang Zhong guessed who was calling even before Yegorov hung up, and true enough, Yegorov said after hanging up the phone, "Brother Peter heard engines of enemy vehicles moving away in the distance. The enemy might be retreating." Although Wang Zhong already knew, he still feigned surprise. "Really? That's great." The others in the room also sighed in relief. Vasily, who was manning the field telephone, stretched lazily. "The enemy is too weak. Is that all? I never knew war was such an easy business. Just blow them up with the B4, and they run away." Popov put on a stern face, ready to fulfill his duties as a chaplain to eliminate the soldiers' complacence, when the phone rang again. This time it was Pavlov. I couldn't get the 203 shells. They are deployed along the border, and so is the ammunition. The rear services have told us they have sufficient 122 and 152 mm shells. Wang Zhong replied, then why don't they just give me 122 or 152 mm howitzers? Actually, the 152 mm gun had overall better performance than the B4, with nearly the same range, slightly less power, but a much faster rate of fire. When loading a B4 howitzer, you had to use the crane attached to the ammunition vehicle. It was simply impossible to load it by hand, whereas the 152 could certainly be manually loaded by strong anti-men. No, a sigh came from Pavlov over the phone. Also, the supply train that was supposed to arrive today was destroyed en route by the enemy's bombers, and the wreckage has blocked the railway. I don't know when it will be cleared. Wang Zhong asked, what about our reinforcements? If they want us to hold until the evening of the 11th, we need reinforcements. There was silence for a long while before the reply came, I'm trying. Wang Zhong clicked his tongue in disbelief. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. He knew it wasn't Pavlov's fault. In the current situation where defeat was cascading, simply holding the line was already an achievement. The good news was that they had repelled the enemy's morning offensive. The bad news was, it was only July 6th, and the order had been to hold out until July 11th. Despite being given a seemingly overwhelming task, the senior officers of Rokosov's combat group, having done everything that could be done at hand, decided to engage in an intense game of bridge. It was a bit like playing a round of Gwent regardless of how urgent the situation was. Wang Zhong had gradually become accustomed to this pace. When there's nothing to do on the battlefield, there is truly nothing to do, but a sword of Damocles hangs over one's head at all times, never knowing when it might fall and destroy everything. Those new to the battlefield might spend every day terrified of the sword hanging above their heads, but old soldiers like Wang Zhong become accustomed to it over time. Yes, Wang Zhong had only been a soldier for less than 2 weeks, but he had already become a seasoned veteran. The battlefield was indeed a crucible for training people. As Wang Zhong was looking at his cards, the telephone rang. He picked up the receiver as a matter of course. This is Rokosov, go ahead. This is Brother Peter, I hear a large enemy air group approaching. I don't know if it's for bombing or passing through. There's a large number of 6-engine heavy bombers. Got it, Wang Zhong said, putting down the phone, and said to Yegorov, air raid alarm. No sooner had he spoken than the air raid alarm outside began to sound. Clearly, Brother Peter had already notified the town's military station command and the air defense troops. Wang Zhong threw down his cards and went to the window to look up at the sky. Dmitri asked, do we need to evacuate? The city doesn't have a subway, and there was no planning for standard air raid shelters before, so if you want to hide, your only choice is the cellar where they store cabbage in winter. Wang Zhong said, this place is more solid than most basements. While he was talking, Wang Zhong saw the formation of planes. He switched to a bird's eye view, allowing him to observe the entire formation without the limitations of the window's field of vision. A large formation comprised of 36-engine heavy bombers and an equal number of fighter planes was approaching. If this was targeting Luftwaffe, it meant there were no longer targets in Bogdanovka that required the cover of such a formation. Wang Zhong was thinking when Vasily suddenly shouted, I hear the enemy clearly calling out. It sounds like ground-to-air force communication. What did they say? Wang Zhong asked, though he had a vague idea. Vasily, they're asking the Air Force to deal with the heavy artillery in the city. How did the Air Force respond? The Air Force said to find the tactical bomber squadron since they're tasked with bombing train stations and supply warehouses. Yegorov clicked his tongue. Luckily, we moved the artillery position from near the station before. The initial location Wang Zhong chose for the B4 position was the station's stackyard, which had now been moved to the city park north of the station and the small garden in front of the municipal building. These places were naturally camouflaged due to dense vegetation, and it's hard to spot them from the air with the added camo nets. Wang Zhong had personally confirmed this with a bird's eye view. The city's anti-aircraft guns began to fire, but sadly, the 25mm anti-aircraft guns had little effect on the high-flying enemy planes. They fired now simply because they were air defense troops. As the enemy planes approached the chemical plant, they began to drop bombs. Luftwaffe wasn't big, so with the altitude the enemy was flying at, dropping bombs near the chemical plant meant the explosives would land near the station and supply warehouses. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. The shrill whistling of the bomb tail fins made Wang Zhong's ears ache. Yes, different from the whoosh of shells falling, this whiz came from whistles specially mounted on the tails of the bombs. The enemy planes that had completed their bombing began to turn around. Wang Zhong moved to another window and watched as the bombs fell towards the ground. 30 heavy bombers conducted a carpet bombing. The closely packed bombs carved 30 bloody scars on the ground. A cloud of dust engulfed the streets of Luftwaffe. Plumes of smoke rose up one after another. Wang Zhong suddenly felt relieved that he did not have a view of the streets being bombed, otherwise, he would have seen the heartbreaking scene below. Unlike the villages outside, Luftwaffe had many civilians living in it. Men who followed the secular faction of the Eastern Holy Church formed militias, women joined the volunteer labor camps, and numerous elderly and children were waiting to be evacuated by train. It was unknown how many civilian casualties such heavy bombing would cause. Ludmila rose from the ground. She and the Divine Arrow sniper team were stationed on the roof of the only Anatoly public bathhouse in Luchthof, ready to snipe any enemy reconnaissance planes at any moment. The B-4 artillery position was just a street away to the north of the public bathhouse. If any enemy dive bombers targeted the artillery positions, Divine Arrow could offer some protection. One of the scars plowed by the recent level bombing was not far from the bathhouse. If the enemy had dropped their bombs just a few seconds later, the Divine Arrow team would have perished in the flames. Lying on top of the rooftop railing, she looked down at the devastation below. Suddenly, she saw something. Ludmila sprinted off, rushing downstairs, with brother Yuka Niako shouting after her, "Where are you going? Reconnaissance planes might take this chance to confirm the results of the bombing. We have to be ready for battle." Ludmila shouted back, "I'll be right back." She sped along the makeshift ladder beside the bathhouse and onto the street, rushing to where she had seen the object. It was a glass jar that had shattered on the ground, its baby's breath flowers scattered all around. A hand was still tightly gripping the jar, its skin wrinkled from using rough soap to wash too many clothes. Ludmila picked up the hand, which was now just a palm and half of the wrist, and looked around for the owner of the hand. Then she saw not far away was the place where laundry soap was distributed, where several girls assigned to Rakosov's combat group to wash clothes were squatting on the ground, sobbing loudly. Ludmila took a bandage from her body, tore off a part, wrapped the starflowers on the ground, and cradling the severed hand, she approached the laundry girls. She could not recognize the girl lying on the ground since it had already been dark last night. But the girl's severed hand said it all. Of course, there were also these starflowers. The laundry girls were crying, "The captain only ordered us to come get soap? How could this happen?" Ludmila stood silently. At this moment, brother Yuka Niako rushed to her side. "You must return to your post. Without you, Divine Arrow cannot be guided." The monk glanced at the girl on the ground, sighed, took the severed hand and starflowers. "I'll take care of this here, you go back to your post." Ludmila nodded her head, walked towards the bathhouse, looking back with every step she took. Wang Zhong withdrew his gaze, came to the telephone, and placed his hand on the receiver, ready to answer the call at any moment. If the artillery positions suffered damage, they would report to Wang Zhong immediately. He was waiting for that call. 30 seconds passed, and the telephone did not ring. Wang Zhong breathed a sigh of relief. "It seems our artillery is all right," Yegorov said. Moving the artillery positions away from the targets that would be bombed was really a smart move. Popov asked, "Should we change the artillery positions? Could the enemy pilots have spotted that they are artillery positions?" Wang Zhong replied, "No, the enemy never flew directly over the artillery positions. They probably finished dropping bombs and turned away right above our heads." As he said this, he made a circling gesture overhead. At that moment, the telephone rang again. Wang Zhong still picked up the receiver himself. "This is Rakosov, speak. This is the 5th Baishinsk Battalion. We spotted enemy armored scout vehicles on the small road southeast of our position." The 5th Baishinsk Battalion had not received reinforcements, and their equipment had not been replenished much, so Wang Zhong had disbanded them and mixed them with local militia to monitor the two main roads leading out of the city to the southeast and northwest. Luchthof might only be a small town, but it was impossible for Wang Zhong's small force to encircle the city in a tight defense. He could only focus on defending the front and let less important forces monitor the roads on both sides. Wang Zhong inquired, "Southeast? Half-tracked vehicles." "Both half-tracked vehicles and a Panzer II. On the suggestion from workers at the tractor station, we disguised a tractor as a tank, which scared the enemy away." Wang Zhong burst out laughing. "What? A tractor disguised as a tank?" "Yes, and it worked brilliantly. As long as we piled up straw in the front, it looked just like a tank cannon turret camouflaged with straw. We drove this thing out, let the gearbox clatter, and the enemy immediately ran away." Wang Zhong laughed heartily, and the others, who hadn't heard the conversation through the receiver, looked at him with puzzled expressions. "You've done very well, keep scaring the enemy and don't let them discover our actual weakness here. Great job." Having said this, Wang Zhong hung up the receiver and relayed the Baishinsk Battalion's method to everyone. Vasily laughed out loud and then was stared down by Popov. "Do your job well," Yegorov remarked, "but a fake tank can only scare people after all. I still hope we get real tanks soon. Then His Excellency the General will be able to showcase his talent in tank command." It seems in Yegorov's eyes, Wang Zhong has already become a genius tank commander. "Wang Zhong, I saw from the brigade headquarters that we have remnants of the 23rd Tank Army to our north, and I don't know if we can get them to come over. No matter what tanks they are equipped with, they should be able to play some role." The role he referred to involved own cheat-like personal command of a tank to sneak behind the enemy's blind spots, a staple for the War Thunder ground combat gamers. Popov, they should be equipped with the fast series of tanks. Upon hearing this, General Wang frowned. Although the T-28s had thin armor, at least their guns were decent. The BTS didn't even have decent firepower. At this time, many of Prasen's tanks had been reinforced on the front, following the experiences of the Carolingian campaign, and the small guns of the BT-7 might not be able to penetrate the enemy's armor. The BT-7 itself was exceedingly fragile, even heavier machine guns with slightly higher penetration could pierce its sides. The only commendable feature of this tank was its mobility. It utilized the famous Christie suspension system, so during high-speed maneuvers, it could even have its tracks removed and speed along the highway on wheels. As he spoke, Wang Zhong began to ponder whether he could do something remarkable with the BT-7 once he got it, thanks to its astonishing mobility. Just then, the phone rang again. N/O/vel/b/in.c//om. Vasily, I never knew before that war was about playing cards in the command post, and then constantly answering the phone. Cut the chatter, said Wang Zhong before picking up the receiver. This is Rakasov, go ahead. This is Brother Peter. I heard a lone Do-215, possibly at high altitude. And there's also a Focke-Wulf 189 at low altitude. Wang Zhong frowned. In this era, bombers generally flew in clusters, forming a dense formation convenient for mutual defense with their machine guns, intercepting enemy aircraft. A lone Do-215 at high altitude. Wang Zhong, one at high altitude and one at low. Brother Peter answered, yes, if you count the time it takes for sound to travel from high altitude, the Do-215 is ahead. It's flying particularly high, only the MiG-3 could intercept it. And obviously, we don't have any MiG-3s. Perhaps they had been available at some point, but they were all destroyed on the airfields on the first day of war. Wang Zhong, got it, thank you. After hanging up the phone, he looked towards the others, a lone Do-215 at high altitude, likely a reconnaissance plane. And there's a 189 at low altitude. What do you make of it? Yegorov and Popov exchanged glances. Vasily, I know, the enemy has been losing 189s over Lktov, so they want to see what's been happening. Wang Zhong and the others exchanged glances. Major General Rundolph of the 15th Armored Division heard the sound of the aircraft overhead and looked up. His chief of staff said, it's flying very high, must be a recon plane. Perhaps observing the effect of their recent carpet bombing. As soon as he finished speaking, a Focke-Wulf 189 flew closely past their heads. Because the Focke-Wulf 189 had an advanced appearance, the soldiers saw it as a symbol of Prasen's cutting-edge technology and cheered, taking off their hats. The chief of staff frowned. I heard the Air Force has lost several reconnaissance planes over Lktov, and these are very hard to shoot down. Could it be, they want to see what's been shooting down their own planes? Major General Rundolph cursed, we've mentioned the artillery positions so many times. Those B-4s have already caused us more than 1,000 casualties, and the Air Force does nothing. They raise a fuss over losing a few recon planes. After speaking, the general sighed. Let's wait for our division's artillery to arrive, then think of a plan, said the chief of staff. The general nodded. That's all we can do for now. When will our coordination between the Air Force and ground forces be as good as what Duke Meyer claims? This is Wang Zhong. Intercept as usual, Wang Zhong said. Exposing the position of Divine Arrow is not important, it can be moved. After the battle at Upper Pini, Monkyuk and Nyako should be quite experienced now. Yegorov, he's indeed very experienced, prepared trucks especially for transferring, and even connected each alternative Divine Arrow position with telephones. Wang Zhong nodded, then intercept? After the interception, run immediately. As he spoke, he picked up the phone, connect to the current position of God's Arrow Company. 2 seconds later, the voice of Ludmila came from the phone, hello. Wang Zhong, why is it you? Where is Monkyuk and Nyako? The monk has gone to perform rites for the deceased. What's up? Can the Divine Arrow squad fire now? Yes? Enemy aircraft coming, right? Leave it to me, I'll shoot it down. I can recognize the enemy's reconnaissance aircraft even with my eyes closed. Wang Zhong always felt as if Ludmila was forcing a smile, deliberately acting cheerful. Could it be an illusion? Had something happened? Wang Zhong really wanted to ask, since this was his almost fiancée, but he could not inquire due to the urgency of military affairs. So he said, I'll leave it to you. The enemy aircraft will be arriving soon. At least this last sound, the girl sounded quite spirited. After hanging up the phone, Wang Zhong immediately switched his perspective to survey the situation. The first thing he saw was the high-flying Do-215. Wang Zhong observed that Do-215, feeling that this plane was larger than the standard Do-215. Could this possibly be a Do-217? And it didn't seem like it was here for reconnaissance. With its sluggish speed, it looked like it was carrying bombs. Reconnaissance Do-planes should not carry bombs to allow them to fly higher and faster. As Wang Zhong was puzzling over this, the Focke-Wulf FW-189 reconnaissance aircraft entered his field of vision. Before Wang Zhong could get a clear look, Divine Arrow was already soaring into the sky. However, the reaction of this 189 was strange, as if its pilot had been prepared all along and immediately bailed out with a parachute. Other reconnaissance aircraft would struggle a bit, like trying to enter the blind spot of Divine Arrow's praying hands, but this one just gave up. Wang Zhong had a bad feeling, but could not articulate what was wrong, until he saw the suspected Do-217 twin-engine heavy bomber in the sky and what it dropped. The Prasen Royal 55th Bomber Squadron's 10th Squadron commander's plane was tasked today with dropping an experimental weapon. In fact, this squadron had been transferred to the Kingdom of Bavaria in Prasen before the Carolingian campaign to participate in the testing of experimental weapons. This was the Empire's grand attempt to replace the divine with technology. Its success would prove that the gods of inferior races, too, were negligible false deities. Now, the day had come for this great, symbolic weapon to be tested in actual combat, and its target was none other than the miracle that the false god used to deceive the world. The observer shouted, "Divine arrow launched, divine arrow trail confirmed." The radio guidance operator, visual on target, guidance preparation complete. The observer, course parameters input complete. The mechanical computer installed in the bomber's guidance office quickly completed the calculations and spit out the course adjustment parameters. The squadron leader of the 10th Squadron tore off the paper with the course parameters, glanced at it, and personally pushed the control stick to turn the aircraft towards the calculated course. The observer, aiming complete, 20 seconds to bomb release window. The squadron leader pressed the timer installed beside the operator's seat. As the timer hit 0, he shouted, "For the Empire, for the Emperor." As the timer reached 0, he pressed the bomb release button, and the heavy radio-guided glide bomb left the rack under the fuselage. A small drogue parachute helped the bomb adjust its attitude. The guidance operator reported, "Drogue parachute discarded, bomb tail light observed, beginning radio guidance." At this moment, within the guide's field of vision, the tail light of the bomb emitted a very conspicuous glow. Ludmila and the members of God's Arrow Company sprinted down the stairs to the ground and climbed onto the gas truck that had been prepared earlier. The only driver of God's Arrow Company was smoking when he saw everyone coming down so frantically. He laughed and said, "What's the rush? Are the Prussians about to attack us right now?" "Ludmila, the enemy has a reconnaissance plane in the sky. We've been exposed. An attack will come soon. It could be artillery or bombers." "Hey, it won't be that fast. Plus, look, Yuka Nieko is still over there praying for the girl who died." "Wait a moment." Ludmila grabbed the driver's collar, pulled him out of the driver's seat, and threw him onto the ground. Then she climbed in and deftly started the truck. The driver, seeing stars after being thrown, still didn't take it seriously. "What's the rush? These past few days, I've been watching that brigadier, and I don't think he's all that impressive. It's just that." No sooner had he spoken than the dome of the Anatolii bathhouse was suddenly smashed by something, as if someone had cracked an eggshell. The next moment, an explosion inflated the bathhouse like a balloon, and then with a pop, it burst. The blast wave picked up the driver from behind, threw him against the stone wall on the other side, twisting his neck into an unhealthy angle in an instant. Yuka Nieko, who had been conducting the service, also flipped over and lay prone on the ground. The shockwave also caused Ludmila's gas truck to sway erratically, as if it had guzzled 5 large bottles of vodka. In her haste, Ludmila hit the brakes, which resulted in the truck flipping over and sliding a whole 5 meters. When all settled, Ludmila struggled to crawl out of the driver's seat and stood up, covering her scratched right hand, looking at the bathhouse that had been reduced to rubble. Yuka Nieko, now a deputy knight, also got up, joining her in looking at the bathhouse. "Yuka Nieko, what happened? I didn't hear the sound of enemy planes. What blasted us all of a sudden?" Ludmila looked at Yuka Nieko. "You'll need to find a new driver, one who will follow orders." Wang Zhong was deeply shaken. After confirming that Ludmila was all right, he started to ponder. He recognized the thing that had just been dropped from Route 217, the Fritz X radio-controlled bomb. Could it be that Prasen was stimulated by the divine power-guided weapons of the Eastern Holy Church and the Lutheran Church, resulting in the development of their guided weapons outpacing Earth's Sturm Tiger? Or is it that Jude has abundant resources, thereby advancing their scientific research faster than Sturm Tiger? No, that's not right. Prasen was still using a mix of short-barreled Panzer IVs and early-model Panzer IIIs. It didn't seem like their technology far surpassed that of Sturmtiger's contemporaries. They must have seen other people's guided weapons and went all out to develop one of their own. Now the question is, how many of these do they have? If there are many, then the fertilizer plant he was at is also not safe. One hit from that thing and everything would go sky-high. Damn, how can this be fought? The opponent is Jude with higher technology. Can we only rely on divine power? The problem is that there isn't much divine power either, only a total of 10 divine arrows, and nearly half have been fired already. Wang Zhong decided not to think too much for now. Overthinking was pointless. The ship will go straight when it reaches the bridge. He exited the overhead mode and picked up the phone. "Connect with Brother Peter." "Brother, did you note the sound characteristics of the Route 217 overhead? I'm telling you, it carries a heavy guided bomb. If you detect the same sound footprint next time, notify me immediately." Considering the threat of this weapon, they might have to take it down using the divine arrow, as the front line lacked the MiG-3 high-altitude fighter needed to reach Route 217. At this time, on the Prussian army's side, the communications staff officer ran over from the radio vehicle, saluting Major General Randolph. "Report. The division's artillery just passed through Karlinovka and is now selecting artillery positions." Major General Randolph clapped his hands together. "Excellent. Perfect timing. Give them 2 hours to set up their positions and get ready to open fire. N/O/vel/B//in.C//OM." He pulled out his pocket watch to check the time. "We'll start artillery preparation at 4:30 a.m. tomorrow. It will take us 3 hours to clear a path through the minefield, and at 7:30 a.m., artillery fire will begin extending towards the enemy positions. We plan to deploy an armored grenadier battalion, plus 2 reinforced Panzer IV tank platoons, to launch a probing attack. The enemy will certainly use heavy artillery to stop us. Tell that damned Air Force, no matter what, they must send a reconnaissance aircraft aloft. Even if they cannot dive on the enemy's positions, they must help our division's 15 cm heavy artillery eliminate those annoying B-4s. July 7th, at 4:30 in the morning. Wang Zhong was suddenly awakened by the thunder. Is it thundering? He asked Yegorov, who was in the bed next to him, as he sat up. Does it thunder so violently in this season? It's an artillery barrage, General. Yegorov stood by the window, peering outside from the edge. Wang Zhong hurried to his feet and joined Yegorov at the other side of the window. Outside, on the plain, numerous plumes of dust had risen, forming large flowers, with new flowers blooming every second. Wang Zhong, the caliber seems quite large. It's 152 mm heavy artillery, Yegorov said. The enemy's heavy artillery has come into play. At Pinyi, the enemy's curved fire support at most had 75 mm infantry guns. If they had heavy artillery then, we would not have been able to hold it at all. Wang Zhong nodded and then asked, are they clearing our minefields? Yes, I expect they will start advancing after the bombardment. Wang Zhong nodded again. At this moment, he switched his viewing angle to an overhead view, hoping to catch the enemy's artillery with an external aid. This was a common technique in the war game series. Even if there was no visualization of the enemy's artillery, you could still see the animation of the artillery shells ascending, so this method could be used to quickly locate the enemy's artillery and counterattack with your own. Wang Zhong wanted to give it a try. What if it worked? If they could take out the enemy heavy artillery, the fight would be much easier later on. However, no such luck. He could only see the trajectory of artillery shells that had entered the falling process. Perhaps a math expert could deduce the firing position from this trajectory, but Wang Zhong was no math expert. He had barely passed his college calculus exams after retaking them. Just then, the sound of a telephone rang from the neighboring command post. N/O/vel/B/C/om. 5 seconds later, a duty officer came in to report, Your Excellency General, Brother Peter heard a Do-215 in the high altitude. He is sure it is not the Do-217 carrying terrifying weaponry from yesterday. Wang Zhong looked at Yegorov. Is this, waiting to observe our artillery positions? Possibly, but if the enemy really makes a charge later, we will still need to fire and block the enemy's follow-up troops. Yegorov looked at Wang Zhong. Wang Zhong, speak your mind. Yegorov shook his head. No, I was going to remind you that sometimes a commander has to decide which parts to sacrifice for the overall situation, but considering the battle at Pinyi, I think you don't need any reminders. Wang Zhong understood. Yegorov meant that only half of the B4 should fire, so even if discovered and counterattacked, only one artillery position would be lost, trading the forces on the artillery position for the enemy's attacking strength. But was that really the only option? Wang Zhong stroked his chin, listening to the rumbling artillery outside, racking his brains for countermeasures. Then he really came up with one. He remembered the movie Black Hawk Down, in which the Somali warlords burned tires to create black smoke, blocking the U.S. Air Force's aerial reconnaissance. Actually, with enough smoke generators, one could create a smoke screen around the artillery positions, but the anti-army didn't have that many smoke bombs. So they might as well burn tires like the Somali fellows. After all, indirect fire artillery does not require direct line of sight. Firing according to preset data was sufficient. Wang Zhong looked toward Yegorov. Yegorov, you have another idea. Wang Zhong, yes. We pile up tires on the upwind side of the city and set them on fire. The burning tires will produce a lot of black smoke, interfering with aerial reconnaissance planes observation. Yegorov was amazed. That's really a plan. Wang Zhong continued brainstorming. Don't we have captured smoke bombs? Use them at our fake artillery positions to create a smoke screen, making the enemy think those are key areas we want to protect. Feasible? Yegorov nodded repeatedly. I'll go issue the orders right now. Major General Randolph was enjoying breakfast in his command vehicle when someone knocked on the command vehicle door. The Major General looked up and saw that it was the Chief of Staff. He asked, what is it? Any reaction from the anti-people? The Chief of Staff, the artillery observers report a large amount of thick smoke rising from the southeast of the city, possibly a fire. The Major General frowned. A fire? Just like that. He put down his cutlery, wiped his mouth with a napkin, downed his coffee in one gulp, and then stood up. The orderly immediately brought over his hat and baton. The Major General dressed neatly and finally took the binoculars the orderly handed him, striding out of the command vehicle. The division's artillery scope was set up next to the command vehicle. The Major General walked directly over and patted the shoulder of the staff officer using the artillery scope. The staff officer immediately vacated the spot, snapping to attention and saluting. After observing for himself, Randolph said, this smoke is a bit strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and asked, has the Air Force's reconnaissance plane arrived? Don't tell me we applied for it yesterday and there's still no reconnaissance plane today. It has arrived, said the Chief of Staff, and it has established radio contact with the division's artillery. It's observing liftoff from high altitude. Major General Randolph was amazed. Could it be that the anti-people have generated this smoke specifically to block the reconnaissance plane's vision? The Chief of Staff. It's possible. Randolph, do you know who is commanding the anti-army at the front? According to the note we found in Karlinovka, it should be Alexei Konstantinovich Rokossovsky. Major General Randolph frowned. Why are the anti's names so long? So who is he? The White Horse General, the Chief of Staff said. Major General Randolph whirled around. The White Horse General. Yes. Major General Randolph pursed his lips, walked away from the artillery scope, and started pacing nearby.